His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone inside the mansion. Upon seeing the palace master of the Tan Palace, the faces of everyone within the mansion changed slightly, especially when they noticed Song Chiumo by his side. They were not unfamiliar with this guardian demon king of the Tan Palace Academy. Two powerful figures from the Four Stands realm had unexpectedly arrived at the same time. Song Yufeng, why have you brought the guardian demon king here? What is your purpose? Chen Hefeng, the elderly lady, asked with a concentrated look. Song Yufeng smiled slightly and said, I heard that Li Hao, the young master of the Divine General Mansion, possesses peerless talent. I particularly wish to see for myself and pay a visit, and I hope the lady will allow this. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the ladies of the various courtyards changed slightly, some even shocked. They had not expected that these two were also here for Li Hao. However, thinking of Li Hao's previous apprenticeship at Tan Palace Academy, they quickly understood. But just how long had the child been at Tan Palace Academy to have earned such regard from its palace master? After all, Tan Palace Academy had been in Qingzhou City for many years, and its relationship with the Divine General Mansion had always been cordial but not intimate. Such mutual relations had been quite beneficial to both parties, but now, for the sake of Li Hao, the other party had disrupted this balanced relationship. Was it because of the child's talent? The onlookers wondered to themselves. Hauer has been resting recently. If the two of you wish to see him, you certainly can, she said. Chen Hefeng originally intended to say that Hauer was recuperating from injuries, but considering the public setting, mentioning the injuries would inevitably lead to speculation on the battle that had brought shame upon the Divine General Mansion. Hearing the old lady's words, Song Yufeng felt slightly surprised. He had anticipated some persuasive effort to be necessary, yet it had been unexpectedly easy. He immediately thanked her and was about to enter the mansion when suddenly, a slight disturbance came from within. The ladies turned their heads only to see a young figure walking towards them. The youth was empty-handed, and on the collar of his outer garment at the chest, one could still see a faint trace of blood. At his feet was a familiar white-furred fox. Hauer? When Chen Hefeng turned and saw Li Hao, her eyes revealed a mixture of complexity and distress. One was her beloved son, and the other was her grandson she had only met recently but had grown quite fond of. It pained her heart. Why have you come? She asked gently and kindly. Li Hao glanced at his paternal grandmother, and while facing that kindly and gentle gaze, he inwardly sighed and then calmly stated, Grandmother, I have come to bid you farewell. At these words, Chen Hefeng was instantly stunned, and the other ladies looked on in amazement as well. Lu Yurong's eyes flashed with a hint of light as she stared at Li Hao. I am leaving, and after today, I will not return, Li Hao said with a slight bow to his grandmother. Hauer, you want to leave the Li family? Chen Hefeng was taken aback, with widened eyes showing surprise. Li Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the other ladies. When he saw Lu Yurong, a deep murderous intent flashed through his eyes but was quickly repressed. He knew that to attack her now would most likely be difficult, and it would only plunge him into even greater peril. His strength was not yet sufficient, he needed more time to accumulate it. Hauer, at that moment, Li Musho, the old patriarch, along with Bian Rushui, Li Yanzhao, and others, also hurried over. Li Musho quickly said, Hauer, don't be rash. Speak your mind, and I will decide for you. Upon saying this, he saw Lu Yurong and his expression instantly turned cold as he sharply stated, How dare you show your face here? Apologized to Hauer immediately. Lu Yurong's face underwent a slight change, and with an aggrieved expression, she said, Uncle, the Ministry of Punishment has not yet investigated the matter. You cannot wrong me again. You, Li Musho gritted his teeth in anger, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Li Hao, however, calmly stated, Second uncle, there's no need for anger. Li Musho was briefly stunned, looking at him. Li Hao just smiled faintly, avoiding any harsh words. Apologies, penitence? Some things were not resolvable with mere apologies. Only blood and life could engrave a memory, could quell one's own unrest. Grand Aunt, Ninth Aunt. Li Hao's gaze swept over everyone, and once again he bowed. I cannot thank you enough for all the care in previous days. Today, I take my leave, may we meet again in the future. He Jianlin and Zhang Shen'er's expressions changed, with He Jianlin saying, Hauer, don't be impulsive. Your father has a bit of a temper, but after all, you are father and son. Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly at these words. How was it this remark again? He shook his head without saying anything, only to suddenly sense something and look up to see a goosefeather snowflake falling from the sky. Late autumn had passed, and this first snow of early winter seemed somewhat early. He withdrew his gaze from the overcast sky and focused on the steps in front of him, then he stepped forward without another word or pause. "How?" Li Yinzhao couldn't help but call out, his eyes moistening and turning red, his nose becoming increasingly sour. Li Hao's figure paused slightly, but he did not turn back. He had already said his previous advice. Bian Rushui was lost in a daze. Originally, she thought that after descending the mountain and capturing the true dragon with Li Hao, she would say goodbye, never expecting to go through these astonishing changes. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before Li Hao, enveloping him like a black cloud and obscuring his view. "You want to leave? Where would you go?" Li Tiangang's face was cold and frosty as he spoke. Where would he go? Li Hao pondered this question seriously, feeling briefly lost in thought. Indeed, where? But soon, he gathered his thoughts and with a smile, replied. "The world is vast, and I am but a passerby. I can make my home wherever I drift." Li Tiangang flew into a rage, exclaiming, "Ridiculous! You are born of the Li family, and even in death, you will be a ghost of the Li family." "I no longer carry the Li surname," Li Hao reiterated coldly. Li Tiangang said in a chilly voice, "Then what surname do you wish to take?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao was momentarily lost in thought. Yes, if not surnamed Li, then what would his own surname be? More crucially, in his previous life, he had also borne the surname Li. The heart that had until now been calm suddenly felt a wave of bitterness. In his previous life, his parents died early. He had not expected that after traversing through a rebirth, even his own surname would not be preserved. Though he was born into a prominent family, he ended up in such a plight, truly laughable. He took a deep breath, and the frigid, icy air filled his lungs, which oddly brought him some comfort. He regained his composure and said, "What surname I take has nothing to do with you. In any case, I will no longer bear the Li surname. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Li family." "Do you think by saying that you can sever your ties with the Li family?" Li Tiangang's gaze burned with fury as he said, "The Li family raised you for so many years, and you just want to walk away like this?" Li Hao looked up slightly, locking eyes with him. "Then, what do you suggest?" "You want to leave, fine, but return everything you owe to the Li family," Li Tiangang said angrily. Li Hao said in a stern voice, "And how do you suggest I do that? How do you repay us? You speak as if it's simple. The Li family's cultivation techniques you've learned, how will you repay that? The precious medicines that melted your blood for foundation establishment have been consumed. How will you repay that? The blood flowing within you, how will you repay that?" Li Tiangang demanded coldly, word by word. Li Hao was silent for a moment before saying, "I can refrain from using the cultivation techniques. However many volumes of cultivated, I will donate the same number to Listening Rain Tower. The precious medicines for foundation establishment, I will find a way to repay you in the future. The blood essence of the great demon that you've slain, I will also repay you for that. As for this body's blood," Li Hao looked up at him directly, "I've said it before, your son died a long time ago. The life I have now is my own." Now that he had entered the heavenly human realm, cultivated his own path, and could create his own cultivation techniques, even if he didn't use the other techniques, the impact on him would not be significant. Li Tiangang, overflowing with rage, laughed scornfully and said, "Very well. You've reached the heavenly human realm and grown wings. I won't talk about the cultivation techniques for now. A 3,000-year-old great demon, how will you slay it? Do you even realize what realm a 3,000-year-old great demon is in? It's at least in the middle phase of the immortal realm, if not the pinnacle. Do you think just because you've entered the heavenly human realm, you are guaranteed to become immortal in the future?" Li Tiangang's face showed a mocking smile. After the heavenly human realm, each step is a threshold. No matter how exceptional your talent is, it's not 100% sure you will become an unparalleled power. There was once a prodigy who entered the Grandmaster realm at the age of 19. 100 years later, he just stepped into the immortal realm. You want to delay, but I can't wait. A chill flashed in Li Hao's eyes. Then tell me, how do you want me to repay it? As Li Tiangang looked into his gaze, his heart filled with even greater fury, and said, "If you want to repay, fine, I'll give you 3 years. 3 years to replace every volume you've learned with a new one. Within 3 years, bring me back the head of a 3,000-year-old great demon. With regards to the Li family's blood and talents within you, you better not waste them. go to Heavenly Gate Pass, take over and guard it for the clan. I don't expect you to hold it for long, just guard it for 3 years, and I'll consider your debt paid. Li Tiangang, have you truly gone mad? Li Musho exclaimed in shock and anger. Do you realize what you are suggesting? Do you want to kill your own son before you're satisfied? The others also showed signs of unease. The threat seemed too harsh. The other terms could possibly be negotiated with, but defending Heavenly Gate Pass was too difficult. That is one of the most dangerous places defended by the Li family. Located deep in the Great Yu borderlands, it sticks out like a thorn, bordered on 2 sides by the land of demons, and tens of thousands of miles further, the Great Wilderness Heaven. Moreover, nearby there's a vassal state under Deu, which, although it pays annual tribute to the Great Yu dynasty and maintains a facade of loyalty, has long been conspiring with demons to assault Heavenly Gate Pass. However, there has been no evidence to prove such conspiracies. Even if evidence had been found in the past, the vassal state had always pushed the blame onto scapegoats. Over the years, countless soldiers of the Li family have died defending Heavenly Gate Pass. Even with someone in the 4 Stands realm stationed there, it was only enough for suppression. The casualty rate at that location is extremely high. In the past, the 3rd and 6th sons of the Li family both defended that place and ended up buried in its soil. Now, they want to send the young Li Hao there? Even if he's in the heavenly human realm, in that place, he would merely be a handful of yellow soil. However, they could all see that Li Tiangang's words were merely an attempt to force Li Hao to stay, not allowing him to leave. Looking into the enraged face before him, Li Hao took a deep, hard look at the other and nodded, no problem. Li Tiangang's expression changed, surprised that Li Hao actually dared to agree. He wanted to laugh out of sheer anger and said, "Very well, truly ignorant and fearless. Do you even know what Heavenly Gate Pass is? 3 years? I really want to see if you can live for 3 years, and even if you do, what kind of shape you'll be in after 3 years." He chortled coldly, continuing, "I will withdraw all of the Li family's forces from Heavenly Gate Pass, and I will not send a single soldier to reinforce you. You want to leave the Li family behind? Then try to survive on your own? Let's see what difference you can make without the Li family, without the protection of so many soldiers, your comfort, your arrogance, all were bought with the blood of countless others. When the time comes, you will realize that your talent and abilities are worthless in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." Upon hearing these words, Li Musho was fully enraged and said, "If you want to kill Hao just say it directly. Why go about it this way? If Hao goes there, I will accompany him, uncle." Li Tiangang's color changed, angrily saying, "As an elder, I have tolerated you again and again. I hope you understand that this is our family's internal affair. How much longer will you indulge Hao? If you interfere again, don't blame me for confining you to the Listening Rain Tower in the name of the true dragon." On hearing these words, Li Musho's eyes bulged with rage, and his body trembled violently. "You dare to confine me? Is this how you run the Li family?" At this moment, Li Hao fell into silence. The matters of Heavenly Gate Pass, I had also heard from the second master before. Whenever mentioned, it couldn't help but bring sighs. It was the most dangerous place guarded by the Li family for Deu. However, according to the second master, in recent years, the casualties of the Li family's children there, the accelerated extension of the Mo River, the external turmoil, and so on, it seemed that Emperor Yu was already contemplating abandoning that place to retract the troops for defense. This news, Li Tiangang before my eyes most likely knew as well, hence why he dared to speak of withdrawing the troops of the Li family. Even if he couldn't hold it and had to abandon it, the Li family would at most bear some scolding and punishment, but would not face severe punishment. After all, Emperor Yu already harbored that intention. Seeing Li Hao silent, Li Tiangang couldn't help but sneer. "What, is that all the backbone you have?" Li Hao looked up at him, and suddenly, a voice reached his ear, causing a slight change in his expression. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Fine, you said it, 3 years, I will guard for the Li family for 3 years. After 3 years, everything I have eaten, drunk, used, including the blood flowing in my body, we will be even." Seeing Li Hao agree, Li Musho hastily said, "Hao what nonsense are you talking about? You don't need to pay with your life for those years of food and drink." Li Hao's lips twitched slightly. Yes, why should he repay with his life? Who could have expected that the small kindness of the past would require a repayment 1,000, 10,000 times over? It was just that, deep down, he was thoroughly weary and unwilling to be bound by even the slightest fetter. You beast, you really dare to agree? Li Tiangang said furiously. Do you even know what you're saying? What will you use to defend it? With your heavenly human realm's cultivation level? You might die before even stepping into heavenly gate pass? Li Hao coldly replied, I'd rather die out there than here. You. Li Tiangang was choked up with anger, unable to utter a word. I have already agreed, so step aside. Li Hao didn't waste any more words and said coldly. Li Tiangang stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. But Li Hao simply stepped past him, and then, amidst the astonished cries and urgent calls of the crowd, he crossed that threshold. He had crossed that threshold so many wanted to enter. With that step, it meant that from then on, Li Hao was no more of this world. The crowd stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to say or do. The young man's silhouette was so resolute, so decisive. Nobody had expected that this father and son would be so obstinate and stubborn. How? The crowd couldn't help but call out, but the young man's figure did not pause. Step by step, he walked down the stairs of the Divine General Mansion's main gate. Li Tiangang suddenly turned around, staring at that departing silhouette, his face ashen. You will regret it. This voice reached the young man's ears, but he showed no reaction. Li Musho watched in a daze, suddenly feeling that the young man, once gone, seemed as if he would never return. Just like Li Hao had said, from then on, he was no longer a Li. He had forsaken that surname, the most prestigious after the royal family, below heaven. In this winter, he departed. Outside the Divine General Mansion, Song Yufeng, Song Chiumo, and many apprentices from Whitehall all heard this conversation. They all watched in astonishment at the young man who was leaving the Divine General Mansion. They had come to plead for Li Hao, but never expected that the greatest genius of the Divine General Mansion for hundreds of years would break away from this divine abode today. They wanted to persuade him, but did not know how to start. The dialogue between the father and son left them feeling a chill. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, saying to Li Hao, Brother Li Hao, have a good journey. Li Hao looked over and saw that it was Prince Zhang Hangxing. The prince was plainly dressed, without any luxurious royal attire, and had previously blended into the crowd. But at this moment, he stepped forward openly, and if an observant person were to take notice, they would surely recognize his face and status. For someone of his status to get involved in the internal affairs of the Divine General Mansion obviously wasn't good. But he did it anyway. Their eyes met, and Li Hao knew that the other was willing to do so. But he did not engage in much conversation, merely giving a cool nod, seemingly distant. After all, his current status was not to be flaunted. Zhang Hangxing watched Li Hao's retreating figure, and then suddenly spoke out loud. Brother Li Hao, do you remember the poem you recited that day in the brothel? Let there be no worries about finding a confidant ahead. In this world, who doesn't recognize you? Hearing the loud recitation of poetry by the young man, the faces of everyone in the Divine General Mansion slightly changed. Who in the world does not know of your excellency? Such domineering confidence, yet so completely true. A Grandmaster of the heavenly human realm at only 14, an unprecedented rarity, had now parted from their Li family. Tiangong, can't you speak to Li Hao more gently? He Jianlin felt a sour ache in her heart, thinking of the well-behaved child who had come to pay his respects early in the day, and couldn't help but say to Li Tiangong. Li Tiangong came back to his senses but remained expressionless and said nothing. Li Tiangong, you pushed Hao away. You drove away the most astonishing talent the Li family has seen in 1,000 years. Li Musho seemed to have lost all his anger at this moment, his face showing a time-worn and desolate look as he glanced deeply at Li Tiangong and said, You will definitely regret what you said today. Li Tiangong's mouth twitched slightly. The child's talent truly was astonishing, which he had seen and felt pained in his heart. But, regret it? He thought of various recent events, then after a deep breath, he said in a low voice, I won't regret it. The one who will regret it will be him. If I can't grind down his stubbornness, those demons will. In less than 3 years, he will come back crying and begging to return. He will realize what he has abandoned today is something countless people in this world dream of obtaining. He's still young, just doesn't know how fortunate he is. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Li Musho and the others, and said slowly, By the command of the Li family's true dragon, I warn you all, no one is permitted to assist him in secret. Violators will be severely punished by the family law. Having said that, his expression turned cold once more and stated, Helping him would be harming him, don't hinder me, I will bring him back. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, not expecting his determination to be so resolute. Xuanli. Li Xuanli started to speak, then stopped. Li Musho's lips trembled slightly and said, "Do you realize, he has not yet recovered from his injuries, and leaving today, how many eyes from all over the world will be fixed on him? Our Li family is a thorn in the side of demons, a nail in their eyes. Once this child leaves Qingzhou and this place, imagine how many demons will ambush and assassinate him along the way. The millennium-old grudge between the Li family and the demons might very well descend upon that child's head." The pupils of everyone present constricted slightly, immediately sensing the danger of the young man's journey. Li Tiangong said expressionlessly, "Second uncle, Hao is my child after all. If you can think of these things, so can I will send people to covertly protect him, and they will act if there's danger." He looked seriously at Li Musho and added, "I am giving him 3 years, not out of impulsiveness, but to let him temper his character. This 3 years is for him to strive for. I will apply to our ancestors, and after 3 years, we will decide the true heir to the dragon again. If he can correct himself by then, he may still claim his position." Li Musho's face trembled, looking at the departing back of the young man, his heart filled with bitterness. This child has never cared for the true dragon. After 3 years, he would probably care even less. Moreover, with the child's talent, if he seriously cultivates, he might very well reach the immortal realm in 3 years. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran forward, crossing everyone and swiftly rushing towards the young man. It was Ren Qianqin, recently recruited into the Divine General Mansion, Li Hao's sword attendant. She had not yet practiced the cultivation technique of Listening Rain Tower, and although she was registered as a resident of the Divine General Mansion, no one stopped her as she decided to follow the young man. However, the girl set out alone, not carrying the black sword box with her. When Chen Hefeng noticed, she came back to her senses, quickly said, "Musho, Hao hasn't brought his sword. How can this be? What about Eternal Night? Hurry and bring it to him." Li Musho was also stunned and immediately released his sense, quickly finding the black sword box within mountain and river courtyard. He immediately took it and caught up with Li Hao, sword box in hand. "Hao, you forgot to take your sword." Li Musho looked at the child in front of him, wanting to say more but stopping himself. Finally, with a sorrowful expression, he said. Li Hao glanced at the old man and slightly shook his head. "Second grandpa, please don't be sad. I don't want the sword anymore. Thank grandmother for me and tell her to give it to someone else. Besides you, who in the Li family is worthy to wield this sword?" Li Musho couldn't help saying. Li Hao's gaze fell on the black sword box, and after a moment of silence, he said slowly, "Let it be disposed of as it was intended. In any case, I won't be taking anything from the Li family again." Having said that, he turned and continued to walk away. "Hao, second grandpa, please go back." The young man didn't turn around but waved his hand as he spoke. Li Musho had a complex look in his eyes, looking down at the black sword box in his hand, feeling bitterness in his heart. Abandoned by 2 generations of owners, Eternal Night, it seemed, would forever slumber in the darkness. Walking down the street, Li Hao moved forward, feeling with each step his body seemed lighter, more at ease. At the entrance to the Divine General Mansion, he saw Song Yufeng and Song Chiumo, but he merely nodded slightly, without saying much. He seemed unfamiliar. He did not wish to involve Tan Palace Academy. Footsteps followed from behind, growing closer, then gradually slowing down. Li Hao didn't turn back, only saying, "I'm no longer the Li young master, why follow me? You haven't been to Listening Rain Tower yet. Tell Zhao, and she'll release you from the attendant contract." Ren Qianqin shook her head slightly, holding her own sword, and said, "Without the cultivation technique of Listening Rain Tower, I can learn others from you." "My cultivation technique might not suit you," Li Hao said. "Besides, going to Heavenly Gate Pass, survival is an unknown." "Then we shall fight demons together," Ren Qianqin said. Li Hao paused for a moment, then continued forward, his voice calm, "Then let's journey together." Joy appeared on Ren Qianqin's face, and she nodded, quickly catching up. Large snowflakes fell, accompanied by a frost like cold mist. The young man of distinguished status walked in the midst of the snowstorm, accompanied only by a white fox, a sword attendant, and the carefree spirit of the winds. Entering Zhonghu for the first time, he forgot his accompanying sword. Re-entering Zhonghu, his hands bore no sword at all. "The path to the horizon is long, from now on, only joy accompanies me. What care have I for idle sorrows?" The young man suddenly sang out loud, letting out a free and easy laugh. Before the divine general mansion, Song Yufeng and Song Chiumo were both watching the departing youth in silence, without words. They had never imagined that after the great battle between father and son, things would become so stiff that this exceptionally gifted young man would run away from home and sever ties with the Li family. Countless people in the world would do anything to step into the divine general mansion and forge even the slightest connection with the Li family. Yet the young man had cast it away as if it were nothing. Who says heaven does not welcome guests, when it sends off a person amidst the vast wind and snow? Song Yufeng murmured to himself. In front of the mansion gate, Li Yinzhao stared blankly as Li Hao's silhouette disappeared, murmuring to himself. From today on, does that mean Hao is without a father? As the words of his whisper faded, his mother Xiao Yu Jing immediately shot him a stern glance, then turned to look at Li Tiangong, whose expression was cold and stern like a slab of iron, her brow furrowing. Standing beside Li Yinzhao, Bian Rushui, however, trembled violently as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock. In her mind flashed scenes from many years ago, when she had followed Uncle Lin to the resplendent divine general mansion, crying all the way. In that unfamiliar environment, it was that child with eyes like stars who told her, her father was in the heavens. On that day, she found a new dependence amidst the pain of losing her father. And now, after so many years, the youth who once comforted and accompanied her had, before her very eyes, also lost his father. Only now, he had left, and she could not only not stay by his side but had not even spoken a word of comfort. At this thought, a sorrowful pang surged through her heart, as if pricked by a sharp thorn, feeling deeply pained. She quickly went after him, but as the wind and snow in the world grew stronger, there was no trace of him left. Heavenly Gate Pass, located to the north of Liangzhou's borders. Liangzhou, vast and sparsely populated, with cold winters and hot summers, barren and infertile land, yet rich in mineral veins. The people here do not like farming and most engage in animal husbandry and trade, and most grain is bought and transported from other provinces. Right now, the moon shone brightly and the stars were sparse. The cold moonlight poured over the earth. In a clearing of a dense forest at the border of Liangzhou, a bonfire was lit, with 2 people and 1 fox sitting around it. On the bonfire, several tiger paws and a tiger liver were skewered on green vine sticks, roasting on the fire. The fragrance wafted through the air, indicating the amount of food clearly exceeded that for 2 people. It's almost done, just wait a bit more. Li Hao, patting the head of the little white fox beside his knee, said with a smile. It had been 5 days since leaving Qingzhou. Thanks to Ren Qianqin paying, they were able to rent a horse-drawn carriage that jolted them all the way to Liangzhou. After returning the carriage at the post station, they could only rely on themselves to walk the rest of the way to this borderland. Fortunately, over the past 5 days, Li Hao's injuries had already healed. In his free time, he pondered his various cultivation techniques and integrated them, creating a unique technique for himself. Having just stepped into the heavenly human realm, the haphazardly combined power he wielded could not bring out the strength of the Grandmaster realm, but after some exploration, if he were to fight again, he was confident he could easily beat his former self. As for whether he could defeat that person, Li Hao was too lazy to think about it for now. Feng, it's almost ready. Li Hao raised his head and called towards the forest. It was Feng who had sent him a message while he was in the divine general mansion, prompting him to agree to come to Heavenly Gate Pass. Otherwise, even if he wanted to cut ties with the Li family, he wouldn't joke about his own life by coming here alone, which was tantamount to courting death. The forest was silent, without any reply. Li Hao had gotten used to this and didn't mind it at all. Suddenly, from the nearby woods came the rustling sound of movement. Li Hao looked up, his divine soul reaching out to explore, and saw a familiar figure pushing through the bushes and walking towards him. Soon, Bian Rushui, following the light of the fire, appeared before the bonfire. Seeing Li Hao, her face immediately lit up with joy, and she said, "It's great, I finally caught up with you." "Why did you come here?" Li Hao asked with some surprise, frowning. "The journey here is very dangerous." "I didn't encounter any demons," said Bian Rushui, gazing at the youth in front of the bonfire. Emotions she had kept under control over the past several days suddenly became hard to hold back, and her eyes reddened slightly. "You accompanied me back then, now I'm here to accompany you." Li Hao looked at her with surprise and asked, "Are you not pursuing the sword path anymore?" Bian Rushui was stunned for a moment, fell silent, then said, "I will not give up the sword, but I want to stay by your side. Otherwise, I can't be at peace." Li Hao then understood that she felt guilty. He laughed casually and said, "Silly girl, don't worry about me. I'm not as fragile as you think. I'm not like you, crying all the time." Bian Rushui, recalling the embarrassing moments when she often woke from nightmares as a child, blushed slightly and said, "Let's not talk about the past. When my father was not around, you were there for me, and now I'm here for you. You want to repay me like this?" Li Hao asked with a smile. Bian Rushui bit her lip slightly, not denying it. "If you've chosen the sword path, don't be indecisive. With such a mindset, you won't even reach the foothills of the mountain, let alone the peak." Li Hao said, "And about that favor, I don't mind it. I've accompanied you, and you've also accompanied me. We're even." Bian Rushui was slightly taken aback, her eyes slightly hazy. Looking at the young man's carefree smile, she hesitated. "Really?" "Really." Li Hao smiled frankly. As the night wind caused the flames to dance, the warm yellow light illuminated Li Hao's face. "By the bonfire," he said to the girl with a smile. "Go back. I'm waiting for you to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. When you come back, tell me what you saw at the top." Bian Rushui looked up slightly. What she saw before her was the warm and tender smile of a young man by the campfire. However, she felt that, although the smile hadn't changed, she seemed to be a very long distance away from the young man. But this feeling was fleeting, as if it were an illusion. She thought of the sword. The restless and unsettled part of her heart seemed to suddenly find a place to land. She thought of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, that ultimate legendary sword technique. In a soft voice, she said, "Brother Hao, you have more talent than I do, and you might even reach that place faster than me." "That's not necessarily true." Li Hao opened his hands slightly and said, "You see, I don't even have a sword." Bian Rushui was startled and then smirked bitterly. Without a sword, one cannot be called a swordsman. But the exquisite sword move Li Hao executed in the fierce battle with Li Tiangang was still unforgettable for her. Even though such extreme swordsmanship and immense sword intent were displayed, why did the person before her seem to care so little about swords? It seemed that this had always been the case since he was young. What exactly does Brother Hao care about? At that moment, a figure silently drifted down from the treetops, landing next to the campfire, interrupting Bian Rushui's thoughts. Her eyes, which held a trace of confusion, instantly became clear as she looked over promptly. There was an old man in a green robe with white hair and beard, his hair casually tied atop his head with an old wooden hairpin skewered through it. Now, he sat carelessly on a wooden stump by the fire, fanning the aroma of the roasted tiger meat toward his nose and clicking his tongue in approval. "Without any seasonings, it's a pity you're not a chef given you can create such delicacies. I would like to be one, but I never had the chance." Li Hao said with a smile, "Is it ready? It's edible now?" Hearing this, Feng Boping no longer held back and picked up a roasted tiger paw to blow on it. The tiger paw had incisions made on it, sprinkled with salt, and smeared with wild herbs that Li Hao had gathered along the way, crushed and rubbed inside. Now, as a result of roasting, everything had soaked into the meat. Feng Boping savored the meat, juice flowing, with no concern for appearances. Li Hao chuckled and drew out Ren Qianqin's sword, using it as a meat cleaver. He cut a portion and then picked some leaves from the tree to use as a plate, handing it to Ren Qianqin. "Thank you, young master," Ren Qianqin said with a gentle smile, taking it with both hands. Li Hao repeated the process, cutting meat from another tiger paw and serving it on a large mulberry leaf, waving Bian Rushui over. Bian Rushui, having hurriedly traveled day after day without proper meals or rest, suddenly felt her hunger keenly. Enticed by the aromatic smell, she walked over. She took the mulberry leaf, glanced at it, without disdain, and casually broke off a twig to use as chopsticks, picking up a piece of meat to eat. "This is really delicious." As soon as she tasted the tiger meat, Bian Rushui's eyes slightly widened with amazement. It was incredibly delicious. In the sword cottage where she practiced, she had seldom indulged. According to her master, succumbing to luxury would surely corrode the sword heart. After all, how could there be room for a sword if the mind were filled with various distractions of eating and playing? Therefore, the meals in the sword cottage were always quite ordinary. "If it's good, eat more," Li Hao said with a smile. He himself picked up a tiger paw, sliced off half a piece, and tossed it to the little white fox. The rest he blew on and then began to eat. "Who is this elder?" During a pause in eating her meat, Bian Rushui curiously looked at Feng Boping, not knowing when Li Hao had made the acquaintance of such a seemingly unfathomable old senior. It's better for you not to know my name, Feng Boping said with a light chuckle before he continued eating and drinking without paying her any more attention. He carried a flask of liquor on his belt, drank from it himself, and then passed it to Li Hao. Li Hao didn't hold back either. Eating meat in one hand and drinking liquor with the other, after he swallowed it all down, the spicy and meaty flavors mingled in his stomach, eliciting an exclamation of satisfaction. Seeing Li Hao in such a state, Bian Rushui felt a bit lost. Drinking was considered the pursuit of rough men. Although most men did enjoy drinking, Li Hao was still quite young in her eyes. "Brother Hao, drink less," Bian Rushui couldn't help saying. Feng Boping laughed loudly. "Kid, your bride hasn't crossed the threshold yet, and she has already started to manage you." Li Hao merely smiled faintly without responding to the comment, continuing to eat and drink. Bian Rushui's cheeks flushed, and seeing that Li Hao wouldn't be persuaded, she stopped trying to convince him and quietly ate her own piece of meat. In the dark forest, stars twinkled. The long night was silent. After eating their fill, everyone settled down to rest. Li Hao lay comfortably in front of the campfire, his expression peaceful and content, his mouth curving into a slight smile as he slept. Bian Rushui sat by the fire, occasionally adding a stick of firewood, and occasionally gazing at the young man with a slightly furrowed brow. Having come out from the divine general mansion, having suffered such serious injuries, and having broken with her father, why did he appear to sleep so soundly? What was he dreaming about? Who was in his dreams? The girl didn't know. She slowly retracted her gaze, staring at the dancing sparks of the campfire in a trance. Birds startled into flight within the woods, and the dawn's first light gradually approached. The campfire had died down. A new day had arrived. On the edge of the forest, on the road through Liangzhou, Li Hao bid farewell to Bian Rushui, telling her to return home without worries. Having said all that could be said, Bian Rushui didn't insist any longer. Carrying her sword, she turned back 3 times, only to see that the young man was no longer lingering in place. Thus, without looking back again, she headed straight down the road she had come from, all the way back. Deep down, she felt a sense of relief. Since Li Hao did not need her company, she could then devote herself wholeheartedly to pursuing her own path of swordsmanship. "Brother Hao, I will definitely reach the pinnacle of the sword path, and then I'll tell you what I've seen." The girl murmured to herself, her gaze gradually becoming steady. Continuing along the official road, the cypress trees gradually became sparse, and in some areas where the cypresses had been obviously destroyed and trampled, there had been no repairs or replanting. The official road also became increasingly dilapidated, with some parts even cracked open, leaving behind thick indentations as if a large python had traversed it, crushing it as it passed. Ahead lies the Dragon Pass Road. Feng Boping's eyes were also slightly grave. The Dragon Pass Road extended from the border's official road like a sharp spike, penetrating thousands of miles away, with Heavenly Gate Pass in Kenya City, where the Li family's army was stationed, at its end. The Dragon Pass Road was the essential route to Heavenly Gate Pass. The road was so long that it took a day's ride on horseback. It was the first emperor of Deu who, thousands of years ago, with the ancestors of the Li family, fought and opened up the territory, step by step, along this path. With this road, the Deu's army could at any time make a long march directly into northern Cold Country, which lay outside of Heavenly Gate Pass. The northern Cold Country was one of the 6 neighboring nations subdued by Deu, becoming a vassal state, but now, as the Deu dynasty declined from its glory, these once vassal states seemed to show signs of restlessness. Li Hao gazed into the distance, faintly seeing a vast white road stretching straight out. That was quick. Li Hao sighed and then continued forward. Before long, they encountered an elderly man and his grandson carrying baskets of medicinal herbs on the official road ahead of them. Although Li Hao, with the little white fox and Ren Qianqin, were walking casually, their pace was still faster than that of the grandfather and grandson, and they slowly caught up with and then overtook them. The grandfather and grandson had noticed Li Hao and Ren Qianqin from a distance, revealing a cautious and even somewhat nervous look in their eyes. Despite the wide and deserted official road, they still unconsciously stepped aside to avoid them. Only when they saw that Li Hao did not pay them any attention did the grandfather and grandson breathe a sigh of relief. They followed slowly at a far distance, yet dared not show anything out of the ordinary. But this behavior was already strange enough in Li Hao's eyes, as the local people seemed to be very vigilant and fearful of strangers. "Young man, are you going further ahead?" Just as they were about to enter the Dragon Pass Road, suddenly, an old voice called out from behind. Li Hao stopped, turned his head, and looked at the grandfather and grandson with a slight frown, surprised that they would initiate a conversation. He smiled and said, "Can't I continue forward?" The old man with a basket full of medicinal herbs looked at Li Hao and then at Ren Qianqin, thinking to himself that they must not be demons but rather descendants of a noble family out on a training journey. He sighed inwardly and said to Li Hao, "Young man, beyond here lies the Dragon Pass Road." Li Hao looked at him with a hint of confusion. Seeing that Li Hao had not yet understood, the old man continued with a sigh. "Once you reach the Dragon Pass Road, you can't go any further. That place is full of demons." "Demons?" Li Hao was surprised, exchanged a glance with Ren Qianqin, and then asked, "The Dragon Pass Road is still within the territory of Ardeu, right? Beyond the end of it, at Heavenly Gate Pass, is where demons dwell." "Heavenly Gate Pass?" The old man appeared momentarily stupefied before shaking his head and saying, "What Heavenly Gate Pass? There's nothing there but mountains of corpses and a sea of blood, nothing but the intense stench of decay and bloodshed." With that, he glanced at the sky, seeming to realize it was getting late, and said right away, "Young man, you want to exterminate demons and uphold justice, which is admirable, but this is no place for you to play. You'd better leave quickly before it gets dark. This official road won't be safe." After saying so, he took his grandson's hand and, carrying the medicinal herbs, continued walking forward. Only the young grandson carrying the small basket kept looking back from time to time. Once they were a kilometer away, the young grandson suddenly said, "Grandpa, it looks like they went in." "What?" The old man was shocked, turning his head to look, but on the official road, there was no longer any sign of the young man and woman. He couldn't help but sigh deeply and said, "No use advising those bent on courting death." On Dragon Pass Road, Li Hao and Ren Qianqin continued to walk at a leisurely pace. But before long, Li Hao's expression subtly changed, and he stopped, turning to look in the direction of the old man and his grandson had traveled. "Young master?" Ren Qianqin was puzzled. Li Hao didn't speak but simply looked around and noticed a wooden stick. He bent down to pick it up and casually sent a wave of sword chi flying with the rough stick. The sword chi was like a gentle breeze, silently sweeping by, but rushing furiously forward. As if stimulated by the breeze, it brushed past the slowly toiling grandfather and grandson on the official road, lifting hairs at their temples as if a warm breeze had swept from behind them. And the breeze traveled ahead, extending over 20 li. There, a demon resembling a crocodile lay in ambush by the roadside, poised to strike. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew along the official road. The demon, sensing something, pupils contracting, tried to move, but its body violently trembled. Then, from its forehead to its body, it split open, with blood and entrails scattering all over the ground. Li Hao smiled faintly, tossing the stick casually to the side of the road. Then clapping his hands, he continued onward. Ren Qianqin didn't understand what had just happened but didn't ask any further questions. Li Hao would occasionally do something strange on their journey, and she had grown accustomed to it. As they delved deeper into Dragon Pass Road, Li Hao encountered more rotting corpses and bones of demons, now merely white bones, left unattended. Along the way, he also came across demons lying on Dragon Pass Road, deeply asleep, turning what was once a road evaded by demons into their own comfortable bed. With these demons, Li Hao showed no mercy. There was no need for Elder Feng to make a move. He dealt with them effortlessly. Throughout their journey, Li Hao's expression became somber as he finally understood why the old man had said what he did. The Dragon Pass Road, established thousands of years ago, seemed now almost abandoned. In theory, over the years, the Li family should have had people guarding this place. Why then had it become like this? Walking intermittently, Li Hao, accompanied by Ren Qianqin and the little white fox, finally arrived at the end of Dragon Pass Road. At the end of Dragon Pass Road is Kenya City. Heavenly Gate Pass is outside the city. Kenya City, built against a cliff, is expansive. Its city walls are towering and sturdy, reaching into the clouds. Inside are magnificent towers, arrow towers, and bustling residential districts. The city is extremely lively and prosperous, and it is also Grand Liang State's border trading post with northern cold country, with heavy traffic of horses and carriages. But that was 800 years ago. Now, there is only a small mound left. The mound is inscribed with the characters, Kenya. This is now the city. A sea of military tents surrounds the mound, firmly ensconced around it as the center. On the perimeter of the tents, several battle flags are planted. The flags flutter in the cold, whistling wind, bearing the ancient characters, heavenly origin. These are the flags of the Li family. The 5 great divine general mansions, each with its own title, such as the Wang family's Tianzhou Divine General Mansion, and the Li family's is the Heavenly Origin Divine General Mansion. At this moment, a cold wind howls, and dust rolls across the land. At the edge of a cliff behind the military tents, there are graves of varying sizes, with shabby, wooden, carved tablets inserted haphazardly. They serve as both headstones and markers for those buried beneath. Chink, chink. Nearby, several soldiers in damaged armor are digging holes with iron shovels. Soon, a few more arrive with a stretcher, which carries a hand, a mangled thigh, torn armor, and a dented helmet. Once the holes are ready, they place these remnants inside and then fill them with sand. Afterward, they find a tree, cut a piece off, split it into a wooden tablet, and use their fingers to etch a few words before planting it atop the grave. On some stretchers, there are only a few fingers and fallen boots. These too are buried, and the wooden tablet is inscribed with the words, Li family soldiers. The cold wind silently sweeps in, blowing through the military tents, weaving through the gaps between them, squeezing out sobs of lamentation. Li Hongzhuang, clad in bright red armor, stands silently in front of the graves, her face expressionless. Most of the wooden tablets here bear no names because the battles with the demons have been too fierce, and preserving a whole body is already quite difficult. After the new graves are all properly filled in, she extends her hand, and a deputy offers her a jug of strong liquor. With a flick of her finger, she kicks out the cork and pours the alcohol over these graves. The last mouthful, she drinks herself. Thus, she shared a drink with these brave soldiers. Without giving another glance, she turns and leaves. She has been doing this for 20 years, and for 20 years, she has witnessed this scene. From the deputy who passed her liquor to now commanding the army. Because the 3rd brother and the 6th brother who once helped her with the liquor have both fallen in succession. So, although a woman, she still chose to step forward. To hold up the sky for Grand Liang State. Li Hongzhuang is the youngest daughter of Li Tianzong. She has 9 brothers renowned throughout the world, each extraordinary and revered by all. Among them, the most prodigious was Li Junya. But he also died over a decade ago. At that time, she was stationed at the frontier pass and could not leave her post, so she could not attend the funeral of the 9th brother whom she played with in the courtyard since childhood. Her tears could only fall on this battlefield. She still remembers her father saying that when naming her, he hoped she would find a good family to marry into. To then raise children and take up scholarly pursuits instead of the sword. To be spared the hardship of slaying demons, but since childhood, seeing the wounds on the soldiers who came back to report military news and the empty tablets in the ancestral shrine, she knew she could not abandon her sword. So she trained diligently, taking a master and learning peerless techniques. Later, she descended the mountain to join the worldly affairs, wielding her 3-foot-long blade to slay the millions of demons outside the pass. Here, she has been fighting continuously for 20 years. 20 years of harsh weather and battle have left her once delicate skin as rough as sandpaper. Her once flowing hair, now pinned under her helmet, has long since been soaked with blood from fights with demons and grease, becoming dirty and smelling faintly of blood. These are things women find hardest to tolerate, but she has become accustomed to them. Aside from her appearance, which remains as stunningly beautiful as ever, nothing else has changed. But her once gentle and clear eyes have turned as cold and sharp as the stars of winter. Commander, the tally is complete, 28 demons slain, 7 dead, 12 injured. Another deputy reports as he approaches Li Hongzhuang. Li Hongzhuang is expressionless. She had witnessed the earlier battle and already had a rough understanding of the casualties. She simply says, "The family sent a letter saying that reinforcements will arrive soon. Once they do, we are to withdraw and rotate out. Have there been any reports on the whereabouts of the reinforcements?" The deputy shakes his head slightly, about to speak when suddenly, a horn sounds from outside the military tents. Both of their expressions change, and they move swiftly, leaping into the air. From their vantage point in the sky, they see a few dots approaching from the direction of Dragon Pass Road. As they draw closer, they make out a young man and woman, along with a white fox. How could there be people coming from Dragon Pass Road? Both are taken aback and quickly fly toward them. They are stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass, which has received some reinforcements over the years, but not many. It seems there has been some intention to abandon Heavenly Gate Pass. Dragon Pass Road, however, has long been lost to the demons. Even the troops that came to reinforce usually took a detour around Dragon Pass Road. Some were already lost in the sands of Dragon Pass Road, suffering heavy losses. A military camp? At this moment, Li Hao and Ren Qianqin approached, both with puzzled expressions on their faces. They had assumed they would find Kenya City at the end of their journey, but instead, they saw military tents everywhere, the ground riddled with pits and cracks, some unprocessed demon corpses, and tattered military flags. It was, unexpectedly, a gruesome battlefield. Li Hao then heard the sound of bugles and saw two figures descending from the sky. "Who are you?" Li Hongzhuang looked at the young man before her, feeling that his features seemed somewhat familiar, and frowned in confusion. Li Hao was about to speak, but then fell silent. He had said he would no longer carry the Li surname. How should he introduce himself? His gaze was a bit lost, but he quickly thought of a name and said, "My surname is Ji. You can call me Ji Hao. I am here to relieve you as reinforcements." Ji Hao? Li Hongzhuang and the deputy had never heard this name, but upon hearing Li Hao's next words, joy filled their hearts. They looked past Li Hao to the distance behind him. "Where are the others?" The two were confused to see nothing behind Li Hao. "I am the one," said Li Hao. The two were stunned, their excitement immediately deflated as they looked at Li Hao. "Just you?" "Not just me," Li Hao continued. "This is my sword attendant, and this one is my little companion. The three of us." As for Feng, he had already concealed himself nearby and was the reason Li Hao dared to come to Heavenly Gate Pass. However, he could not reveal himself to the people before him. Feng's identity was looked down upon and spurned by the world, a sensitive matter. Only his private dealings with the second master and him were known to no one else. Otherwise, it would have caused a great stir. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Li Hongzhuang and the deputy were dumbfounded, their weathered, numb faces showing a hint of astonishment. Looking around again, indeed, there were no other presences. "Just this young man? Reinforcements?" Li Hongzhuang exclaimed in anger. "Are you joking? After waiting for so long, longing for so long, all they get is a teenager." Rage flared in her heart. Li Hao shook his head and said earnestly, "Not at all. I truly am here to take over. For the next 3 years, I will be guarding this place, until I die." "You think you can guard for 3 years?" Li Hongzhuang was so angry she almost laughed. One person guarding a solitary city, even she wouldn't dare make such a claim. Miss Hongzhuang might really be insane. Li Hongzhuang no longer paid attention to Li Hao and instead said to the deputy, "Send a message back on horseback and inquire what Li Tiangong means by this. Is he truly ready to abandon us, or does he have another intent?" The deputy acknowledged and was about to leave. Suddenly, a figure swooped in and landed in front of them. It was an old man wearing battle armor, his hair gray and his gaze steady and contained. He first glanced at Li Hao, then bowed to Li Hongzhuang, saying, "Miss." Li Hongzhuang felt the same immortal energy emanating from the man and looked closely, yet she could not recognize who he was. The deputy beside her seemed to have recognized him and exclaimed, "Are you General Li He?" Li He? Upon hearing the name, Li Hongzhuang pondered briefly, then her face showed surprise. Li He had already made a name for himself outside when she was still a child training in the martial fields. He was of the older generation of the Li family, a peer of her second uncle and others. But he was born to a concubine. In that generation of children from concubines, Li He was one of the outstanding few. "Miss Hongzhuang, may I have a word with you in private?" Li He said. Li Hongzhuang was slightly perplexed, but she still followed him as they flew off to the side. Li Hao and the deputy remained where they were. Li Hao wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the elderly man. Although it was their first close encounter, he had been followed by the other party all the way from Qingzhou, for 5 days already. According to what Feng mentioned, this was most likely a person sent by Li Tian gang to secretly protect him. Li Hao felt nothing about this. On the road, most of the demons were dealt with by Feng and himself. Once his injuries healed, demons below the immortal realm wouldn't require Feng's intervention. At this moment, while the other party was having a private chat with that young ant, Li Hao also asked the deputy, "Isn't Kenya City at the end of Dragon Pass Road? How long will it take to get there?" The deputy spoke gravely, "The place where you are standing now is Kenya City." Li Hao was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Then he looked around. Where was the city? With hundreds of years of warfare and frequent fierce attacks by demons, Kenya City has been weather-worn and has sustained too many serious damages. It no longer has the strength to repair the city walls or to rebuild the enchanted patterns, the entire city has been obliterated. The deputy said, now only that place remains, which can be considered a city, and it's also where we stand guard. With that, he pointed to a small mound not far away. Li Hao looked over and was taken aback. The small mound was only a few meters high and could be easily crumbled with a slap. This was Kangya City? He was aware of the bitter warfare at the frontier pass, but he hadn't imagined it to be this dire. An entire city had been forcefully reduced to flat ground. So you're saying, when you're stationed here with nothing to shield yourselves, you just withstand the demon attacks? Li Hao asked. The deputy, with an emotionless face, replied, the only wall we have are our bodies. Upon hearing this, Li Hao fell silent and said no more. Before long, Li Hongzhuang and Li He both returned. Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao with a complex expression, saying, so you're actually Hao-er. Li Hao glanced at the elderly Li He, guessing that he must have told this young ant about the matter. It's me. Now you believe it, right? You can withdraw your troops now. Li Hongzhuang's eyes were complex and filled with sorrow as she said, how could seventh uncle be so heartless? It was only a minor disagreement. Why did it turn out like this? What about fifth uncle, second uncle, and my eldest sister-in-law? Don't they care? Li Hao shook his head slightly, not wishing to bring up these matters again. Hao-er, you're too impulsive. You should hurry back, or you'll die if you stay here, Li Hongzhuang said. No wonder she felt a resemblance to the young man earlier. Although it was their first encounter, she did not want to see her nephew act foolishly. It's all right. Li Hao gave a faint smile and said, dying here, I can at least be considered a martyr. Dying elsewhere, I would be nothing. Why are you so stubborn, child? Your father wouldn't actually kill you, Li Hongzhuang said with a sorrowful face. Li Hao shook his head and replied, Aunt, it's getting late. You should retreat as soon as possible. I heard these soldiers have been defending this place for many years. They should go back and see their wives, children, and mothers. Upon hearing this, the deputy beside him trembled, and his numb, cracked face seemed slightly moist. Li Hongzhuang fell silent for a moment, then shook her head, others may retreat, but I won't. She looked up at the small mound behind her, although it could no longer be considered a city. This was the place her third and sixth brothers had defended with their lives. She wanted to fight here until the last moment of her life. The heroic spirits of the soldiers here still need someone to accompany them. Li Hongzhuang's eyes were sharp and earnest as she slowly said, I was planning to stay and continue the fight with the reinforcements once they arrived, but since it's only you now, Aunt will stay here and fight the demons with you. We'll kill as many as we can. This is the land of the Dayu dynasty, and the place our Li family has guarded for many years. Unless by imperial decree, we shall not yield a single inch. Her gaze emitted a sharp glint, and her female figure stood tall like a great wall. The news of the troop withdrawal spread, and many soldiers who had been desperately resting and healing in their tents stumbled out in a daze. Only when several lieutenants loudly and repeatedly announced did a semblance of life begin to emerge on their numb faces, followed by an outpouring of mournful wails and sobs. Many soldiers held their heads and wept bitterly, while others ran straight to the mass graves, found their former comrades in arms, laughed and cried, and then scooped up a handful of the yellow earth in front of the graves to hide in their armor to take home. Reporting to the commander, the entire Bloodsha army of the Red Character Camp, which numbered 100,000, is now down to 9,623, all have regrouped. Awaiting your orders, a middle-aged lieutenant, a collateral member of the Li family, came before Li Hongzhuang, his voice hoarse but resolute as he spoke. His eyes, however, were already moist. Li Hongzhuang's face, as pale as the moon, trembled slightly, and her gaze swept over the vice-general before her to the faces behind him, haggard, pale, yet filled with tears of hope. Finally, her gaze settled on the distant mass graves. The remaining 90,000 had already been laid to rest here. They were troops she had personally trained one by one. The vast expanse of graves held not just 90,000, but also those from the battalions led by her third and sixth brothers, buried in this land as far as the eye could see. Even the normally stoic Li Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel her eyes reddening at this moment. She controlled her emotions, took a deep breath, and shouted, I hereby declare, the Bloodsha army begins its journey home today. The phrase, going home, lingered in the ears of 9,632 soldiers, tears swelling in their eyes. All of the Bloodsha army, received, the 3 lieutenants, along with all soldiers, roared in unison. By all, they included the souls of the more than 90,000 buried here, whose spirits they would bring home as well. Finally, they could embark on the journey back home. Amidst the excited and tearful voices, a lieutenant stepped forward, bowed to Li Hongzhuang, and then asked, "Commander, what about our reinforcements?" "Reinforcements?" Li Hongzhuang turned to Li Hao beside her and said, "He is here to replace you as reinforcements." The lieutenant looked at Li Hao, his body trembling. Were they really being replaced by this child? "Commander, this..." "No more questions, go on, go home early. It's hard to travel when it gets dark," Li Hongzhuang said, her expression returning to stern and indifferent. Seeing this, the lieutenant dared not say more. He nodded, took another look at Li Hao to imprint the young man's appearance in his memory. The conversation between the two was overheard by the other soldiers, who, after their initial excitement, were shocked. They were all retreating, and this place was being left to a child? Many soldiers, anxious, cried out for an explanation. Others said that if that was the case, they would stay as well. But Li Hongzhuang just kept a cold face and did not respond. Under the shouting of several lieutenants, everyone was eventually sent away to gather their armor and equipment and then set off for home. Li Hao silently watched as the soldiers passed by, smelling the dust on these veterans and the strong scent of blood. The little white fox crouched at his feet, very well behaved. Ren Qianqin, on the other hand, held her sword and stood quietly behind Li Hao. The young girl, seeing the scars, the damaged armor, and the bent blades of these soldiers, felt her heart quake and tremble, her eyes reddening. "Commander, aren't you leaving?" Another deputy looked at Li Hongzhuang and couldn't help but ask. Li Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. "You all go first, I'll come later, no need to wait for me." She knew that if she said she would stay here, more than half of these soldiers would also want to stay with her, even if she tried to drive them away. After all, they had fought side by side for years. How could they easily speak of abandonment? Hearing these words, the deputy hesitated, then glanced at Li Hao, still unable to understand why someone who appeared to be a wealthy young master had been sent here as reinforcements, to guard this lonely wasteland city. But without Li Hongzhuang's explanation, they could not guess the reasons. Military orders were like mountains, they could only be executed. As over 9,000 people left, the camp suddenly became tranquil and empty. Only Li Hongzhuang, Li Hao, Ren Qianqin, and a little fox remained. Li He's whereabouts were unknown. He had told Li Hongzhuang privately that he would only take action in secret, and would only do so if Li Hao's life was in danger, and not for anything else. Li Hongzhuang had nothing to say to that. She had learned of Li Hao and his seventh brother's matters through Li He, but as she had not been directly involved, she didn't know the specifics. Her only thought was to defend this lonely city. Besides explaining Li Hao's situation, Li He also conveyed a message to her. That was, with smoke and fire rising everywhere in Deu, and demons causing chaos in various places, Emperor Yu was already considering temporarily abandoning and setting aside Heavenly Gate Pass. They would reclaim it when Deu regained its might in the future. Thus, if this place were to fall, they would not blame anyone, and if there were any punishments to be made, Li Tiangang would bear them. Since Li Tiangang had made great contributions in northern Yan, at most he would receive a reprimand, have some of his salary docked. The so-called punishment was nothing more than a show for other officials. In other words, this place had already become an area that was forsaken. There would be no more reinforcements coming. Li He had informed her that Li Hongzhuang could leave at any time and should not lose her life here. But leaving? Li Hongzhuang looked at the dark expanse of tombs. Before her eyes were the scenes of her third brother and sixth brother who had once drunk and fought here, sacrificing their lives, and every inch of this territory was stained with the blood of their soldiers. Emperor Yu wanted to abandon it, her seventh brother wanted to abandon it, but she did not want to abandon it. Li Hongzhuang took a deep breath, reined in her emotions, and walked into the camp. Although those soldiers had left, some tents had not been completely taken down, and were left here to serve as a decoy, making the demons believe they had a larger force. Find any tent you like, the conditions here are poor. Ever since the city was breached, there have been no civilians here, they were all relocated more than a decade ago. Li Hongzhuang casually said to Li Hao, then walked straight into the camp. Li Hao nodded, looked around, and then saw in the distance the uneven mounds of graves. He led Ren Qianqin and the little white fox over, his gaze sweeping over. The names are unified titles engraved on wooden plaques. The cold wind blew, giving Li Hao a bone-chilling sensation. Are these all heroes who died in battle here? Ren Qianqin's pretty face paled. She covered her mouth slightly and said with a tremble. With her own eyes, she saw not just 100,000 but countless tombs. The shock was indescribable. The little white fox that liked to jump around everywhere was also motionless, sitting quietly at Li Hao's feet, silently watching. Li Hao fell into silence for a while. He came here just to repay a debt of his own flesh and blood. Once 3 years were up, the debt would be repaid. However, looking at the numerous soldiers here, he suddenly felt that besides repaying the debt of flesh and blood, there might be another meaning to coming here. During these 3 years, it seemed, he should do something else. It's a pity that his cultivation level is still too weak. At the Celestial Master realm, one could establish a sect within the realm, but in this perilous frontier pass, one could perish at any moment, and he still needed Feng's secret protection. Only by reaching the 3 immortal realms would he have the power to protect himself. My cultivation is improving too slowly. Li Hao's eyes deepened. Although entering the heavenly human realm at 14 was shockingly prodigious, for his current situation, it was still not enough. He needed to become stronger and improve quicker. Li Hao took a deep breath, left the graveyard, and came to the camp. He searched the other tents but couldn't find any food or drink. As he walked by, he saw the figure of Li Hongzhuang sitting on a small mound marked Kenya City, wiping her sword's edge. Elder Hongzhuang. Li Hao called out and walked over. Li Hongzhuang slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at the approaching youth, frowning. You should call me aunt. I'm no longer a member of the Li family, Li Hao said. Li Hongzhuang thought of Li He's words, her expression darkened slightly, and she asked, why has it turned out this way? Li Hao shook his head slightly, not wanting to bring it up, and asked, it's almost night, are you hungry? I'll go find something to eat. Night is approaching, and demons roam about. It's best if you don't leave on your own, Li Hongzhuang said. She knew that Li He would protect Li Hao in the shadows, but she did not want Li Hao to recklessly brave danger. Li Hao looked up to see the moon rising and the stars beginning to shine. He smiled faintly, turned away from the small mound, and, leading Ren Qianqin and the little white fox, he aimlessly strolled through the camp, weaving in and out of the tents. The tents were tidied up cleanly, but some broken armor and rotten smelly clothes were left behind. Li Hao found a cooking area, where he rummaged and found some cans of salt. With a smile, he summoned his divine soul, roaming in all directions, and soon found a demon beast in the wilderness around the camp. He bent down to pick up a broken blade fragment from the ground and tossed it like skipping a stone. The shard flew out, piercing through the air instantly, appearing 30 li away, and with a thrust, it pierced accurately through the brain of the demon beast. The beast's body trembled twice and then lost its life. Using the power of object manipulation, Li Hao drew its corpse over. This was a demon beast weighing about 3 tons, resembling a pig or a lion with protruding tusks. Li Hao took Ren Qianqin's spare sword, used it as a butcher knife, and quickly processed the creature's insides, then cut it into pieces. Qianqin, help with lighting a fire. Okay. Over the days of their journey, Ren Qianqin had grown accustomed to assisting Li Hao. She nodded, found some firewood around, and soon started a bonfire. Li Hao had already prepared the demon beast by then, selecting the best parts and using sharpened sticks or broken spears from the ground to skewer the meat and roast it over the fire. With salt and seasonings, Li Hao kept the cooking simple, but as the sizzling fat from the roasting meat dripped down, a delicious fragrance wafted through the air. While the demon meat was roasting, Li Hao went to a tent. He examined the black and yellow patterned tent for a moment, packed it away, then used his sword to cut it, trimming it into several neat pieces of cloth. He then made a brush from the demon beast's fur and, using its blood as ink, began to paint on the cloth. What are you doing? Li Hongzhuang, lured by the scent, had walked down from the mound and silently approached the bonfire. She unexpectedly asked Li Hao, who was busying himself with his task. Li Hao looked up at her, smiled, and said, your Bloodsha army has withdrawn, along with the military flags. I'm crafting a new war banner. Not all of my flags were taken, some were left here, Li Hongzhuang said. Li Hao smiled faintly, those are yours, this war banner is mine. Oh, Li Hongzhuang looked puzzled. By that time, Li Hao had also finished writing. He released his power, drying the blood on the cloth, then beckoned with his hand, extending his power to manipulate objects several li into the forest, cutting down several trees and drawing them forth. The trees were quickly whittled into poles. Li Hao wrapped them with excess cloth at one end, binding them there, and planted the other end into the ground, erecting them. Thus, a makeshift war banner was created. The cloth hung down, fluttering in the night wind. Two large characters written in demon beast's blood swayed and revealed themselves. Heoshin, Li Hongzhuang stood there stunned for a while, then looked towards Li Hao. Are you really of the 15 Li realm? Li Hao shook his head slightly. I'm in the heavenly human realm, he said truthfully. Li Hongzhuang's pupils constricted slightly, and she froze on the spot. Heavenly human realm? He had not informed her of Li Hao's cultivation, only of some incidents in the household. She, spending most of her time at the frontier pass and largely cut off from the news within the realm, was busy guarding against demons every day, with little care for the affairs within the realm. 14 years old and already in the heavenly human realm? Li Hongzhuang still remembered the year and month when Li Hao was born, which was also the year her 9th brother died in battle. It had been 14 years since then. Li Hongzhuang also remembered that even a prodigy like Li Junya was 17 before he stepped into the celestial master realm. And now, the youth before her had achieved it at just 14. A full 3 years ahead. With such talent, you must be the true dragon of the Li family's generation, right? Li Hongzhuang came back to her senses and couldn't help but ask. Such a treasure, and they left him outside the heavenly gate pass? What was her 7th brother thinking? True dragon. Li Hao's lips curled slightly as he smiled and said. Talent is just that, nothing to be amazed by. The Li family's true dragon isn't anything remarkable. It's only when you have genuine and solid strength that you're truly noteworthy. Li Hongzhuang spoke speechlessly. That's easy for you to say when you're not lacking anything. What do you mean? Talent is just that. It's easy to dismiss talent while standing on the sidelines. Reaching the 15 Li realm might indeed be a result of talent and clan cultivation, but reaching the heavenly human realm isn't something that can be easily explained by talent alone. It requires a 1 in 10,000 kind of enlightenment and realization. 1 in 10,000 isn't much, Li Hao said indifferently. Among the sons of the Li family, having talent that is 1 in 10,000 isn't surprising, but your kind of unprecedented and peerless talent might be 1 in billions among the warriors of Deu spanning 1,000 years. Li Hongzhuang couldn't help but say. Li Hao slightly shook his head, no longer wishing to discuss this matter with her. He simply waved the simple banner in his hand and said. How does this look? Not that great, Li Hongzhuang commented after a glance, speaking truthfully. Li Hao laughed, acknowledging that it was indeed haphazardly made from tent fabric, and certainly not impressive or refined. Yet, he hoped that even so, this banner would still deter the demons. Li Hongzhuang looked at the meat roasting on the grill and said, I've eaten lion hoof demon before, it didn't used to taste this good. That's because it wasn't made by me, Li Hao said with a smile, his eyes showing the earnestness and confidence of a chef. Li Hongzhuang gave him a glance but didn't say anything. She just gazed at the flickering campfire, and in those numbed, indifferent eyes accustomed to battle, a glint of light seemed to emerge. Cooking skill experience plus 182, cooking skill experience is full, please upgrade as soon as possible. The cooking ended, and 2 notifications flashed before Li Hao's eyes, a common occurrence for him now. Cooking was his only artistic skill currently at the 6th stage, but the experience was already full, and only with a spiritual awakening of the mind could he advance to the 7th stage. However, he had yet to find the method to such an awakening. This was different from the need for sufficient focus and passion to reach the 3rd stage. Simply being willfully fond was enough then. It also required a certain level of detachment, similar to establishing a core as a grandmaster. But in life, it's easy to talk about likes. Detachment, however, is more difficult. Li Hao was still exploring the path of transcending in the art of cooking. He had previously checked the tents in each camp. As expected of a frontier outpost, there were no chessboards, no paper for painting, and even the few inkstones and brushes to be found seemed to be kept for recording military intelligence and sending messages. At the moment, he possessed 6 different artistic skills. Chess Dao at the 5th stage, art of painting at the 5th stage, and fishing Dao at the 5th stage. As well as poetry and books at the 3rd stage, musical rhythm at the 3rd stage, and cooking at the 6th stage. Without reaching a state of transcendence and spiritual awakening, his physical body path and swordsmanship were also stuck at the 6th stage, unable to advance further. The immediate task was to condense an art form to the point of transcendence and spiritual awakening to reach the 7th stage. Li Hao thought it over, and given the rudimentary conditions here, chess Dao and art of painting could only be put on hold for now. Aside from cooking, fishing was the most suitable skill to attempt a breakthrough. After reaching the 15 Li realm, Li Hao no longer depended on a fishing rod to fish. With a rod, he could only catch small demons in the Power Passage realm or Zhou Tian realm. Great demons were very difficult to hook, unless it was truly an unexpected catch. Without a fishing rod or line, Li Hao could, like Li Musho, condense his own energy into a line to fish in all directions. It wasn't necessary to have a lake to be considered fishing. Mountains, wilderness, anywhere where creatures could be caught could accumulate fishing experience. Just as children might use hooks to catch frogs in the fields or entice eels from their burrows, it too is a form of fishing. What is fishing? To lie in wait and strike. Li Hao also considered learning new artistic skills, like carving. But he currently lacked not for skill points, and besides, carving until the third stage would still require a passion of the heart to advance further, which would take some time. In this dangerous borderland, he had to quickly elevate himself to the immortal realm to ensure he had the strength to fight alone. At that moment, the roasted meat was ready. Li Hao's thoughts returned as he took off the cooked meat, first handing a portion to Li Hongzhuang. He then sliced off pieces to give to Ren Qianqin and the little white fox before finally picking up a piece and starting to eat himself. Li Hongzhuang took it, thanked him briefly, and proceeded to cut it up neatly with her own dagger, skewering a piece with the tip and putting it in her mouth. There was a noticeable pause in Li Hongzhuang's chewing, followed by a faster pace. Not bad, she nodded slightly, her expression mildly approving, but her eyes revealed satisfaction. Li Hao smiled and, while eating, asked, "Do you really intend to stay and defend this place to the death?" Perhaps due to many years in the military, Li Hongzhuang's behavior and posture were quite manly, and even her sitting position betrayed none of the genteel grace she'd displayed in childhood, aside from sword practice, when she would sit and stitch peonies with a graceful charm. She tore off a piece of sinew casually and said, "Defending to the death is a stretch. I'm just accompanying these brothers a bit further on their journey, and incidentally, I'll slay some more demons. Without reinforcements, this place will eventually fall. It's just a matter of how many I can take down." As she spoke, a sharp glint of harsh coldness inadvertently flashed in her eyes. Li Hao nodded, said no more, and lowered his head to finish his own portion of meat. After filling his stomach, he took another portion, wrapped it in leaves, and set it aside for Feng. He then got up, patted his behind, picked up the several rough banners he had made, and headed out of the camp. Along the way, the war banners were planted at the edges of the campsite. There were 4 in total, each placed in a broad angle. The banners, though made from the camp's materials, bore strong and powerful characters. After all, he was of the poetry and books, 3rd stage. Li Hao looked over at them and smiled. In comparison to the Bloodsha army's banners planted here, they indeed seemed a bit desolate. After the banners were in place, Li Hao returned to the campfire. He took out some papers he had collected from the various tents, as well as his pen, ink, and inkstone, and began recording them one by one. "What are you doing?" Li Hongzhuang asked when she saw him. "Are you writing home?" Li Hao shook his head slightly. To whom would he send a family letter? The world was his home, and at this moment, this place was his home. These are the cultivation techniques of Listening Rain Tower. You intend to record the cultivation techniques? Record them, and then return them to the Li family. Li Hao said with a smile. His expression, however, remained very calm. Li Hongzhuang thought of the matter between Li Hao and Li Tiangang and her face slightly changed. "Do you really intend to completely sever ties with the family? Blood connections cannot be cut." "There is nothing that cannot be severed." Li Hao's eyes narrowed, and his tone grew colder. "Perhaps it's just that your sword isn't sharp enough." Li Hongzhuang picked up on the sting in Li Hao's words and raised her eyebrows, but she did not take issue with him. She understood that this child had just run away from home and was likely harboring great resentment in his heart. "But do you think that by recording the cultivation techniques, you will have returned them?" Li Hongzhuang said. Li Hao responded indifferently. "The techniques I return are all the original advanced versions, more than sufficient as compensation." Indeed, he intended to write down the deeper levels of understanding of the cultivation techniques he had realized and return them to the Li family. Even though by doing so the Li family would profit immensely, he did not bother to quibble over the matter. It was enough if he could sever the ties. "Oh?" Li Hongzhuang was astonished and asked, "How many have you cultivated?" Advancing cultivation techniques requires tremendous energy and effort. If it were 1 or 2 techniques, it would be feasible, but if there were many, could he really enhance all of them to an advanced level? How much energy and time would that take? "Dozens, I suppose," said Li Hao offhandedly. He had already started writing the first technique. Stone Skin 100 Refinements, Advanced Version, Golden Skin 100 Refinements. The original low-grade technique, under the promotion of his 6th stage physical body path, had evolved into a high-grade technique, strong enough to refine the body to be as tough as metal. Although he was at the same Grandmaster realm as others, Li Hao's body, through these body-refining techniques, was more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster. Moreover, Li Hao wrote down the profundity of the technique, Golden Skin 100 Refinements, Vajra. It could burst forth instantaneously, increasing the body's defensive power several times over. If only for a short while, its effect could be considered a semi-immortal, indestructible realm defense. Should he reach the indestructible realm and then use the Vajra profundity, the defense would be even more formidable. This profundity was not included in Stone Skin 100 Refinements, so he did not consider it breaking his word about using techniques from the Li family. As for the enhancements brought to his body by Stone Skin 100 Refinements and many other body refining techniques, he could not discard them, so instead, he used this more generous gesture as compensation. Dozens. When Li Hongzhuang heard Li Hao's words, she couldn't help but pause. She looked at Li Hao's face, solemn and serious in the light of the campfire, not seeming to joke. She was a bit dazed. At the age of 14 he had cultivated to the heavenly human realm and mastered dozens of techniques. In the years she had been away from the family, what kind of monster had the Li family cultivated? Suddenly, Li Hongzhuang's face changed, and she abruptly turned her head to look outside the camp. In the darkness of the night, there seemed to be clouds of darkness swaying, like shadows shaking in the woods. It looks like they know we have retreated. Murder flashed in Li Hongzhuang's eyes, and she grasped the hilt of the sword beside her. Li Hao also lifted his head and stopped writing. The wind carried a foul smell, that of demons. "Stay here, I'll be right back," Li Hongzhuang said as she got up and headed into the shadows. But Li Hao did not truly intend to wait here. His divine soul flew out from behind him, and in its vision, the night was as clear as day. He saw the figures of demons rushing toward the camp from the forests tens of miles away. The surging waves of the hidden current spread through the bushes and over the rocks, closing in silently. There were not a few in number. Li Hao immediately put away his pen and the papers recording the cultivation techniques, handing them to Ren Qianqin. "Take care of these for me." Having already turned pale upon hearing Li Hongzhuang's words, Ren Qianqin said nervously, "Young master, are you going as well?" "Stay here, Feng will watch over you in secret." Li Hao glanced at the leaves wrapped up meat, besides, he hasn't had his dinner yet. Smiling at the young girl, Li Hao then patted the little white fox's head and moved forward. As he walked, he raised his hands slightly and broken short swords from all around began gathering towards him. He grabbed one of the less damaged swords in his hand, and the rest followed his figure forward. "Li Hongzhuang, the army has retreated, and you still dare to stay behind. Do you want to be buried with your soldiers? They are all in my stomach, come and get them." Outside the campsite, a roar, like a tiger's bellow, erupted, revealing ferocious delight and a vicious atmosphere. Clearly, the chance to catch them was a delightful opportunity for it. Kai Hu Jun. Li Hongzhuang, clad in bright red armor and wielding a 3-foot sword blade, stepped beyond the camp, her gorgeous face revealing an icy resolve. "You escaped last time, but I've been waiting for you. Haha, did you think I would come alone? Fei Peng, come out and meet this Iron Lady." From the darkness, a huge tiger demon wrapped in chains appeared, a ferocious expression on its face. With its roar, a dark cloud suddenly attacked from the night. Swish, countless black feathers burst from the sky, assaulting Li Hongzhuang like a shower of arrows. Li Hongzhuang lightly tapped her toes and gracefully retreated, dodging the steel like black feathers. She looked up at the enormous black bird, as big as a hill, her eyes also showing a hint of solemnity. "Kill," Kai Hu Jun roared, giving the charge order. From the distant wilderness, the ground shook, and numerous demons rushed forward, heading towards the pass. In front of the pass stood only a single figure of a woman in bright red, wielding a sword. Li Hongzhuang's eyes were cold and sharp, showing no sign of retreat. The aura around her gradually built up, like a gathering storm. Swish, 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 countless flying stones and poisonous fog swiftly attacked from the forest, driven by the demons of the 15 Li realm, covering the campsite. Moreover, some demonic creatures emitted strange piercing screams, containing divine soul shocks that resonated on Li Hongzhuang. A golden divine soul appeared behind Li Hongzhuang, its hands forming seals, and with a forceful chant like the tolling of a bell, it shattered all the demon arts. At the same time, the divine soul waved its hands, stirring up a gust of wind that dispersed the incoming poisonous fog. Previously, with the army present, without her defense, these demon arts alone would have caused heavy casualties among the troops. Compared to these wave-like demonic creatures, Li Hongzhuang's attention was always on those two great demons. Soon, a multitude of demons arrived like rolling black smoke, like a ferocious tide of beasts, enveloping the skies and the earth, seemingly about to drown the figure in red. But suddenly, a dragon-like hum of a sword resounded. The 3-foot green blade erupted with light, transforming into a giant sword, and fiercely slashed into the midst of the demons. In an instant, numerous demon corpses were severed and burst apart. But there were many demons, and Li Hongzhuang was quickly surrounded. She swung her sword in succession, slaying them, her body radiating golden light, blocking some of the attacks from the demonic objects. Suddenly, a black feather mingled with the demons shot towards her. Li Hongzhuang's gaze sharpened, prepared for the attack. She swung her sword forcefully, displaying the Li family's swordsmanship from endless sea. Severing river. The sword's edge was heavy and forceful, as if it could split the earth, slicing the black feather in two. Simultaneously, a foul wind descended. Kai Hu Jun closed in, its enormous body simply with a paw the size of Li Hongzhuang's delicate form, slamming down with a purple glow in its palm and lightning exploding. Li Hongzhuang swiftly countered with her sword, but was still knocked back by the strike. Fei Peng in the sky suddenly attacked, spewing a jet of golden flames, faster than arrows, aiming for Li Hongzhuang's retreating position. A flash of golden light shone in Li Hongzhuang's eyes as she executed another cultivation technique, breaking away. Flames suddenly sprang from her sword edge, slashing out and dispersing the golden flames. As she acted, suddenly a sharp whistling sound charged at her, the onslaught coming with a sonic boom. It was a toothed demon with curved sharp fangs that burst out from the horde of demons. Upon seeing this demon, Li Hongzhuang's pupils slightly dilated, recognizing it as the 6-tusked sting pig that was on par with Kai Hu Jun, said to have the blood of an ancient demon king. At this moment, it capitalized on the gap when she made her move, suddenly unleashing its power with precise timing. A fierce light shone in Li Hongzhuang's eyes as blood qi surged throughout her body. She swung her other fist with a punch that burst forth with invincible might. It was the half-step invincible fist. However, she had not perfected it. After all, that pinnacle step could only be understood by that old master himself. It wasn't that he refused to teach her but that she couldn't display its essence, because this grandmaster cultivation technique was not something she comprehended herself. With a bang, her body flew backward, her punch negated. After all, she was hastily responding to a concentrated attack and now, with her blood qi in turmoil, she had sustained minor injuries. Kai Hu Jun and Fei Peng quickly pressed their assault, giving Li Hongzhuang no chance to catch her breath. Li Hongzhuang could not afford to hold back any longer and unleashed unwithering power. She had already stepped into the third phase of the 3 immortal realms, the unwithering realm. At this moment, the unwithering power surged, all her blood qi suppressed, and boundless fierce strength poured out from within her. Her expression turned icy cold, knowing they allowed Fei Peng to appear specifically to lull her into thinking they were the only ones coming, while in reality, they had also brought this pig demon. Swish, suddenly, a sound of piercing the air attacked from behind. Li Hongzhuang's expression changed. Thinking it was an ambush, she quickly glanced back, only to be slightly startled. She saw several flying swords speeding towards her, aimed at the 2 attacking great demons, which were easily shattered by them with a flick of their claws. These flying swords, being incomplete, could not withstand the power of great demons, even though they were made of tough precious metal. Are there others? The 3 great demons quickly turned their gaze to the rear. Kai Hu Jun's expression turned vicious. There's actually another brat, heavenly human realm, seeking death. They all saw a young man, sword in hand, approaching alone. Flip over all the tents for me, Kai Hu Jun roared angrily, to prevent others from hiding and playing tricks. Demons surged into the campsite from all directions, tearing and destroying any battle flags at the boundary with no regard. Some tents were instantly ripped apart and demolished. Li Hongzhuang saw that it wasn't a sneak attack, but Li Hao coming to her aid. Her expression changed as she angrily shouted, "Get back!" She had to focus all her attention on the 3 equal-ranked great demons, having no time to worry about Li Hao. "It's fine, you do your thing," said Li Hao calmly. Li Hongzhuang immediately became infuriated, but then she remembered he was lurking in the shadows. With him there, Li Hao wouldn't be in danger unless several immortals specifically targeted him. Immediately, she gathered her focus and charged at Kai Hu Jun first. Meanwhile, within the group of demons, several powerful and demonic figures suddenly soared away, rushing towards Li Hao. A demon with a serpent-like demonic aura coiling around its body shifted its shape into a fair-skinned beauty in a black dress, looking seductively at Li Hao. "Little brother, you smell so nice, but you stink though," Li Hao said. The seductive woman in the black dress couldn't manage to smile, while laughter erupted from the side. A hulking, rugged man strode towards Li Hao. "I'll be the first to have a taste." The energy within his body leaked out, forming the shadow of a giant ape behind him, towering over like a mountain. Li Hao glanced over at Li Hongzhuang, said no more, his gaze turning tranquil before suddenly releasing the energy within his body. The major arteries throughout his body violently pulsated, and his yin and yang dual pulse opened in an instant. With one step, the ground of the entire camp seemed to tremble and quiver. "What?" The burly man walking towards Li Hao changed his expression instantly, his face showing alarm. "What is this?" Li Hao had already rushed in for a sudden attack, his eyes cold as stars, and in a moment he was in front of the man, stepping halfway forward and pushing out a punch. The roar of the punch seemed to extinguish all the wind on the battlefield. Then came an explosive, howling punch, fiercely slammed out. The burly man was terrified, his body abruptly swelling, black, thick, and dense fur seeping out all over as he tried to reveal his true form, slapping his palms towards Li Hao and roaring, "Attack together, he's not normal." With a bang, the palms shattered and burst, flesh and blood splattering, followed by the giant burly body being instantly penetrated. An invincible-like punch broke through the body, leaving a massive hole. This heavenly human realm great ape demon had not even had the chance to reveal its true form before it was killed by a punch from Li Hao. The seductive woman in the black dress had her bewitching smile instantly freeze, then her pupils contracted into serpent eyes. The remaining great demons also changed color, as a demon wind suddenly rose, all showing their true bodies, not daring to hide any longer. "What kind of creature is this kid? A demon-possessed body? Damn it, let's join forces and kill him." Several demons, now all revealing fierce expressions, dared not to be careless and all charged at Li Hao together. The seductive woman in black dress transformed into a green-scaled viper, with poisonous fog emitting between the green scales, sweeping towards Li Hao with a fishy smell. Another demon, a many-eyed giant deer, shot out a rainbow-colored divine light from its head, turning into a radiating flying sword slashing at Li Hao. Another, a purple-eyed mad bull demon, gathered a blood-red eye within its horns, reflecting Li Hao's figure, as if it was some kind of special demon art. Facing the attacks of several demons, Li Hao did not take them lightly, his eyes showing a trace of coldness, his hand violently slashing out a sword chi with the broken sword edge. In the air, fragrant petals appeared to fall to the ground and then bloomed into blood-red seeds, birthing Manjusaka. Amidst the scattering petals, suddenly a huge and sharp sword chi slashed out. In an instant, the distance between Li Hao and the three giant demons seemed to be severed, the sword chi arriving in a flash. 3 streaks of blood spattered, and with a thump, the majestic head of the many-eyed giant deer fell, abruptly cut off. Simultaneously, under the sweeping sword chi, the waist of the green-scaled viper was sliced in two. The waist of the purple-eyed mad bull demon was cleanly cut open, leaving a deep gash. However, because the sword chi had consecutively cut through 2 great demons, by the time it reached this one, the momentum had slightly weakened, unable to cut through its body. Still, the 3 great demons previously brewing terrifying presence instantly dissolved and crumbled. The 2 halves of the green-scaled viper's body writhed and tumbled violently, its screams of pain and terror fixated on Li Hao. From the body of the many-eyed giant deer, a fragmented divine soul rushed out, trying to escape into the distance. But a petal fell, turning into sword chi in a flash, eradicating its divine soul. "This isn't the heavenly human realm, run, we can't hold against this." The head and tail of the green-scaled viper started fleeing separately in terror, retreating far into the distance. The purple-eyed mad bull demon's organs slid out, but it hastily shoved them back into its stomach using its power of material control. Its eyes turned from bloodthirsty madness to fear and pain, and it turned to flee. Having struck down 3 demons with a single sword, Li Hao watched them attempt to flee and was not about to let them go easily, quickly pursuing them. However, his movement technique was not fast, being only at the second stage. But he still had one skill point left. In the past, within the Divine General Mansion, Li Hao had no need for a movement technique, but at the frontier pass battling demons, the importance of movement technique became evident. Without hesitation, Li Hao immediately chose to allocate the point. Soon, his movement technique advanced to the third stage. A flood of information rushed into his mind, and at the same time, his bi-functioning movement technique progressed from pinnacle to its true form. With one step, Li Hao's figure seemed to be surrounded by condensing wings, adding to his speed. Two heavenly human realm great demons were injured. Though they fled desperately for their lives, Li Hao's sword was faster. Bian appeared again, the petals paving the way. The sword chi instantly tore open the body of the purple-eyed mad bull demon, ripping its body apart. Then, the sword chi turned like a corner and exploded the head of the green-scaled viper. Both great demons perished instantly. Being of the same heavenly human realm, they were no match for Li Hao in a single encounter. Li Hao's gaze shifted towards Li Hongzhuang, wanting to assist her. The disparity between his abilities today and when he first stepped into the heavenly human realm was immense. In these past few days of consolidation, he had integrated many cultivation techniques into his Grandmaster path, forming a rudimentary new technique system. But at that moment, another great demon charged out from the demon horde. At the same time, demons were colliding everywhere in the camp, tearing many tents to shreds. Other demons were charging towards that graveyard. Li Hao glanced at Li Hongzhuang. She was surrounded by three immortal realm great demons but had not fallen into a disadvantage. The peerless technique she executed was so powerful that the three great demons dared not resist it head-on. It seemed that she could hold on for a while longer. Li Hao no longer held back nor saw any need to hide his strength, deploying the heaven and earth law manifestation. In an instant, a Dharma body, golden body 100 feet tall appeared, as if a majestic deity had descended. Li Hongzhuang, deeply engaged in fierce battle with the three great demons, was startled by this sudden grand aura. When she noticed, she was shocked. A divine soul of such stature was at least an entity of the four stands realm. Yet the appearance of the divine soul was that of the same youth from earlier. Shock surfaced in Li Hongzhuang's eyes. She did not know what kind of soul-refining skill Li Hao had practiced to condense his divine soul to such a terrifying degree. At this moment, Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation stood tall in the middle of the camp. Raising his palm, he struck down into the horde of demons, and immediately, countless demons were annihilated with a single slap. In the face of this horde, deploying the endless sea swordsmanship would have been most suitable. It was excellent for large-scale group attacks. Or deploying the falling snow sword skill would also cover a wide area. But both were martial arts of the Li family, which Li Hao had promised not to use again. He manipulated the Dharma body, deploying his self-created technique that combined cultivation techniques into his Grandmaster path. Falling snow sword skill plus yin and yang inversion sword plus rain's intent formed a new swordsmanship, the blizzard sword technique. Two superior sword skills, infused with the rain, one of the many natural elements, created a brand new top-tier peerless technique. Li Hao took all of nature as his master. The rain was one of the elements, its intent complementing the falling snow sword skill. Paired with the reality and illusion of the yin and yang inversion sword, the moves within the blizzard were unpredictable. Regrettably, Li Hao did not have a divine sword in his hand at the moment, which greatly reduced the might of his sword technique. Still, it was more than enough to annihilate these lesser demons. In an instant, the temperature dropped sharply, the cold spread far and wide, as if snowflakes started to appear, accompanied by raindrops like dew. They were then swept away by a force, transforming into a storm that swept into the horde of demons. Demons that touched the edge of the blizzard were swiftly slashed and torn apart, their bodies uncontrollably sucked into it, utterly pulverized. These seemed like snowflakes and wind blades, but in reality, they were vortices formed by numerous sword chi. Li Hao took a deep breath, veins throbbing vigorously, and swung his sword thrice in succession. 3 blizzard vortices swept through the camp, a vast number of demons falling dead. With each movement of the heaven and earth law manifestation, more demons were trampled and killed. Even 15 Li realm demons that tried to attack Li Hao's Dharma body were effortlessly crushed with a single palm. Li Hao stood in the camp, like an invincible war god, manipulating sword chi to slay all the demons. More and more demons surged forward, but they suffered heavy casualties, blood flowing and limbs scattering everywhere. Li Hao held a broken long sword in his hand, standing unshaken. In his heart, he regretted and marveled that among his first 6 realms, it seemed that only divine traveling had reached its pinnacle, condensing the heaven and earth law manifestation. The other realms had yet to touch their limits. Once he had opened up all his major meridians, perhaps he would reach the limit of the Zhou realm. Who knew what mysteries would then unveil, and the same was true for the other realms. Divine might. Seeing more demons charging towards the graveyard, Li Hao's eyes suddenly blazed with fury as he deployed the Buddha nature realm power of the heavenly human realm, divine might. The heavenly human realm had 3 stages: unity, Buddha nature, and great grandmaster. Just stepping into the heavenly human realm, strictly speaking, one could not be called a grandmaster but was only able to integrate one's own techniques into a whole. The next step was to condense the divine soul, fortify it into Buddha nature, commanding divine might to intimidate thousands with a single fury. The last was the great grandmaster realm, a match for 10,000 enemies. Reaching this realm, one could struggle in the midst of an army, but not for long. The freedom to come and go in the 3 immortal realms was still vastly different. After days of consolidation, Li Hao had moved from unity a few days ago to the great grandmaster realm. 10,000 enemies were no match. At this moment, he stood in the camp like a divine general that commanded awe in all directions, constantly wreaking havoc with the Dharma body, concentrating divine might to deter the demons in front of the graveyard. Then he condensed divine might into a sword, just as he had done when he battled Li Tiangang, the opponent's divine might knife. Of course, the divine might condensed by the 3 immortal realms was even more formidable than that of the Grandmaster realm. The strength of this divine might depended on one's own divine soul power. And Li Hao's divine might was exceptionally peerless within the same realm. At this moment, his roar caused many demons to be frightened out of their wits, halting their headlong charge abruptly. Li Hao charged through, killing all the demons that had invaded the camp. The falling snow sword skill swept through the camp, wreaking havoc and devouring the lives of these demons every moment. Although Li Hao was alone, with the aid of the heaven and earth law manifestation, he had the momentum of being invincible, causing the demons at the rear to calm down, fear taking hold of their hearts, and the intent to retreat emerging. Bastard! In the distance, the Feipeng that was besieging Li Hongzhuang saw its demon troops suffering heavy casualties and was beside itself with rage, letting out an indignant screech to the sky. What are you looking at? Li Hongzhuang suddenly swung her sword at it. The Feipeng hastily dodged, but its wing was still slashed, causing it both shock and anger. It said to Kai Hu Jun, "You hold her off first, I need to go quickly and cut down that damned brat." Kai Hu Jun wanted to keep it there but then thought that the Iron Lady seemed to care quite a bit about the boy just now. Perhaps if the Feipeng could go and kill him, it might distract her, so it immediately nodded, "Go quickly and return quickly." 3 breaths. The figure of the Feipeng had already swiftly darted out, intending to tear that damned boy to shreds within 3 breaths. Li Hao was still pushing through and slaughtering the group of demons when he suddenly sensed the sound of something cleaving through air. He turned his head and saw that it was the black giant bird. Far from being alarmed, he was actually pleased. This would ease some pressure off Li Hongzhuang. I wonder, how much does my current strength fall short of the 3 immortal realms? Li Hao no longer paid attention to the group of demons. The heaven and earth law manifestation behind him also turned around, looking down upon the approaching black giant bird. Die! The Feipeng roared and charged directly, unleashing its most ferocious attack, shooting out a black coruscating light like thunderous lightning, aiming to kill the boy. Li Hao's eyes grew solemn as he slowly stepped forward, executing another peerless technique he had comprehended. Half-step invincible fist plus river-severing sword skill plus meteor's intent, combining to form his own punch, Fury Star. With each step, the cultivation technique within Li Hao's body rapidly contracted and circulated, reaching 7-fold in a blink of an eye. The 7-star lighting trait was triggered, and the power of the cultivation technique doubled. Combined with the yin and yang double explosion power, just the strength that burst forth from his physical body alone reached 35 million jin. At the same time, the relentlessly fierce sword intent of the swordsmanship, paired with the power amplification of the invincible fist and the boosting assistance from the law manifestation. This punch from Li Hao reached the pinnacle of power. Amid the howling, the entire night sky seemed to lose its color, and the sparkling punch tore through the night, erupting forth. The air twisted, with the ultimate punch bursting out like a meteor, carrying an overwhelming invincible might, reflecting in the pupils of the black giant bird. This is impossible, the black giant bird screamed, flailing its claws and firing more than a dozen black thunders, but they were annihilated before the punch's might. It was then engulfed by the punch's shadow, its massive body struck by the law manifestation's punch and sent flying, crying out in agony, its chest caved in and shattered, feathers falling and scattering. With a whoosh, the body of the black giant bird tumbled into the battlefield where Li Hongzhuang was, covered with blood and dust from the ground, and it was in a sorry state. Kai Hu Jun and the 6-tusked sting pig's pupils shrank, their faces filled with shock, nearly being caught by Li Hongzhuang's blade in their moment of distraction, close to being split in two. They quickly put distance between themselves and the bird, turning to look at the black giant bird. The other had said it would return in 3 breaths, now what about 3 breaths? It had returned in just 1 breath. But it was beaten back. The 2 immortal great demons stared dumbfounded at the distant boy, whose aura was undoubtedly that of the heavenly human realm. But, you're telling me someone from the heavenly human realm can send an immortal great demon flying in a single breath? Li Hongzhuang was unable to take advantage of the situation and felt annoyed, but seeing the Feipeng on the ground, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock in her eyes and involuntarily divided her attention to look towards Li Hao. Was that move just now his own doing? At this time, the Feipeng on the ground got up, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and some shattered internal organs. In its eyes emerged a mix of alarm and fear, and as it looked toward the boy, felt the threat of death from that one punch, terror rising in its heart. Run! The Feipeng no longer dared to stay. Demons cherished their lives, and there was no point tangling with the human race, especially when they were not sure if there were other humans lurking in the shadows. They had mainly come today to probe, and if they could have managed to kill Li Hongzhuang in passing, it would have been an excellent outcome. But that boy was too peculiar, making it uneasy. To the Feipeng, letting out a cry of warning was acting with enormous compassion. As soon as it finished speaking, it already spread its wings and soared into the sky, darting towards the distance with great speed. Kai Hu Jun and the 6-tusked sting pig's faces changed slightly, realizing that with their opponent fleeing, facing 2 against 2 would definitely put them at a disadvantage. Previously, with 3 against 1 and if they could prolong the battle, they might have managed to kill Li Hongzhuang, but now without the Feipeng, it became even less likely. Almost without hesitation, they too escaped quickly. They had attacked this city several times, and if they couldn't breach it, they would retreat. Li Hongzhuang swung her sword to chase, but the 2 great demons were extremely fast, and the demon horde met her head-on to impede her, acting like human shields. Even though they posed no threat to Li Hongzhuang, they delayed her pursuit. You stay here and watch, I'll go after them. Before Li Hongzhuang could stomp her foot in secret frustration, Li Hao's voice came from behind her, and then he charged forward, riding the winds to chase after the 2 great demons. Li Hongzhuang was startled, her expression changing drastically. Do not enter a forest when encountering them, do not pursue desperate bandits. This is a great taboo for those in the military. But Li Hao had already chased after their quarry. Li Hongzhuang wanted to stop him, yet it was already too late. Grinding her teeth in anger, she swiftly swung her sword, planning to slay all the demons before her and then chase after Li Hao. She worried that if she left at this moment, those demons would destroy the graveyard, where the lingering spirits of over 90,000 of the Bloodsha army lay, alongside the subordinate officers of her 3rd and 6th brothers. For years, what she had been guarding was not just a city, but its people. All she hoped was that he could stop Li Hao in time, or at least ensure he could retreat in one piece. Whoosh! Li Hao chased at full speed. Some demons on the ground attempted to rush over to block him, but Li Hao simply slashed them down with his sword. Trampling over the fallen corpses of the demons, his speed increased even more. His control over objects was already about 3 times that of a normal heavenly human realm practitioner, and now, combined with the Bai Fengxing true form skill, he was only slightly slower than the 2 great demons of the 3 immortal realms, at least not enough to lose them. After chasing for 40 li, just as the 2 great demons were about to dive into the wilderness, Li Hao shouted loudly. Stop! The 2 great demons suddenly turned back, noticing the young man who had been closely following them. The reason they hadn't turned around earlier was precisely because they feared that Li Hongzhuang would also join the chase. But now, with Li Hongzhuang still at the camp, even if she wanted to rush over, it was already too late. You rotten brat, you dare to chase after us by yourself? The two great demons suddenly spun around, their faces twisted in ferocity and cold sneers. They had led Li Hao to this place for exactly this reason, to lure him over. Li Hao's gaze settled on the dazzling white tusks of the six-tusked brute hog as he said, "Those teeth of yours are quite good, just what I need for a sword. I hope to borrow them for a bit to craft something." "You're simply seeking death." The six-tusked brute hog was furious. Did this mere heavenly human realm meal actually dare to covet its precious tusks? With a roar, its body swelled, demonic energy boiled, and behind it formed a towering, 10 jong tall phantom image of a gigantic beastly hog. Its fur turned from dark to blood red as if engorged, its bristles standing up like steel needles, displaying divine might as it charged straight towards Li Hao. If it were an officer under the heavenly human realm, without the protection of the protecting heart military might formation, the mere divine might emanated by this demon hog would be enough to make them petrified, unable to hold onto their weapons. Li Hao himself had reached the heavenly human realm, and although the divine might affected him, the impact was limited. Suddenly, he activated the tiger press feature, an echoing roar of a fierce tiger emanating from his body. At the same time, he did not evade, and in the face of the demon hog's momentum that could destroy a city wall array, he stomped firmly in place. He extended his arms, and the qualities of the Changchi Mountain's painting were ignited. His body, stable as a mountain, stood tall and unmovable. With a thud, he grasped at the demon hog's tusks. The brute force sent him sliding dozens of meters backward in midair, yet his feet retained the stomping posture without changing. "Rise!" Li Hao suddenly roared, his slender arms erupting with the power of a true dragon, hoisting the body of the brute high up, then mercilessly spinning to smash it on the other side of the ground. The ground shook, sounding like an earthquake, and a deep pit caved in. In hiding, Li He, on the verge of intervening, halted his steps instantly, his pupils contracted in shock. On the road, he had sensed a powerful presence secretly protecting Li Hao, but aside from the battle between Li Hao and Li Tiangang, he had not seen Li Hao combat other experts of the three immortal realms. Now, whether it was the punch that had repelled Feipeng earlier or the current bludgeoning of the demon hog, Li Hao demonstrated formidable and tyrannical strength. Could he truly be just heavenly human realm? What kind of Tianren sect grandmaster could possess such impressive might? On the collapsed ground, the six-tusked brute hog let out an agonizing scream, vomiting a large mouthful of fluids and blood, the stench pungently offending the nostrils. It had reached the indestructible realm, its body tough as solid metal, impervious to sword and blade. Yet, under the 3 million Jin colossal force burst from Li Hao's arms, it was still thrown and smashed into disarray, its internal organs displaced, sustaining grievous injuries. "You bastard, stop!" Seeing Li Hao about to deliver the killing blow, Kai Hu Jun could no longer tolerate, bellowing in fury as he charged at Li Hao. Li Hao instantly unleashed the characteristic of the Changchi Mountain's painting. Behind him appeared the ancient figure of the demon king Changchi, standing atop a mountain, his stature tiger-like. Its eyes, seemingly overlapping with Li Hao's, both glanced up, coldly leering at the charging Kai Hu Jun. Kai Hu Jun's pupils constricted, sensing an overwhelming aura of ferocity washing over him like a surging river, pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe, his blood running cold. His body's forward charge meant for reinforcement halted inexplicably right then under this deterrent. And it was this pause that allowed Li Hao's body to spring forth, diving towards the six-tusked brute hog, his feet descending on its head like a weighty mountain, pressing the just arising hog back into the ground. Then, Li Hao wrapped his arms around one of the ivory-like white tusks, twisted at his waist, leveraging the full force of his body, and with a crack, he actually snapped off the 2-meter-long tusk. As the tusk came off, blood splattered, and the six-tusked brute hog let out an earth-shattering scream, its limbs flailing in agony. But Li Hao, holding the tusk, thrust it viciously back through its eye socket. Although the six-tusked brute hog was in the indestructible realm, it had not cultivated to the ultimate peak. Its eye socket remained its most vulnerable spot. Immediately penetrated, the tusk plunged into it, the entire length disappearing, its screams growing even more deafening, shaking the wilderness. By then, Kai Hu Jun had also snapped back to reality, his heart shaken. In just this short span, the mid-stage six-tusked brute hog of the three immortal realms had almost been killed by the young man. "Stop!" Kai Hu Jun roared, charging at Li Hao once again. Li Hao embraced the pig's fang he had drawn out and turned to look at the onrushing Kai Hu Jun. His eyes were icy as he suddenly executed a sword technique he had devised himself, a single target killing move. Meteor's Fall. This was a sword technique infused with Meteor's intent, sharing a wondrous similarity to Furious Star. Using the fang as a sword, the white light shone in an instant, and sword chi crisscrossed the air. Li Hao layered in the hidden bow characteristics from the swordsmanship patterns within his flesh, allowing him to conceal his true killing technique. Once struck without notice, the destructive power would be doubled. Kai Hu Jun roared in shock and anger, swinging the divine iron chains on his body and fiercely lashing them at the sword chi emitted by the fang. The whip shadows were like dragons, shattering the sword chi effortlessly as if encountering no resistance. Before Kai Hu Jun could react, a supremely sharp light of a sword surged from the darkness. The sword light pierced through his chest, splattering a great deal of blood, and his internal organs burst. Being of the unwithering realm, his flesh was already indestructible, but at this moment, he could not withstand the power of this sword. Kai Hu Jun's body staggered back, his eyes showing horror. Feeling the shadow of death looming over him, he hurriedly used his unwithering strength to heal his flesh. However, without looking back and while his body was still healing, he seized the momentum of the impact to turn around and flee. Li He, watching from the shadows, widened his eyes in disbelief. When Li Hao had first come tracking them, he had inwardly sighed, feeling it was a tough case. Even dealing with these two great demons himself would be challenging. Yet Li Hao had seriously wounded and repelled them in the blink of an eye, with his own strength alone. This son of Li Tiangang, the legitimate young master, was simply monstrously non-human. As a Grand Master of the heavenly human realm, battling against enemies from the three immortal realms was not unheard of. For example, among the Li family's direct descendants, most had such achievements, but they were only against the early stages of the immortal realm. If they encountered a mid-stage foe, they would rely on their divine weapons to engage in combat. But Li Hao was alone against two, barehanded. He had brought them to their knees. Seeing the fleeing Kai Hu Jun, a cold glint flashed in Li Hao's eyes. He suddenly threw the boar's fang, covering it with the power of object control and utilizing the characteristics of the flying phase from his chess manual. This method, recorded alongside the myriad imagination chess manual and embedded within his body, was rarely used by Li Hao. Flying phase allowed the attack range to double, possessing the ability for ultra-long-range strikes, along with an additional increase to the attack's power. At this moment, his flying phase stacked upon hidden bow, along with the inherent sword intent covering the boar fang, instantly covering tens of miles. Although Kai Hu Jun was fast enough to cause the ground to thunder while fleeing, the sudden sound of air being torn approached at an incredible speed. His eyes widened in terror as he roared, swinging his chains in an attempt to slow down the fang's assault. However, the fang crumbled upon contact and was sent flying by his chain. But the real killing move was the sword chi hidden behind it. With a thud, it instantly swept across Kai Hu Jun's body. His huge tiger frame trembled as it crashed to the ground, splitting apart. With the divine iron of the chains still binding him, he blocked that sword chi, the rest of his body being cleanly bisected. Li Hao glanced over and remotely controlled the boar fang to pierce down towards Kai Hu Jun's head. A strand of divine soul tried to scramble out from its head, seeking to flee, but was instantly shattered by the plummeting boar fang, divine soul and all. Such a great demon, if its divine soul remained, could inhabit another being, or even seize the human race for survival. Having dealt with Kai Hu Jun, Li Hao's gaze shifted to the six-fanged hibernating boar struggling on the ground. Without any courtesy, he summoned back his fang and, soon after, similarly penetrated the boar demon's head, nailing it to the ground. The night wind was bone-chillingly cold. The stench of blood permeated the air. Li Hao stood on the body of the three immortals' boar demon, pulling out its other boar fang as well. Apart from the Feipeng, which had initially reacted quickly and escaped, these two great demons of the immortal realm had been slain by Li Hao. As a member of the heavenly human realm, having slain two immortal realm great demons, the young figure stood in the night wind, stark and piercing, like a javelin. The battle over, Li Hao's tense body relaxed. The after-effects of the seven-star lighting and the overexertion of the yin and yang dual pulse hit him, and he couldn't help but gasp for breath, feeling a sense of fatigue and weakness all over. He had not yet reached the unwithering realm and couldn't rely on the unwithering strength to instantly replenish his state. But fortunately, with his ability to conceal and nurture, as long as he relaxed his body, he could slowly recover, In this aspect, he was incomparable to other members of the heavenly human realm. Li Hao did not rush back to the camp but sat on the carcass of the boar demon, resting. At this state, as long as it wasn't an immortal realm demon, he still had the power to resist. If there were any immortal great demons lurking in the dark, they'd have to rely on his father to take action. This battle had allowed Li Hao to faintly touch upon his current limits of power, a result that gave him satisfaction. But at the same time, he felt the immense dominance of that man's power during their earlier battle in the city. After recovering his cultivation level to the three immortals' middle stage following the breaking of the vow of the heart, he could easily suppress him. This was the power of a true dragon of the Li family, a top peerless prodigy, far more formidable than an immortal realm great demon of the same realm, practically a sweeping force. Unless faced with an attack by over 10 top immortal realm great demons, one could possibly push him to his limit. However, back then, he wasn't as strong as now. With his current power, perhaps he could at least fight to a draw. Li Hao lifted his gaze towards the starry sky, noticing that the stars over the frontier pass were even more transparent and dazzling than inside the city. The countless stars seemed to be reflected in the young man's eyes, sparkling with the cold light of celestial bodies. Li Hao knew that besides comprehending the state of mind and achieving spiritual awakening to enter the three immortal realms, there was still much room for improvement in the heavenly human realm. For instance, to maximize every realm from the power passage realm to the limits. For this, he would need numerous cultivation techniques, to check for deficiencies by corroborating different techniques and refine his body to perfection. My physical strength in the power passage realm has already surpassed 100,000 jin, but it seems it hasn't touched the limit yet. The strength of the flesh can still be improved. The Li family's body refining techniques are not abundant. Perhaps these demons focus more on body refinement. Li Hao pondered. The bodies of demons, most of which were comparable to swords, possessed wild and fierce strength and had their own methods of body refinement. The human race's body refining techniques were researched by the human experts themselves, just as demon techniques were naturally researched by demons. The human race could forge treasure armors and divine weapons and, along with other cultivation techniques, received quicker and greater returns in strength, causing the sect of body refinement to decline. However, it wasn't the same for demons. They focused more on their physical bodies. After all, they didn't have as many healing pills, their artifact refining standards were lower, and they often had to rely on their flesh to withstand battles. Against demons of the same realm, if the human race's treasure armor and divine weapons were slightly inferior, they would be no match at all. I wonder where the lairs of these two great demons are. I should search them later. They must have left some demons to guard their territory. Li Hao looked toward the camp, and through his divine soul's concentrated gaze, he saw that the battle there was also coming to an end. After all, the demon king of the immortal realm had fled, and the remaining great demons weren't brainless. Knowing when to retreat wisely, they chose to withdraw. They only sent the lower-level demons to obstruct and slow down the enemy's pursuit. You didn't need to run the fastest, but you had to run faster than your kind. The previously menacing horde of demons had now disintegrated, leaving only the smaller demons in panicked flight. After resting for a moment, Li Hao, with a giant boar tusk in each hand, headed back to the camp. Li Hongzhuang should know about these demon lairs. By the way, he should also learn more about the distribution and situation of the demons outside the frontier pass from her. Within the camp, Li Hongzhuang stood in front of the graveyard, surrounded by slain demons. As for the small mound, she could no longer afford to care about it. Under the demons' trampling and impacts, the mound had become even smaller. Over the years of battles and conflicts, that's how Kenya City gradually fell. Seeing that all the demons had fled, Li Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed out of the camp. Her divine soul flew out, searching into the distance. Upon closer inspection, her gaze suddenly froze. She saw that, dozens of miles away, the head of the pig demon had split open and it lay on the ground, lifeless. And further, dozens of miles away from the pig demon, the Kai Hu Jun that had repeatedly invaded her territory lay in a pool of blood, its head smashed, its body torn apart, and its inner organs and blood had dyed the nearby ground red. Both great demons from the immortal realm were unexpectedly dead. In the night breeze, only the figure of that young man was visible, stepping through the blood traces of the demons on his way back. In his hands, he carried a 2-meter-long boar tusk each, looking totally at ease. Li Hongzhuang stood there in shock. Was it Li he's doing? Impossible. Although Li he was from the older generation, He was only a son of a concubine. He was even allowed to choose only one peerless technique from the listening rain tower to learn. To learn a second one required him to establish a tremendous contribution to the family and gain significant renown for himself. In Li Hongzhuang's mind, Li He's strength should be much inferior to hers. Even she wouldn't be able to kill two great demons from the three immortal realms so swiftly, let alone Li He. Could it be based on Li Hao's own abilities? Li Hongzhuang thought of how Li Hao had previously repelled the Feipeng Great Demon with a single punch. Her expression shifted slightly. This child was only in the heavenly human realm, wasn't he? With shock and doubt in her heart, she stood at the fort's gate, quietly waiting for the young man to return. Did you kill this demon on your own, or did you team up with Li He? Li Hongzhuang immediately asked. On my own, Li Hao said. You've worked hard. This is the place I'm supposed to guard. How can it be considered hard work? Li Hongzhuang replied irritably, and then sized up Li Hao, saying, Are you really my seventh brother's child? I'm not. Li Hongzhuang said, I mean that kind of. Neither kind. Li Hao shook his head. How did they keep returning to this topic? He carried the two boar tusks into the camp. His divine soul appeared briefly above his head, scanning the area and seeing that Ren Qianqin and the little white fox were still by the campfire, seemingly uninjured. The tents near the campfire also remained intact, spared from being torn apart by the demons. The only thing missing was the package of roasted meat wrapped in leaves. Li Hao was momentarily speechless. He could almost picture Feng sneakily taking the roasted meat during the confusion, sitting in a dark spot and leisurely gnawing away, while casually swatting away any demon that approached Ren Qianqin. While he and Li Hongzhuang were caught up in this exhausting fight, the old man had been taking it easy. However, Li Hao felt not the slightest resentment, only gratitude in his heart. If it weren't for the old man's whispered transmission back then, he wouldn't have known how to overcome that barrier. It was the old man's words that gave him the courage. And it was the old man who had protected him all the way from Qingzhou to Liangzhou, and to this place. Along the way, the old man had stealthily killed countless demons for him. You should know, the demons holding grudges against the Li family have accumulated countless over the past 1,000 years. From the moment he stepped out of the Li residence, the news had already spread. Such sensational events, the grudgeful demons would naturally be the first to know. Along the way, his figure was under the watchful eyes of countless demons. It was Feng who shielded him from all of this. That day's sky filled with heavy snow, yet not a single flake landed on the young man fleeing from home. It was all blocked by that lean and withered figure. This kindness, Li Hao found hard to express with words. At this moment, Li Hongzhuang also returned to the campfire. She looked somewhat exhausted. After releasing the unwithering strength, she couldn't use it again in the short term unless she forcibly went against her blood flow, but that would cause permanent hidden injuries and become a barrier to reaching higher levels. It seemed like an ability that depleted resources, yet its effects were extremely powerful. Not only could it save lives in critical moments, but it could also greatly enhance combat power. Equivalent to having two lives. Moreover, in the unwithering state, her strength never dried up, flowing endlessly, allowing her to freely execute some extremely exhausting peerless techniques, each move a deadly strike, and her combat power could surge manifold. How did you manage it? Did Li He distract one for you? Li Hongzhuang sat down and immediately asked, still skeptical and disbelieving that Li Hao could kill two immortal great demons on his own. You're overthinking it, Li Hao said indifferently. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Li He wouldn't make a move. He knew what that man in town was thinking, trying to use the cruelty and danger of the Heavenly Gate Pass to force him to return, to bow his head, and to change his temperament and personality. But if he changed his temperament, would he still be himself? He had been like this since birth, in both his past and present life, for decades. If they couldn't stand it, then there was no need to see each other. After all, which true father would dislike his own child? And besides, he had said he would rather die outside than die in that courtyard. Li Hongzhuang sized up Li Hao, observing the young man's calm and composed face, unperturbed by the changes, and aside from the demon blood that stained him, he seemed hardly injured. At the heavenly human realm, to slay an immortal without a scratch, would the seventh brother even know about this? Even in the divine general mansion, accustomed to geniuses, such a feat if spoken aloud might not be believed by many. Can you roast meat again? Li Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, just as he heard a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. Li Hongzhuang's face, however, showed no embarrassment, and she said indifferently, I just released the unwithering strength, which consumes some of my body's energy. This is quite normal. So it seemed even a 3 immortals peak would be a glutton. Li Hao muttered to himself but didn't refuse. After the battle ended, with demon corpses strewn everywhere, he looked around and selected 2. Then, borrowing Ren Qianqin's spare sword, he quickly cleaned them, removing the innards and blood, flinging them outside the encampment. He chose parts that were both fatty and lean, marinated them with salt and other seasonings, reignited the campfire, and began to roast the meat over the flames. Too bad, my cooking art hasn't reached spiritual awakening, my experience points. Li Hao sighed inwardly, holding the 2 sharp fangs in his hand. An idea suddenly struck him. Could sharpening these fangs into a sword be considered a carving artistic skill? Although he hadn't thought of deliberately enhancing his carving skill before, if he could incidentally gain some carving experience, he could accumulate 3 skill points even before advancing to a deeper state of mind in carving. If that were the case, mastering one more artistic skill at the spiritual awakening level, his movement technique could advance further. With that thought, Li Hao immediately called for a stone and started to grind the boar demon's fangs on it. What are you doing? Li Hongzhuang asked, puzzled. Li Hao replied, I'm missing a sword, trying to see if I can fashion one out of this. Even if you were to grind this stone to dust, it's unlikely to wear down this demon fang, said Li Hongzhuang. Do you have a method? You ran away from home without even bringing a sword? Li Hongzhuang couldn't help but express her incredulity. Wandering Zhonghu unarmed, that's something only second uncle would do. But he is, after all, a master of boxing. With just a finger, he can break swords, chop through knives, penetrate precious armor, and outmatch all weapons. Li Hao couldn't be bothered to engage with her any further. It seemed that none of these martial artists had any insight, always bringing up the most inconvenient topics. However, Li Hongzhuang's words did hold some truth. Grinding his teeth on that broken stone wasn't effective at all. Li Hao thought for a moment. His gaze landed on Li Hongzhuang's sword's edge, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He scanned the surroundings and soon found the bodies of 2 heavenly human realm great demons. He searched their bodies, removed their sharp claws, teeth, and horns, and brought them back to the campfire. Using a beast's horn, Li Hao began to rub and etch the boar demon's tusks. As he employed his immense arm strength with continuous friction, gradually the horn and the boar's tooth both began to show signs of wear, their shapes starting to change. You have gained an understanding of the carving arts. Carving experience plus 1-8, carving experience plus 2-1, messages leapt out in front of him, recording this new artistic skill followed by a stream of carving experience points one after another. Indeed, Li Hao thought with a surge of surprise. Before long, his carving experience had risen to 100 points. The carving arts advanced from the 0th stage to the 1st stage, earning him an additional skill point. What a pity, his movement technique had just reached the 3rd stage and needed a state of mind to continue improving. For now, Li Hao could only save them up to use later. If he suddenly achieved a cooking-related spiritual awakening, he could even use them on his already 6th stage physical body path, stepping into the 3 immortal realms in one fell swoop. You really are stubborn, Li Hongzhuang said, shaking her head upon seeing Li Hao's relentless effort, and commented, this kind of grinding is useless. I know. Just as his carving arts had advanced to the 1st stage, a flood of basic knowledge about carving had emerged. Li Hao was also aware of how foolish his previous attempts at grinding looked, understanding how complex the task of polishing was, especially with such hard materials. The best method for carving would either be an extremely sharp carving knife or softening the material. Forcing a grind was simply being hard-headed. The only method to soften the tusks at the moment would be to use fire. Ordinary flames might not even suffice, as the tusks contained the concentrated energy and natural patterns accumulated over centuries by the beast, making them impregnable. Luckily, Li Hao, with a cooking-related state of mind, had conceived a fire system skill, the Zishao Palm. The technique contained extremely scorching flame power, its intricacies likely of an upper-tier cultivation technique level. All this was thanks to the ignite insight that came with the cooking arts at the 6th stage. However, Li Hao hadn't learned any palm techniques himself. Boxing and palm techniques were distinct, like swords and sabers. Li Hao didn't have enough skill points, and since it's better to master a few than dabble in many, he practiced boxing and not palm techniques. This was his only palm technique, used primarily for igniting fires for cooking. At this moment, Li Hao absorbed energy from the surroundings into his palms, which instantaneously turned a dark purple hue, shrouded with intense purple flames. The fire covered part of the tusk, slowly roasting it. The cultivation techniques you learn are quite varied, Li Hongzhuang noted with a slight raise of her eyebrows. She had glimpsed a bit of her second uncle's influence in Li Hao's boxing technique earlier, recognizing it as a top-notch peerless technique. In addition, Li Hao's swordsmanship was also impressive. The speed of his movement technique during the chase was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm within the heavenly human realm. And now, he surprised her with palm techniques, and even his cooking smelled delicious. How did this kid's mind develop? At just 14, where did he find the energy and time? Could it be he started cultivating inside Auntie Seven's womb? While roasting the monster's fangs with his palm, Li Hao asked Li Hongzhuang. You know the location of the lairs of the great demons that attacked tonight, don't you? Li Hongzhuang paused slightly, then said, What, do you actually intend to take out their lairs? Is there a problem? Li Hao asked, puzzled. Li Hongzhuang had nothing to say. Of course, there was no problem. If it were possible to destroy them, not only would he want to go personally, but she would also like to flatten them. In the past, when she was stationed here, she couldn't leave. Otherwise, once the demons invaded and she was not there to protect them, the soldiers, even with the help of several deputy generals, would not be able to withstand attacks from the three immortal great demons. After all, Kenya City had been breached before, and there were no defensive array walls left, leaving it completely defenseless. The divine might of just the three immortal great demons was enough for the army to handle. You've just arrived, and I haven't had the chance to tell you about the demon forces outside Heavenly Gate Pass, she said. Li Hongzhuang began drawing on the sandy ground in front of the campfire with her sword. She had not intended to discuss this with Li Hao since he was just a child. From the information she had received from Li He, she already knew that her seventh brother was planning to abandon Heavenly Gate Pass. After all, the reinforcements sent over the years had been dwindling, and no one bothered to repair the broken walls. If it weren't for the fact that this was Dayu territory, land that their ancestors of the Li family had opened up, they wouldn't have defended this place to death. Sending this child over for what they called a handover was merely a way of telling them that it was fine to give up this place. Incidentally, they wanted this genius son, who had conflicts with her, to lower his head and experience the peril of the demons. Only, she was quite sure her seventh brother hadn't anticipated that on just the first night of his arrival, her monstrous child would single-handedly slay two of the immortal great demons that had plagued this place for years. This battle achievement, if discussed at other frontier passes for rewards and promotions, would probably warrant a first-class special merit, and if he didn't already hold a noble title, he could be directly crowned as a third-class earl. The three demons you saw tonight, each belongs to a mountain territory ruled by a demon king, she said. Li Hongzhuang drew a circle with her sword. This is our Kenya City. As she said this, she laughed self-deprecatingly. There was nothing left around them that could be called a city. 3,000 miles to the east from here is the remote town of Northern Cold Country, she said. Between them, right here, there is a mountain range, the first stronghold of the demon forces outside the territory. Li Hongzhuang drew a small circle, her expression growing solemn. That is Longshan Taoist Temple, inhabited by a 10,000-year-old true dragon that calls itself the Dragon Lord. It's a great demon from the Four Stands realm. Hearing her words, Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the circle in front of the sword tip. This is forbidden territory. No matter what happens, do not set foot here, she said seriously. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Lord will not leave Longshan Taoist Temple, nor will it attack Heavenly Gate Pass because if it does come, it would be violating our territory. Li Hao nodded slightly, recalling the conversations he'd had with his second uncle while fishing. These great demons from outside the frontier passes didn't dare to invade recklessly. Why not? The answer was simple. They had all been personally warned by the elder generation of each divine general mansion. It was like the ancient treaty agreement signed between Dayu and the demon kings of the Four Stands realm. Don't listen, either the older generation of the divine general mansion would take action, or it would be the immortal from Gondao Palace. They dared not disobey. This majestic and ancient royal dynasty, though now aged, still retained a deterrent force and presence that commanded respect in all directions. As for why they only issued a warning and didn't directly slay the great demons, that's another matter. The number of these great demons is not small, they are just not united. If warned individually, they would remain wary, but if a mass slaughter occurred, agitating the rest who might band together in response. It could cause heavy casualties for Deu. Ultimately, it comes down to Deu no longer having the power to completely exterminate all surrounding demons. After all, among these demons, some have become particularly troublesome to handle. The immortal of Gondao Palace spends most of the year seated in the Yuzhou imperial capital and seldom steps out, wary of some demons that might sneak in and launch an attack on the imperial capital. At this moment, Li Hongzhuang reiterated the rules and agreements regarding trespassing of the Four Stands Realm's demon kings to Li Hao, and then said, "Even though these Four Stands Realm demon kings seem obedient and don't dare to invade rashly, the military strength of our dynasty is fading, and Mo River has tied up the resources of Tianzhou Divine General Mansion for 700 to 800 years, making these demons grow restless again. They themselves do not dare to take risks easily, fearing retaliation and execution, but they frequently condone other demons under their command to probe our defenses. Thus, even if the imperial court asks, it's just a pointless verbal dispute, so we have to endure it." Li Hao nodded, continuing to listen. He had previously asked his second uncle why the Four Stands Realm great demons didn't dare to invade and suggested the older generation could be stationed at the frontier passes for stability. However, the reply he got was that there weren't many elders in the Four Stands Realm. Moreover, apart from these registered old demon kings that had been warned, every few or a dozen years, there would still spontaneously appear other Four Stands Realm demon kings. They came from far-off places or cultivated in the deep mountains and forests, unfamiliar with Deu. When they wandered into Deu territory, they often acted unrestrainedly, some rampaging through cities and lands, and if not stopped in time, were even capable of devouring half a state. The elders needed to deal with these demons, and for those who had already violated the territory and caused mass casualties, there was no point in warnings. They had to be executed to set an example, leading to inevitable great battles. Many of the old generation in the Divine General Mansion had died for this reason. Seeing that Li Hao was only listening without any questions, Li Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and proceeded to speak on her own. "Although the Dragon Mountain Taoist Master cannot step into the realm, if you rashly appear on its territory, it will have a reason to kill you, so you must absolutely not get close. The Kai Hu Jun you saw tonight is actually the steed of the Dragon Mountain Taoist Master." Li Hongzhuang's eyes turned chilly as she said, "These demons of the Four Stands Realm do not move themselves but allow their demon subordinates to repeatedly invade and test us. Once injured or defeated, they directly flee back. If you rashly pursue and kill them, you might instead get caught and eaten by it." "A steed?" Li Hao's expression turned strange. "A true dragon demon king with a tiger as a steed? Dragon riding a tiger? No wonder the tiger demon had chains on it, probably constraints like a saddle, which have also become its weapon for attacking and killing. Aside from the Dragon Mountain Taoist Master, the second demon king is here, to the north." Li Hongzhuang drew another circle on the ground, but it was much larger in scope and closer to the camp. "This is the Wan Demon Mountain Range, where there is a demon king who has cultivated for a very long time. We call it the Wan Shan Demon King. This Wan Shan Demon King and the Dragon Lord have comparable strength. It's unclear who is higher or lower, but if we encounter it, death is certain. But it too is registered and has been warned. The six-tusked J-pig you just slaughtered was one of its fierce generals." She then drew another circle to the south. "There is a solitary peak here, but within a 500-mile radius, no one dares to set foot, not even demons dare rashly enter. Inside is the third demon king, the sacred mountain demon king." Li Hongzhuang glanced at Li Hao and said, "You might be somewhat familiar with the origin of this demon king. It once cultivated in the Holy Palace in northern Yan, mastering the peerless techniques of the Holy Palace's demon race, and seemed to have been one of the elders there. It has since left, and hundreds of years ago took a mountain here and declared it to be the sacred mountain. Your father fought against the Holy Palace for over a decade. The situation in northern Yan must be extremely complicated. I also don't know much, but it's truly fortunate that your father was able to return." Li Hao said nothing, his face expressionless. He heard the hint in Li Hongzhuang's words. The war in northern Yan was tough. The other party probably thought that his conflict with that man was because the man had been at war for many years and had not returned home, leaving him bearing resentments and misunderstandings. About this, he neither explained nor did he need to explain anything. "Has the northern cold country trespassed?" Li Hao asked. Li Hongzhuang slightly frowned, seeing that Li Hao didn't continue her topic, and she sighed softly in her heart. As Li Hao's aunt and the seventh brother's younger sister, Of course she hoped for father and son to resolve their conflicts and reconcile. But for now, it seemed there was no effect. She didn't dwell on it any longer and refocused on Li Hao's question, saying, "The northern cold country wouldn't dare to offend openly, but they do like to play little tricks in secret, like worshipping the Dragon Mountain Taoist master, secretly sacrificing numerous living beings every year to probe us." At this point, her expression turned ice cold. Li Hao frowned. Sacrificing living people to demons. In Deu, only some extremely backward villages and towns would do this. Mortals offer sacrifices to demons in exchange for protection or demonic strength to exploit their neighbors. If the matter was exposed, the Monster Suppression Department would handle it, executing all involved. But now, other major nations were using these despicable methods against Deu. Indeed, in the face of war, all means are exhausted to the extreme. After Li Hongzhuang finished speaking, Li Hao also had some understanding of the situation outside the Heavenly Gate Pass. The Kai Hu Jun and 6-tusked J-Pig you killed last night are likely to be furious. They may attack again soon, perhaps even tomorrow. Li Hongzhuang's eyes showed no retreat, but instead, a cold killing intent surfaced. Li Hao nodded slightly and asked, "So do they usually reside in the Demon King's lair, without their own dens?" "Of course not," Li Hongzhuang said. "The Dragon Mountain Taoist Master is 1,000 miles away from here, and it would take a lot of time for it to travel back and forth. Besides, which general likes to stay under the Master's watch every day? They all have their own lairs outside, where it's more convenient for them to mate, eat, and drink." Li Hao's gaze flickered as he said, "Then do you know the locations of their lairs?" "Do you really intend to wipe out their lairs?" Li Hongzhuang asked in astonishment. Li Hao nodded. "Since I've killed them, I might as well kill them all." He spoke calmly, but Li Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed at his words, and soon a cold face revealed a smile. "Well said, you've got the killer instinct." She promptly drew 2 circles on the ground with her sword. "Scouts have checked before. It seems in these 2 directions, roughly 300 to 400 miles away. You can check it out, but don't go too far, otherwise, if you enter demon territory and get detected by the Demon King, even gods won't be able to save you." Li Hao looked at the crude map she drew, noting down the directions. At this moment, the fang in his hand was also heated enough. He immediately retracted the blazing flame in his hand and began to polish the fang with the horn. Carving experience +24, +19, +35. A series of experience prompts appeared as Li Hao seriously polished. After half an hour of flame roasting, combined with the horn and brute force, the progress of polishing the fang increased rapidly. Perhaps due to the rare material of this demon pig's fang, the experience prompt continued uninterrupted, occasionally delivering large amounts of experience. When the roast was ready, Li Hongzhuang picked it up and began eating. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued to polish, his carving arts suddenly showing a prompt. He had accumulated 500 experience points and advanced to the second segment. In the blink of an eye, he gained 2 skill points. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh. Gaining skill points in the carving arts really is straightforward. However, he guessed that it had something to do with the quality of the pig's tusk. If he were to carve ordinary wooden plaques, he estimated the experience points would probably only increase by 1 or 2 points. To verify this, Li Hao paused his polishing halfway through and, when reheating the pig's tusk for the second time, began carving on a tree stump seated with one hand using a beast horn. With his second stage carving arts, he was already capable of fine carving, lifelike in detail. He carved a little figure wearing dungarees on the spot, but it only granted him less than 20 experience points. Stinginess itself. It seems carving really does relate to the quality of the materials, just like with his painting and fishing. The greater the difficulty, the more experience he gained. Time quietly slipped by. As the bonfire dimmed, Li Hao finished his third polishing, and the originally curved long pig's tusk had been honed into a somewhat sharp crescent moon shape. But compared to a sword, it was still lacking, barely qualifying as an oversized broadsword with an extremely blunt edge. It might not guarantee a kill if swung, but it would most likely be lethal if used to bludgeon. At the base of the tusk, Li Hao carved out a circular hole for easy gripping in the palm. He instructed Ren Qianqin to not wander around the campsite, and to take good care of the little white fox while he was away. And he himself casually shouldered the crescent-shaped pig's tusk sword and walked outside the campsite. "You're going tonight?" Li Hongzhuang returned to the small mound, and seeing Li Hao's actions, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was still deep into the night, the early hours of the morning. Better now than to let them get away, Li Hao said with a smile. For safety, he had taken the opportunity to rest while honing the tusk sword, and now he felt 70 to 80% recovered. Li Hongzhuang was somewhat speechless, having not expected the young man to be more enthusiastic about slaying demons than herself. Then take care, Li Hongzhuang said. Li Hao had managed to slay 2 great demons and return unharmed, and although he was only in the heavenly human realm, his combat ability was already at the level of the 3 immortal realms. With Li He watching over him, she felt relatively at ease. After all, if one in the 3 immortal realms still needed to be looked after like a child in swaddling clothes, that would be utterly laughable. Li Hao nodded and then leapt into the air, disappearing into the night beyond the campsite. Rushing winds roared as Li Hao traversed mountains and valleys in the dark. His divine soul burst forth from the top of his head, roving under the moonlight, surveilling in all directions. Occasionally, when he spotted lingering lesser demons, he effortlessly struck them down. Heading in a straight line in one direction, he left the wilderness outside the pass, crossed forests, and scaled several mountains, traveling 300 li through the night. Eventually, Li Hao smelled the strong stench of blood. On the ground here, there was plenty of fresh blood, as well as the limbs of demon creatures. He glanced at the remains where there were 3 bodies of slain demons, their flesh mangled and torn as if they had been injured and then devoured by their own kind. Li Hao looked ahead, his gaze following to a mountain top surrounded by various remains, the stench of blood wafting over to him. Without hesitation, he swiftly flew towards it. Madam, please restrain your grief. Mr. Black Scale has already gone to Longshan Taoist Temple. Within the large cave hollowed out from the mountain, the light of a fire flickered, casting several ferocious shadows on the cave walls. Shut up, you cowards! If you had covered the retreat for our lord, how could he have died? A female's roar echoed from inside the cave. A momentary silence fell within the cave. Suddenly, a breeze brought sounds into the cave. Who? The shadows on the cave wall were startled, and soon after, 2 of the shadows shrank as figures turned around the corner and approached closer to the cave walls, causing their shadows to diminish. To still linger here, quite brave indeed, said a calm voice. In the moonlight at the cave entrance, Li Hao came carrying the pig's tusk sword, and behind him, bathed in the cold moonlight, was a hillside strewn with demon corpses. Their deaths were gruesome, with their bodies split open, killed with a single strike. It's you, one of the figures, a brawny man with a leopard's tail, turned pale with bulging eyes filled with horror. He recognized the face of the young man. Their leader had been killed by him. Flee. After the shock, the thought to flee instantly surfaced in his mind, and his body transformed, attempting to escape to another part of the cave. But a sword chi suddenly cleaved through the air, and petals seemed to materialize all around. How could there be flowers in the cave? Then, the body of the middle-aged figure split open, collapsing onto the ground with the petals. Its body was torn to pieces in an instant. Whoosh! A divine soul rushed out from its body in utter terror, but before it could escape, another sword chi passed by, obliterating the divine soul instantly. Seeing this, the other demon didn't wait to speak, instead fleeing deeper into the cave as well. 2 minutes later, Li Hao was sitting deep inside the cave, a giant bonfire built from several tree stumps before him. Next to the bonfire lay 4 demon corpses, lifeless. He was flipping through 2 cultivation techniques, which he recorded onto his panel, and then said to the robust woman kneeling before him. Got any other cultivation techniques? No, there's no more, the robust woman trembled, revealing deep fear in her eyes. In front of this youth, they didn't even have a chance to escape. The sword chi was invisible, seemingly ignoring distance, able to arrive in an instant. You mentioned that under the Dragon Mountain Taoist Master, there are 6 others with a cultivation level comparable to your lord? Li Hao frowned slightly. 6 immortal realm demons. If they were to attack at the same time, Li Hongzhuang and the others would likely have been gone long ago. Then why didn't they join forces to attack Heavenly Gate Mountain? Li Hao asked. The king said that the Dragon Master doesn't want them to take down Heavenly Gate Mountain too soon. That way, they can slowly savor more delicacies and at the same time, tie down the Li family's military forces. The burly woman trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with fear, yet it seemed she was also hiding a ferocity. If that's the case, why does it want to attack tonight? Li Hao asked again. The king said it wants to eat Li Hongzhuang. As for Heavenly Gate Mountain, it can just stay here, waiting to see if any other Li family members will come to continue guarding it. If there is one, He will eat one, the burly woman said, cautiously watching Li Hao, the young man in front of her, who also seemed to be a member of the Li family. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Was Heavenly Gate Mountain being used as bait? Using Heavenly Gate Mountain to consume offerings from the northern cold country while also fishing for the Li family. Why do they want to keep the Li family delayed here? Li Hao asked once more. I don't know that, the king didn't tell me, the burly woman said, her face turning pale. Li Hao regarded her intently. It seems, the burly woman said nervously, moving closer. Roar. Suddenly, her mouth filled with fierce teeth ballooned in size, her expression hideous as she transformed into a huge lion's head, attempting to bite off Li Hao's head. But the moment she lunged at him, Li Hao pressed down with his palm from above her head, and her chin fiercely knocked against his knees as he sat there. The bones of the lion head's face, evidently, couldn't withstand the hardness of Li Hao's kneecaps. It was like smashing against stone, resulting in the sound of bones fracturing. While her mind was buzzing in confusion, Li Hao's palm had already swept to the back of her neck, and with a flick of his finger, sword chi shot out from his fingertips. It pierced through her cervical spine at the back of her neck, severing a vertebra, decapitating her. At that moment, a divine soul flew out from the lion head in a panic, attempting to escape in fear, but Li Hao blew on it, cloaking it with the power of object manipulation and explosively crushing the divine soul. After doing all this, Li Hao's gaze fell upon the two cultivation techniques in his hand. Clasping them tightly, the pages of the techniques crumbled to pieces, scattering onto the ground from between his fingers. Li Hao stood up, dusted off his bottom, and then carried his boar tusk sword out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave, his divine soul flying out, using the mountain as a center to survey the area for dozens of miles around. He used his divine soul to sweep across all the demons within a 30-mile radius, slashing and killing them. On the ground, he saw some wild animals not yet tainted with demon aura and dispatched them as well. Including several ant nests behind the mountain, he waved his hand and collapsed them. Even a group of small fish swimming in a nearby stream got crushed. Meanwhile, he manipulated the soil to fill in both ends of the stream, cutting off the life of this water source. Without a water source, wild animals would not gather here, greatly reducing the chances of survival. After doing all this, Li Hao checked again to ensure he hadn't missed any signs of life before stepping away and disappearing into the night. 1 hour later, Li Hao appeared in another hill basin. This was the lair of the six-tusked boar, with a minor demon wandering on the hilltop outside the basin patrolling. Li Hao casually picked a weed and pierced its brow from 10 miles away. The patrol flag the minor demon was carrying also dropped. Li Hao walked straight into the basin. The stench of feces and urine hit him in the face, causing him to frown slightly. He immediately held his breath and rushed in quickly. Before long, the stench in the basin was intermixed with a heavy scent of blood. Li Hao's figure rushed out from the inside, swiftly leaving while covering his nose. The place where the boar demon lived could genuinely suffocate a person. That boar demon knew how to enjoy itself. Aside from 7 or 8 sow demons, there were also 2 leopard demons and a sparrow demon in its lair, leading a rather colorful private life. Rushing through the night, Li Hao returned to the camp. Li Hongzhuang sat on a small mound, holding a sword in her arms, appearing to be resting with her eyes closed. The sound of Li Hao returning made her brows twitch slightly and she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of weariness in her gaze, which she quickly suppressed and asked, "Did you find it?" Li Hao nodded. "There's no danger, right?" Li Hongzhuang asked, but after glancing at Li Hao's body, she knew it was an unnecessary question. "Almost threw up," Li Hao said with lingering fear. Li Hao smiled, "You should rest first." Li Hongzhuang gave him a look, asked no more, closed her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. Li Hao returned to the campfire, where Ren Qianqin came out from the tent and said, "Young master, you've returned. Haven't you slept? Just fell asleep, then go back to sleep. But you, don't worry about me, go rest." Li Hao waved his hand. Ren Qianqin looked at him twice, knowing she could not be of any help, wished him good night, and went back into the tent. Li Hao sat down by the campfire, looked around at the night, knowing Feng was still accompanying him in the dark, and couldn't help but silently sigh, even more eager to become stronger quickly so that the old man could relax a bit. "Add a meal tomorrow." Li Hao mumbled to himself. "Cheeky boy, remember what you said." A voice drifted into his ears. Li Hao laughed when he heard it and nodded firmly. Under the moon and stars, the sky was clear. The silhouettes of the old and the young were covered by the night, both faces revealing faint smiles. Li Hao did not rest but began to practice the body refining techniques he had just acquired, a total of 5. However, only 2 of them were top tier, even surpassing the listening rain tower's 1,000 Jiao's holy body. Probably only when Li Hao fully developed the primordial skill, he could compete with them. The 2 techniques were the 5 organs primordial body and the bright jade true demon skill. As the skills were input into the panel, both techniques were quickly raised to the highest level. The massive memories that had flooded into his mind were now sifted through by Li Hao. He reviewed them once, then stood up in front of the extinguished campfire and began to practice. With the movements of his body, his bones rumbled like low thunder. His blood and flesh were stimulated to exert tremendous power through the practice of the techniques, simultaneously greedily absorbing the energy of the world, continually filling up. Li Hao's physical body was rapidly transforming, his skin becoming delicate, smooth, and tough. Li He, standing in the darkness, watched Li Hao practice, his eyes filled with amazement. Following these days, this was the first time he saw the peerlessly talented young master practice. He had heard from people inside the residence that they never saw the young master practice, but to his surprise, the young master practiced in the middle of the night. But could practicing for just this bit of time every day raise him to a world-renowned level? At that moment, Li He saw the energy between heaven and earth surge and rapidly converge towards the young man's body. Li He's pupils constricted sharply, showing a look of horror. Was this practicing or plundering? The energy of the world gathered like a storm, funneling into Li Hao's body and being absorbed by the 5 organs primordial body skill. Li Hao's body was being rapidly forged and tempered, his internal organs, including his blood and flesh and meridians, were all being refined. Terrifying forces radiated from Li Hao's body as his physical strength greatly increased. Such a commotion made Li Hongzhuang, who was far away, inadvertently open her eyes slightly and look over. With one set of the technique completed, Li Hao felt his strength increase substantially, his body's energy became more abundant, and his flesh as tough as beast hide. He then continued to practice a second and a third time. With each repetition, by the 9th time, the enhancement provided by this technique gradually saturated. Li Hao immediately converged the chi force within his body and gently moved his hands and feet. With the understanding of the 6th stage of the physical body path and the penetrating insight of the Grandmaster realm, he easily gauged the current strength of his flesh. About 400,000 jin. Initially, it was 100,000 jin. With the improvement of the physical body path and the completion of the primordial cultivation skill to the 4th chapter, primordial, coupled with the derivation and enhancement of many other techniques, it increased to over 300,000 jin. Now, this perfected demon technique had directly added 100,000 jin of strength. It might not seem like a large increase in strength when compared to the tens of millions of jin of true qi, and it's not worth mentioning, but excluding demons, including the strong ones of the human race at the 4 stands realm, very few would have pure physical strength of 100,000 jin. The stronger the physical strength, the stronger the impact of the chi force it could withstand. It's the same blood reversal, others might lose half their lives, but Li Hao would at most spit out some clotted blood and then recover. As he perfected the 5 Zhang Hunyuan skill, in addition to the increase in physical strength, Li Hao felt that his internal organs, like metal, provided him with strong support whether he was walking, sitting, or standing. Li Hao did not rest and continued to cultivate another technique, bright jade true demon skill. This technique focused on cultivating the exterior, and as he practiced, the energy of heaven and earth once again converged, quickly pouring into his body. This energy, like dark evil, blocked out the clear night sky and the stars and the moon. The technique primarily refined energy using demonic qi, and fittingly, this place was a battlefield, where the demonic qi was most dense. Countless dark demonic qi surrounded Li Hao, shrouding him in darkness. He resembled a true demon. With every opening and closing of his eyes, it seemed a crimson light burst forth. Did he just master that technique, just like that? In the shadows, Li He watched in astonishment as Li Hao switched to another technique, the aura of his cultivation even more formidable than the last. The previous technique, with Li Hao's repeated execution, went from unfamiliar to skilled, and then to rounded perfection, all in the span of 7 or 8 tries. Is this the young master's secret? A few repetitions to perfection? It wasn't just Li He. Li Hongzhuang was also shocked from a distance. She had seen prodigies, but never one quite like this. Even when Li He practiced as a child, it would take a few days to perfect a skill. Back then, with a technique that would take others the whole night just to grasp, he would be entering the doorway by the next day, eliciting admiration and envy from his siblings. But the Li Hao in front of her, this wasn't mere entry-level accomplishment in a night, this was outright perfection. And it was not even a full night's work, as the demonic qi converged and continuously poured into his body to be refined, hammering on his body everywhere. Li Hao's physique improved rapidly, his complexion became as fair as jade, like porcelain glazed with a fluid-like strength within. While absorbing the demonic qi, Li Hao started to practice again. The first time, the second time, as he continued to perform, the demonic qi drew in like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the 8th repetition was completed. The bright jade true demon's skill was already mastered, reaching the realm of perfection. The surrounding demonic qi all calmed down, revealing the stars and the moon, shining upon the young man's frame. Li Hao exhaled gently and looked down at himself. His fingernails were pale, yet with a little force, a faint black demonic qi seemed to emerge between them. This was originally a demon technique, more suitable for the physique of demon babies. But he had altered it through the physical body path into a body refining technique that the human race could also practice. Still, the core essence of demonic qi within the technique couldn't be erased. Li Hao closed his eyes slightly, then reopened them, a faint black air flashing through his pupils, as if his vision had become different, sharper and brighter. He saw a faint and vague silhouette to his left. It was Li He hiding in the shadows. He paid no attention. At this point, there was no need to deliberately hide or disguise anything. After all, this place was no longer the Li mansion. After finishing his cultivation, Li Hao gauged his bodily strength. The pure strength of the flesh had increased to around 550,000 jin. This demon technique's enhancement was more pronounced than that of the 5 Zhang Hunyuan skill. Yet, it still hadn't reached the physical limit of the power passage realm. Could it be 1,000,000 jin of strength was necessary? Li Hao's gaze flickered. At the common stage of the power passage realm, addition of divine blood amounted to tens of thousands of jin, which was now 100-fold. One wonders how exaggerated the limits of other realms could be. No wonder even within Listening Rain Tower, there were no records of the limits of each realm. If it weren't for his panel, such limits would be unimaginable for ordinary people. Looking at the stars and the moon, Li Hao pondered for a moment, then settled back without further action and entered light sleep to rest. Li Hongzhuang glanced at the young man, suppressing the urge to go and ask. Li Hao had slain Kai Hu Jun last night. There was likely to be a fierce battle today, and she needed to quickly adjust her state. Without the obstruction of city walls, as the dawn light shone in from beyond the pass, it was like a warm hand softly caressing the faces of the two. Li Hao awoke from his light sleep. With the chess characteristic of concealing one's abilities and biding time, a 1 or 2 hour light sleep was enough to dispel his fatigue. But besides relieving tiredness, sleeping also felt quite nice. Too bad the conditions outside the pass didn't allow him to sleep in. Li Hao rummaged through the camp and found more paper. He immediately began to write again. Li Hongzhuang also woke up. The chilly morning at the beginning of winter brought with it a light frost mist, making her speech visible as a faint white breath. Are you writing another technique? Yes, there might be a tough battle today. Let's talk about it when it comes. Li Hao appeared casual, seemingly unconcerned. Li Hongzhuang glanced at the technique Li Hao was writing and said, even if you finish writing, there's no one who can deliver it back for you. Maybe this senior gentleman can help. Li Hao looked toward Li He hidden in the shadows. Li He hadn't expected Li Hao to be aware of his location. His expression changed slightly. Since things had come to this, there was no need to continue lurking in the darkness. He walked out openly and approached them, saying, I am here under your father's orders to protect you. Without a direct command from him, I will not leave. Old man, you'd better change your way of talking. Don't keep saying, your father. Li Hao's eyebrows creased as he stared at the other person. Li He was slightly taken aback, feeling a chill approaching. He felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Although he had been transferred here temporarily and had heard about the father-son battle in Qingzhou City, in his view, what if there was a battle? After all, they were father and son. Could they really sever ties completely? Young master, you are being rather disrespectful, Li He said earnestly, his face solemn. To you, or to whom? Li Hao's eyes narrowed, a black aura swirling around him, flashing dangerously. Li He noticed it, but his straightforward nature compelled him to say honestly, of course, your father. As for how you treat me, I don't mind." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man on the ground suddenly burst into action. With a whooshing sound, he threw a fierce punch. He was slightly taken aback, his gaze instantly stern as he quickly blocked with a palm strike. With a bang, two great forces collided, sending he flying backward, retreating several tens of meters before coming to a stop. His aged face was filled with shock. Having observed Li Hao slay two immortal great demons before, his previous experience was not as intense as this moment. The power of Li Hao's fist was difficult for him to withstand. "Considering you are an elder, I won't bother with you, but if you don't learn to speak properly, I will really make you shut up." Li Hao stood his ground, giving him a cold glance, without pursuing further. Li He's face grew ugly, as he wanted to say something but stopped himself upon seeing the genuine chill in the youth's eyes, restraining himself. If Li Hao had made a full effort like yesterday, he doubted whether he could have resisted. After all, his duty was to protect the young man. "How Li Hongzhuang called out in a frown when she saw Li Hao actually strike. Li Hao glanced at her and said, "Elder Hongzhuang, I hope that aside from the arduous task of slaying demons, I can be a bit more pleased in my mood, and I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly." Hearing Li Hao use such distant language, her face changed slightly as she gazed at him. She did not know what had happened between this father and son to elicit such strong aversion from the child, even toward her, upon mention of seventh brother. She sighed inwardly and remained silent. Li Hao went back to his seat as if nothing had happened, continuing to write the secret manual. He stood with his hands behind his back, but the palm that had caught Li Hao's punch was trembling slightly. Fortunately, the healing ability of the immortal great was formidable, capable of regenerating limbs. Soon, the meridians in his arm became smooth again. He looked deeply at the young man, feeling pity, and wondered if the letter sent to Qingzhou City had been received by the general. In Qingzhou City, at the Divine General Mansion, a green finch flitted in through the window and landed beside the inkstone on the desk. Its palm-sized body suddenly swelled to the size of a head, and a scroll of letter was squeezed out from its beak. The middle-aged man in brown clothes at the desk quickly picked up the letter, spreading it open to read carefully. After reading, his face turned darker with urgency, and he crushed the letter. "My lord, is that a letter from the young master?" Yu Zhan walked in upon seeing the green finch, his eyes revealing concern. After all, that was the heir of the main house, whose talents, if nurtured, could be sufficient to suppress demons and monsters in the world. "Humph." Responding to Yu Zhan's concerned tone, Li Tiangang snorted angrily, eyes filled with rage. "It's a reply from Li He. I was wondering why he's so stubborn, turns out someone's backing him. Uncle 2, Uncle 5, truly harmful. Do they really have to ruin Hao before they are satisfied?" Yu Zhan was a bit taken aback and couldn't help asking, "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Li Tiangang was in no mood to continue. The content of the letter had rekindled the anger he had managed to subdue over the last few days. He had sent Li He to covertly protect Li Hao along the way, only for Li He to discover that another powerful figure was secretly following Li Hao, and he suspected it might be one of the top figures from the Four Stands realm. That's the Four Stands realm, a place with few such individuals in the whole Deu, so why would someone of such stature condescend to protect a child? Undoubtedly, it was Uncle 2 and Uncle 5 who pulled strings, calling in favors from their old friends. This was equivalent to wasting precious favors for nothing, and employing a Four Stands realm expert to accompany a child was an enormous waste. With this spare time, they could have slain numerous demons. Most importantly, it went against his wishes. He wanted Li Hao to go to Heavenly Gate Pass, to the frontier, to crush his stubbornness, to let him witness the terror between life and death, to let him realize that the outside world was not as comfortable and warm as the Divine General Mansion. Now, with a Four Stands realm expert secretly protecting him, how could he experience anything? In doing so, did they really have to wait 3 years for the kid to return and sever ties with him? With the boy's stubborn nature, he'd likely harbor grudges after 3 years. The more Li Tiangang thought about it, the angrier he became, hoping that the Four Stands realm expert wouldn't have the patience to accompany Li Hao for 3 years. Given the boy's disagreeable temperament, it was unlikely the other party could endure. However, if Uncle 2 and Uncle 5 indulged him and promised great favors, it was not impossible that they'd really accompany him for 3 years. Thinking of this, he immediately set out to go find them for an explanation. Just as he stepped out of the room, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The early winter snow had arrived. Li Tiangang obviously didn't care about the snowflakes, not bothering with an umbrella as he flew straight to Listening Rain Tower. Inside Listening Rain Tower, the guards at the door immediately bowed in greeting upon seeing Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang went straight to the 7th floor. His gaze swept the area but did not catch sight of his second uncle, which only fueled his anger. He turned back downstairs and asked, "Where is the old man?" "The old marquis seems to have gone fishing. Where is he fishing?" "This servant does not know." Li Tiangang was furious. Since childhood, he had heard that this second uncle was loose in discipline, not getting along with his father's brothers, and it was indeed the case. The man's duty was to guard Listening Rain Tower, yet he was nowhere to be seen, and even when intending to find him, he couldn't be located. Seeing his angry face, the guard became frightened and, as if thinking of something, hastily said, "My lord, this lowly one thinks he knows a place the old marquis might go to." "What place?" The young master mentioned at once, Blackwater Demon Lake, about 2,000 li east of the city, the guard said respectfully. Li Tiangang determined to set out at once, but suddenly, he furrowed his brows and said, "Why did that child mention this place to you?" The young master mentioned it casually. He often sends pastries to the old marquis, and since the journey is long, the young master worries that the food container won't keep warm. Li Tiangang's expression immediately darkened. Instead of properly cultivating, he sweet talks and flatters others. No wonder the second uncle shields him so. With a sweep of his sleeves, he soared into the skies and in the blink of an eye, he was flying out of Qingzhou City. Before long, Li Tiangang arrived at the edge of Blackwater Demon Lake. The vast expanse of the lake was boundless, with black waves crashing incessantly. He surveyed the area and after a moment, he found a figure at one part of the lakeshore. Li Tiangang flew straight toward it and descended. The figure at the lake heard the noise and subconsciously turned around. How? The smile had just appeared on his face when he saw Li Tiangang's stern expression and immediately snapped back to reality, his eyes dimming. Second uncle. Despite the anger in his heart, Li Tiangang still bowed first upon landing, then approached and glanced at the lake, asking, "Are you here to fish?" "Fishing." Li Musho's face regained its cold detachment. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He was merely sitting here in silence. "How did you know of this place, and what do you want from me?" Li Musho asked indifferently. Seeing this, Li Tiangang also dispensed with the niceties and directly said, "Second uncle, I know you care about that child, but don't you realize you are harming him this way?" Li Musho turned his head to look at him and said, "How am I harming your son? You let your friend watch over Hao and protect him in secret. Is this not the same as forcing me to truly sever ties with him?" Li Tiangang's voice contained anger. Li Musho was slightly taken aback before it dawned on him. When Li Hao left that day, he had noticed Feng Boping lurking in the shadows, who also communicated briefly with him about escorting Li Hao away. Beyond expressing his gratitude, his feelings were extremely complex. Without Feng Boping's support, perhaps the child might never have stepped through that threshold. But Feng Boping's willingness to support might be due to his inability to watch Hao suffer in front of his father. When even outsiders could not bear to see it, what a failure it was. Contemplating these things, Li Musho looked at the anger in Li Tiangang's eyes and could not help but let out a snort of laughter, saying, "Now you are afraid of losing Hao. When you returned, I heard you even slapped Hao. Why weren't you afraid then?" And after inquiring about the details these past days, wasn't it because that little girl was arrogant due to being spoiled and insulted Qing that Hao slapped her? Is Hao wrong for defending his mother? As he spoke, the calmness in him surged with emotion again, anger flashing in his eyes. Li Tiangang's face changed slightly, at a loss for words. He had also looked into this matter later. Li Mingguang, Li Wushuang, and others were present, corroborating this point. Indeed, it was his eighth brother's daughter Li Ruming who first brought up Qing with disrespectful remarks. Regarding this, the eighth brother himself had slapped his own daughter, had a major argument with his wife that day, and since then, turmoil reigned in his household. Li Tiangang could no longer blame or chastise anyone, and he felt some regret for that slap. "Second uncle, I know I am not a competent father, but my goal is only to teach him well. I already regret not having kept him by my side to raise and care for these years," Li Tiangang continued, "but the child's temper, as you have seen, is like stone. If you allow your old friend to continue protecting him, he will never experience the harshness and hardships of the outside world." Li Musho looked at him coldly, saying, "He is your son, not your enemy. Why do you insist on making him experience the hardships of the world? Li Tiangong was taken aback. I have no children of my own. If I did, I would wish to hold them and dote on them every day. Li Musho said coldly. Having children is not about making them endure the harshness and cruelty of the world, but about them feeling their parents' love. I couldn't do this in the past, which is why I never married or had children, as I didn't trust myself to be a good father. But looking at it now, you are far less worthy. Li Tiangong fell silent for a moment, then said, Second uncle, you've never been a father. You don't understand my good intentions. I, too, want to treat him well, to make up for those years he spent alone, but there must be a limit to kindness. How many sons of the battlefield are longed for by their mothers and wives, yet they lay buried on the field. He's lucky enough to have seen me return alive, but I will inevitably die one day, and if he does not grow up, how can he shoulder the responsibility of carrying forward the Li family? Can he bear the legacy of our ancestors? Li Musho sneered and said, How do you know he can't handle it if you don't try? Hao is not as weak as you think. You don't understand him at all. You have never truly cared about him. He raised his hand to catch the snowflake before him, and passed it to Li Tiangang. Look. Li Tiangang wanted to argue, but he was startled and said, What? It's snowing. Li Musho stated. I know, Li Tiangang replied. Besides the day that child left, this is the second snowfall. Li Musho looked at Li Tiangang and said, You drove him out of the Li family when the first snow fell. Now, during this second snowfall, you come to question me why I let an old friend protect him. Ha! Those unaware would think you and he are not father and son but rather sworn enemies with deep-seated hatred. He looked directly into Li Tiangang's eyes and said softly, I wonder if the first thing that came to your mind upon seeing this falling snow was whether that child was cold, and whether he could eat well and stay warm at the border. Li Tiangang's face slightly changed, and he clenched his fists tightly as he said in a low voice. With your old friend's protection, I presume his journey has been quite comfortable. The demon kings of the Four Stands realm dare not invade, and with Li He there, Hong Zhuang also does not provide peace of mind, staying there to look after him. This child is showered with love by many. What's a bit of snow to him? Li Musho gazed at him and said, Let's not mention that old friend of mine. The Li He you arranged should only act when the child is not facing a deadly situation, shouldn't he? Certainly, Li Tiangang said. Otherwise, how will he learn to retreat in the face of difficulties? Li Musho took a deep breath, no longer wanting to continue the conversation, and said, You should go back. Don't bother me again if it's not important. Li Tiangang immediately said, If you would have your old friend come back and stop spoiling him, I would have no reason to seek you out. Li Musho laughed coldly and said, Do you really think that my old friend is looking after Hao just to please me? Li Tiangang raised his eyebrows, saying, Could it be, uncle, that you're suggesting Hao has befriended your old friend? He is a strong being of the Four Stands realm. Who would care about him? Li Musho was furious, but he held back his words at the last moment. It was inconvenient to reveal Feng Boping's identity, as it could cause more trouble than necessary. You may leave, Li Musho said coldly. Rest assured, my old friend knows what he's doing. He doesn't intervene in ordinary situations, only if a demon king from the Four Stands realm crosses the border. A demon king from the Four Stands realm doesn't have the gall to invade, Li Tiangang stated. What if they do? Li Musho locked eyes with him. Li Tiangang's expression changed slightly, and suddenly he fell silent. The interrogation results for Lu Yurong must be out soon, right? You would be better off seeking justice for your son with all this energy you have. As for the matter of divine blood, do you truly believe that Hao slandered her out of nowhere? Li Musho said coldly. Li Tiangang, thinking of this, flashed a look in his eyes but said nothing, simply bowed, turned, and flew away with a flick of his sleeve. Li Musho watched as the other's figure disappeared, the coldness on his face dissipating as he sighed. His gaze fell upon the demon lake before him, and then slowly, it moved to a depression at his side. Not far from where Li Tiangang had stood was the fishing platform where his son fished. Second uncle, I've got another one on the hook, haha, second uncle, come see, it looks like a big one this time. Second uncle, it's cooked, come and eat. Li Musho's eyes rimmed with red as he realized deep down that with the child's character, he would likely never return again. In Dayu State, the imperial holy city of the capital, within the Grand Palace, the civil and military officials stood on the sides of the dragon-skin long carpet, having reported the affairs of the various states, were now engaged in a fierce argument. Your Majesty, 6 days have passed, it's time for you to decide. That prince of martial punishment has just returned from victorious battles in northern Yan, elevated to a third-rank duke. His son, spoiled by favor, has grown arrogant, relying on his unparalleled talent. He fought a great battle with the prince of martial punishment. Father and son killing each other is completely contrary to natural laws and ethics. If we do not severely punish him, it would merely corrupt public morals. If everyone were to follow suit, how would we uphold the duty and respect between sovereign and subject, parent and child? Your Majesty, your servant believes there are underlying reasons for this matter. We still need to thoroughly investigate before making any hasty judgments. It's said that the child possesses extraordinary talents, having reached the heavenly human realm at only 14 years old, even more fearsome than the ninth son of the Li family in his day. It's inevitable he'd show some arrogance and recklessness, but he has already been chastised by King Xingwu, sent to guard Heavenly Gate Pass. That punishment is already severe enough. That's just for show. I don't believe he wouldn't have someone secretly guard him. HMPH, if Heavenly Gate Pass were to fall, I'd like to see if his son could bear the responsibility. To assign such a strategically crucial place to a child is utter nonsense. What if it were lost? Behind Heavenly Gate Pass lie billions of commoners in the Grand Liang state. Those who are disrespectful deserve death. People argued fiercely, their views falling into two categories. One side believed in severe punishment, while the other thought there were mitigating factors worth investigating, or that it should be handled by the Li family themselves, seeing it not as a matter of state but a private family affair. Regardless of the viewpoint, each had its flaws ripe for rebuttal, so the debate went unresolved for several days. Astride the dragon throne, the imposing Emperor Yu wore a gaze as inscrutable as the stars and moon, daunting any direct look. As he heard the boisterous debate, the corner of his mouth curved slightly, reminiscing about the scene by Lu Shu Lake. That impertinent boy, such a fiery temper, Emperor Yu thought to himself. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the quiet group of scholars on the other side, and he asked with interest. Members of the Hanlin Hall, what are your thoughts? When the emperor spoke, the other debates ceased, and all eyes turned to the group of great scholars, with curiosity and puzzlement on their faces. In such cases of impropriety in the past, these feeble scholars were always the first to protest, their sharp tongues even making them reluctant to engage. After all, they were martial artists. In a battle of words, they were no match for those wielding pens. Yet, on this occasion, these individuals were silent as bystanders, seemingly deaf to the arguments. Fearing the divine general mansion? Fearing the Li family? That would be a spectacle indeed. These fellows didn't hesitate to criticize even princes, so what was the Li family to them, when each of the 5 divine families had faced their rebuke? If not for their immeasurable contributions to history, which left them beyond reproach, they would have been silenced long ago. Disregarding the proprieties is tantamount to killing the common people, a favorite argument of these scholars. They persist in equating the two, much to the annoyance of those who care little for such trivialities. Moreover, the emperor held the Hanlin Hall in high esteem, and the status of civil officials within the court did not fall short of that of the military officers. In fact, their perceived weakness often garnered them greater protection from the emperor. While slaying demons was the duty of the martial artist, governing and bringing peace to the nation was the act of a civil servant. This world is not solely plagued by demons. The hearts of the people can bring down great nations as well. And in swaying the hearts of the people, civil officials excel. In response to your Majesty, we believe that Li Hao, despite his youthful arrogance, is certainly not a wastrel indulging in arrogance. His aspirations are as boundless as the clouds spreading across 10,000 miles, and he bears a patriotic and sympathetic heart. Surely, there is a reason behind this conflict, and we hope your Majesty will thoroughly investigate and render justice to this youth. After a pause, the Grand Preceptor of the Hanlin Hall stepped forward respectfully and spoke as their representative. Upon hearing this, everyone in the court was taken aback. Was this the same Hanlin Hall they knew? Was this the same obstinate Grand Preceptor they were familiar with? He must be under a spell. Grand Preceptor, are you aware of what you are saying? Before the emperor could speak, a military governor from Liangzhou who had earlier argued for severe punishment stood out, exclaiming, "A son wounding his father, no matter the reason, should not draw his sword against his own father. No, that's his own flesh and blood. Indeed, if even this can be tolerated, what atrocities will they not commit in the future?" Another person quickly chimed in. The emperor's lips curled into a faint smile momentarily before he composed himself, unnoticed as none dared keep their eyes fixed on him. Speaking impassively, he queried. Esteemed official, what evidence do you see for such praise? In reply to your majesty, we certainly have evidence. The Grand Preceptor glanced disdainfully at the Liangzhou military governor, his eyes filled with contempt. Although a civil official himself, with the backing of Emperor Yu, not one of the martial artists dared lay a finger on him. Besides, he understood why the opponent had proposed such vehement measures. It was because King Xingwu had dispatched Li Hao to Heavenly Gate Pass, raising fears that it might fall, and the invading demons would necessitate his being on the front lines to slay them. Oh, what evidence? Emperor Yu inquired with interest. The crowd was also astonished, although their proposal for punishment came with their own thoughts. Even the ministers close to the Li family who argued with them would at most excuse Li Hao on the grounds that he was young and ignorant, spoiled by favor and arrogance, and inevitably frivolous. Where did this ambition as soaring as the clouds and patriotic concern for the people come from? It was not easy to make these rotting pedantic scholars utter such praise. The Grand Tutor said respectfully, Your Majesty, some days ago, one of my students hurried back from Qingzhou City, bringing with him a collection of poems. According to my student, all the poems in this collection were written by the young master of the Li family. He verified it thoroughly, there is no falsehood. Oh, Emperor Yu was surprised, that youth could actually compose poetry? Upon reflection, if the other party could play chess, what was so difficult about composing poetry? In his heart, chess was certainly much harder than writing poetry. Of course, he absolutely could not reveal this thought to the scholars from Hanlin Hall before him, otherwise they would surely split his head with their arguments, insisting on having a rationale. Upon receiving this collection of poems, I, an old man, only felt ashamed. We scholars read books of sages every day, observe the vast rivers of the world, and yet in the end, we are not as talented and broad-minded as a child who sits in a courtyard all day. Truly, we are unworthy to face your majesty. As the Grand Tutor spoke, he slightly raised his hand to cover his face, showing a mournful and regretful expression. The crowd watched, dumbfounded. This old fellow must be really bewitched. Since when have they heard the word, ashamed, come out of their mouths? On normal days, they would stubbornly argue even in the face of unreason. Today, they were actually saying they were convinced? Emperor Yu's curiosity was further piqued, and he urged, My minister, stop with the suspense. Speak quickly, what exactly is the reason? Upon seeing this, Grand Tutor Zhao took out the poetry collection from his wide sleeve and presented it with both hands. After Chu Juyue, the eunuch beside Emperor Yu, waved his hand to receive it, Zhao turned his gaze back to the military governor of Liangzhou, flicked his sleeve, and with an electrifying look, said, It's true they fought as father and son, and going against social norms is also true, but to say any reason is unacceptable, that statement is wrong. In Deu, we respect rituals, but we never adhere to dead rituals. Otherwise, wouldn't we all be a bunch of antiquated fools? Isn't that true? The generals sneered secretly to themselves. But Zhao had a piercing gaze, and he said aloud, I ask you all, isn't someone who can say, I would rather die on the battlefield for my country than be wrapped in horsehide to be sent home, a true patriot? Is someone who can say, since ancient times, who has escaped death? May my loyal heart illuminate the annals of history, considered patriotic? Speak not of awards and titles when a general succeeds, but remember that his success is built upon a mountain of bones. With his gaze fixed on the military governor of Liangzhou, Zhao's eyes burned with intensity, his voice resounding in the court. These words are to discourage the talk of noble ranks and titles, success of one general atop a mountain of bones. They reflect sorrow for the soldiers who died in battle and disinterest in fame and glory. I ask you all, what kind of person is one who holds the world in such high regard and fame so lightly? With just this alone, how many people could really do it? The crowd was stunned, momentarily speechless. However, they soon felt indignant. You have your say, but what is the meaning behind your gaze, as if we're all here just for fame? The military governor of Liangzhou's expression slightly changed. Those lines had a considerable impact on him. His anger towards that youth from Qingzhou stemmed more from the worry that Heavenly Gate Pass would fall and the people of Liangzhou would suffer. But that line, what need is there for a horsehide shroud on my return? As someone long accustomed to the battlefield, he had seen the horrors of war and those soldiers who couldn't even keep their whole bodies intact. That line moistened his eyes. The soldiers who fought to the death and protected the pass, didn't they feel the same? It was just that, being not good with words, they couldn't express it. At this moment, Emperor Yu was also browsing through the collection of poems passed to him by Chu Juyue, quietly flipping through it, his expression turning solemn and silent. Even if he is patriotic, a capable general and loyal minister, the fact that he drew a sword against his father cannot be ignored, suddenly someone said. Zhao glanced at the person, sneered, and said, "It is indeed a fact, but is a fact necessarily the truth?" The man was taken aback by this question, becoming stupefied, his thoughts scrambled. No wonder they say these pedantic scholars have silver tongues. He was completely stumped by that one question. Flowers in the mirror, and the moon in water. What the eyes see isn't always reality. Zhao said coldly, and even if we take a step back and assume it's true, can it be said that King Xingwu had no fault at all? Is it not severe enough to send his son to guard Heavenly Gate Pass? I ask you all, who dares to guard Heavenly Gate Pass? The crowd was left speechless. They were discussing filial piety clashing with duty, yet how did the fire come to burn them? Such a youth with a sincere heart, capable of such consideration for the people, could he not show tolerance towards his own father? I believe there must be other reasons involved. We need a thorough investigation before commenting further, declared Zhao loudly. Those initially proposing punishment for Li Hao looked at each other in dismay. With Hanlin Hall siding with them, in addition to the already controversial fellows, it seemed they were mostly unlikely to win the argument. What can a few poems prove? They're just words. Who is incapable of that? Another voice rose, belonging to another military governor, his expression cold. Zhao sneered, "Then let's hear you say something. I'm only skilled in warfare, not in composing poetry, that's all. But I can still manage some plainspoken words. Loyal to the emperor and willing to die for the country, we shall never shirk from death," said the governor. Zhao snorted, without a surging heart. It is impossible to produce poetry so profoundly piercing to the bone. Such platitudes are indeed something everyone can say. As great scholars, having perused this collection of poems, they held a very favorable impression of the youth they had yet to meet face to face. Seeing poetry as seeing the person, they knew that if one had perverted thoughts, a poem or two might suffice, but it would be impossible to create so many poems of loyalty. They did not believe it at first, but after continuous investigation and multiple clarifications, they became convinced that these poems were indeed all composed by that young man alone. Among these rough and barbaric generals, how could such a gifted and young talent with splendid literary grace emerge, causing a group of great scholars to feel both admiration and shock? Indeed, it had been an eye-opener for them. One man battled across 3,000 miles, one sword could resist 1,000,000 troops. At this moment, atop the court hall, Emperor Yu's voice gently spread, and everyone listening felt a tremor in their hearts. What majestic and grand poetry! Brilliance slowly shot out from Emperor Yu's eyes as the image of that peerless genius from Qingzhou became clearer in his mind. Good poetry, fine lad, Emperor Yu said with a smile, not stinting his praise. Those who had wanted to argue further a few moments ago changed their expressions slightly and fell silent. Now that Emperor Yu had spoken, there was no point in further discussion. All they could do was pray that the snowstorms outside the frontier pass could indeed overwhelm the youth. The court session was over. Inside the Qianming Palace, Emperor Yu paced here, with Chu Juyue following closely behind him, slightly bent over. "You've seen the boy at the True Dragon Banquet, what do you think of him?" Emperor Yu walked slowly, randomly stopping in front of a flowering tree, but there was only one blossom on the tree, with snowflakes falling on its branches. Seeing this, he was suddenly reminded of a line from his book of poetry. "Wait till autumn comes on the 8th of September, my blossom blooms and 100 flowers perish." A slight smile curved his lips. The youngster was aggressive in chess, and creating such a fierce poem seemed not so strange after all. Chu Juyue pondered for a moment, then bowed and said, "Answering your majesty, I observed the child's behavior to be casual and carefree, but his temperament is steady, not like the frivolous and arrogant sort. The incident that day was indeed initiated by the direct disciple of the Buddha master. Although very subtle, I still caught it." Emperor Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he said, in a low voice, "Buddha master." He looked up into the distance, speaking softly, "It's snowing. I wonder how that child is faring beyond the pass. I heard that King Xingwu has withdrawn all the troops from there. It seems he has figured out the hints in my previous words and is planning to abandon that place." Chu Juyue remained silent, head bowed, knowing sometimes it's best to speak less. "If you have time, take a trip there. I've heard that the child left in a hurry and didn't even bring a sword. Bring him one in my stead." Emperor Yu said with a smile, "Send him the dragon sword." Chu Juyue felt a jolt in his heart. That was the foremost among the 10 great famous swords. The emperor's fondness for the young Li seemed greater than he had imagined. Understood, he responded respectfully. Tiangong isn't worried his son might die, but I am somewhat afraid. Emperor Yu chuckled and said, also, tell him if he's tired, he can return to Dayu State. I permit him to study in the external halls of Gondao Palace, to live alongside the princes. Chu Juyu's pupils shrank slightly, but he still respectfully assented. On the frontier of Liangzhou at Heavenly Gate Pass, the mere mound that was Kenya City, heavy snow fell, fluttering down and covering the tents in the campsite, blanketing the bodies of demons that had fallen the day before. It's snowing. Li Hao stopped writing the cultivation technique, using his power to ward off objects to prevent the snowflakes from touching the paper and dampening it. On a snowy day, it's inconvenient for fishing. Li Hao muttered to himself, glancing in Qingzhou's direction, wondering if it was snowing there and if the lake had started to ice over. Today, you two should consider leaving as well, Li Hongzhuang said to Li Hao and Li He. Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly, quietly watching her. Li Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, yesterday, when you went to exterminate their lair, did you ask about the situation at Longshan Taoist Temple? There's more than one great demon in the 3 immortal realms. You killed Kai Hu Jun, the steed of that old dragon, and they will surely seek revenge. All these years, they haven't launched a full-scale assault. I suspect they're doing it deliberately. Li Hao, thinking of his own investigations, asked, do you know why? There are several possibilities. The first is to demand more live sacrifices from the northern cold country. The second is to slowly erode our Li family. After all, directly breaching Heavenly Gate Pass wouldn't mean much since Dragon Pass Road has already been occupied. They can easily cross the border, just not in large numbers. On the contrary, by trapping us here, they can continuously deplete us. That old dragon might hold a grudge against the ancestors of our Li family and act with this purpose. Li Hao nodded. It seemed Li Hongzhuang knew it as well. But today, they'll probably come in fury and won't hold back, said Li Hongzhuang. As she finished speaking, the ground seemed to shake violently for a moment. The 3 of them looked simultaneously toward the outside of the camp. There, several giant and towering figures appeared at the edge of their vision. Here they come. Li Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and although she had anticipated their arrival, when the demons really showed up, her fingers gripping the sword hilt involuntarily tightened. The overwhelming demon aura came without any attempt to conceal it, covering the area like dark clouds. 4 towering figures stood outside the camp, and the cold wind swept through, dissipating 100 paces from them, making it impossible to get close. Li Hongzhuang and Li He's eyes were grave as they stepped forward, subtly shielding Li Hao behind them. Despite the earlier disputes, Li He wouldn't forget his duty. And Li Hongzhuang, feeling responsible as Li Hao's younger aunt, believed protecting Hao was her rightful duty. She couldn't let harm come to the boy. Li Hao didn't intend to rely on their protection. He handed over the cultivation technique he was holding to Ren Qianqin beside him, then gently patted the little white fox's head to stop it from getting nervous. He picked up the pig fang sword by his foot, the massive sword taller than him, resembling a crescent gate. 2 from the unwithering realm, 2 from the indestructible realm. Li Hongzhuang, sensing the undisguised demon aura of these 4 demons, identified their realms. She had encountered 2 of them before when they had attacked the camp. Li He, can you handle 1 from the unwithering realm? Li Hongzhuang asked. Li He was only at the indestructible realm, not yet reaching the unwithering, but he had practiced the Li family's top cultivation technique, refined his true qi with numerous resources, and his cultivation level was slightly higher than that of demons at the same realm. Unless the demon had a significant family background, that would only make him wary. I can hold 1 off, but killing might be difficult, Li He said seriously. All right. Li Hongzhuang glanced at Li Hao, who had moved beside her. Li He and I will lure away the 2 from the unwithering realm. Do your best to hold them off, and when I've killed 1, I'll come to reinforce you. Also, be cautious. There might be ambushes hidden in the dark. There are 2 lying in ambush in the dark, Li Hao said, astonishingly. Shadows filled his eyes, and ever since he had practiced the bright jade true demon skill, this body refining technique had tempered his entire body, even refining his eyes. With dark, deadly energy contained in his pupils, he could see through some demon illusions and lock onto some hidden figures with the malevolent aura. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, both were startled, then their expressions abruptly changed. 6 demons? In that case, they couldn't afford to disperse. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. Li Hongzhuang turned and looked at the distant graveyard with a glimpse of sorrow in her eyes. She had foreseen a day like this, she just hadn't expected it to come so quickly. She was no longer able to stay here and be with her brothers. Prepare to retreat. Li Hongzhuang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I'll cover you. Li He, look after Hao. Yes. Li He acknowledged. There's no need, but Li Hao shook his head, dragging the pig-fang sword on the ground as he walked forward, its coarse edge carving a deep straight groove. I've come here to hold this city. You can go, but I'm not leaving. How Li Hongzhuang's expression changed. She exclaimed angrily, at a time like this, are you still bearing a grudge? Your life is what's important. Li He also wanted to persuade the obstinate master, but at that moment, the 4 demons outside the camp were already growing impatient and made large strides toward the camp behind the pass. Hongzhuang, I came to you last time offering you to be my wife. Today, you have another chance. Will you refuse me, or will you accept? One of the demons, a massive cobalt blue peacock, shifted naturally into a graceful young nobleman as it crossed the gate, walking fluidly. He was tall and slender, suave, walking with a folding fan in hand. Yet behind him, the dense demon aura had not dissipated and was swirling above his head, faintly showing the original colossal peacock shadow. Li Hongzhuang's eyes were cold as she took a step forward. I might consider being your wife, but first, kill that ugly creature next to you as your betrothal gift. Next to the peacock nobleman stood an enormous toad, like a mountain, with a tail like a long worm or a scorpion's hook, swinging as though it could strike at any moment. Hearing Li Hongzhuang's words, the giant toad with flesh-covered bumps slightly cracked its mouth open, saying viciously, You're dead for sure, I must crush you into pieces. Its mouth was full of sharp, densely packed fangs. The peacock nobleman looked with interest and then said, I find Hongzhuang's proposal interesting. Brother too, could you possibly be persuaded to go ahead? Get lost, the giant toad roared, its saliva spraying on the peacock nobleman, who deftly flicked his sleeve and shook it off. No more dawdling. Next to them, another giant, a black-furred creature with hair like long whiskers, said in a deep voice, I heard that the one who killed Kai Hu Jun was a human race youngster. That little one there perhaps, even managed to kill the lightning pig too. Li Hao suddenly felt the gaze of several demons locked on him, bearing an intense oppressive force. But a red shadow flashed in front of him, and Li Hongzhuang's figure stood in his way, the slender figure in her tattered, bright red battle armor standing firm like a straight spear. Kai Hu Jun was severely wounded by me. He just scavenged for military exploits. If you've got the guts, come at me, Li Hongzhuang said coldly. Don't rush. None of you will escape today, the giant toad revealing its ferocious teeth said. After I break her limbs, then I can make you my wife, with your long arms and legs, so ugly. You're short yourself, don't call my wife ugly, the peacock nobleman said with a smile. The giant toad glared at him but didn't waste any more words and suddenly opened its mouth to spit out a scalding red shadow, hurtling toward the 3 at great speed. Li Hongzhuang's pupils shrank, and she swung her sword down fiercely. The sword chi struck the twisted, veiny tongue, sparking a metallic clang as if it had hit metal. The giant tongue was repelled, and the demon frog's body suddenly leapt forward in a bound. Its legs and limbs burst with astonishing power, and in the instant of its leaping charge, the ground where it had been caved in and cracked violently, as if struck by a fierce meteorite. The rising dust drifted away, but when it blew near the peacock young master, it was blocked by a force. He slightly shook his fan to cover his mouth and nose, seemingly quite disdainful. 10 elephants demon skill. The giant frog roared, its demon energy coalescing into the shadows of enormous elephants, the mountain-like bodies charging with terrifying momentum. Li Hao, Li Hongzhuang, and Li He all leapt up sharply, not daring to face this brute force head-on. Fishing experience plus 412, a panel notification popped up before his eyes. Li Hao wasn't surprised. That charging giant frog had touched the hidden lines he left in its path. These were lines of condensed energy, which is to say, it had entered into the midst of fishing, just in the tugging phase, not yet hooked, but there was already experience feedback. Fishing, aside from hooking, even if the prey slips the hook, would grant a certain amount of fishing experience based on the prey's cultivation level and situation. The giant frog was in the state of just having hooked. Although it was just like this, the fact that there were over 400 experience points shows how huge the experience gain would be if one could directly fish up a great demon from the 3 immortal realms. Li Hao's eyes lit up slightly. At the same time, the giant frog also noticed that its forelimbs had touched a cluster of chaotic line forces, which rapidly entwined around its limbs, an attack of some special kind. It perceived this as a bizarre cultivation technique of the human race. Roar! The giant frog's body surged, and it let out a ferocious roar towards the three in midair. The terrorizing sound waves came rushing over, shaking Li Hongzhuang and Li He to the point where their faces were flushed with blood, their chests roiling with pain and discomfort. But Li Hao suddenly had a flash of enlightenment, as fortune favored his mind. The Tao realm of the third phase of musical rhythm made him very knowledgeable about rhythms. Under the grating sound blast at that moment, he suddenly spurred the energy lines throughout his body, using the 84,000 pores as channels, to let out a roar. Roar! This roar was like a fierce tiger or a true dragon, as if the wind of the world weaving through a body, like the culmination of life's explosive sound. The howling cry of the frog was forcibly torn apart, its sound waves shattered by Li Hao's roar, overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. The giant frog, initially planning to take advantage of the echoing sound waves to follow up with more attacks, was caught off guard by Li Hao's roar and was momentarily stunned. Li Hongzhuang and Li He both reacted, shocked and relieved. Fortunately, Li Hao mastered this sound technique and interrupted the giant frog in time. Otherwise, continuous attacks from the opponent could have injured them badly. They knew that aside from that, there were also 5 demons lurking in the dark, waiting to strike. Seeking death, Li Hongzhuang and Li He both had a burst of murderous intent in their eyes and launched their attacks. At this moment, the giant frog was isolated deep within their ranks, leading the charge to test them, and they couldn't afford to show mercy. Li Hao also brandished his sword, sending sword light cascading like an avalanche. In an instant, the sky filled with feathers collapsed like a snow mountain, rapidly accelerating and sweeping across the giant frog's mouth. A sharp clanging sound rose within its mouth, the sword chi slitting its sharp teeth, ringing like metal. The soft flesh inside its mouth now bore several small sword wounds. This sword strike, if it were against a demon of the heavenly human realm, would tear it to shreds on the spot, but the giant frog was at the peak of the indestructible realm, with flesh as tough as steel, barely sustaining a light injury. Li Hao, having experienced combat with a demon from the immortal realm the day before, was now shocked to see only such minor damage inflicted, realizing that the frog's weak spots weren't inside its mouth. The seemingly tender flesh there was probably tougher than the outer skin of some 3 immortal realm demons. After releasing his sword strike, he swiftly retracted the fishing line while Li Hongzhuang and Li He were attacking during the short interval. With the 5th level of the fishing Tao, he had mastered various fishing tricks, the hidden line being one he had grasped early on, which he had now refined further. Even the giant frog, a creature of the 3 immortal realms, hadn't immediately noticed his fishing line. At this moment, the line of condensed energy, like a divine weapon iron chain, wrapped around its forelimbs, constantly stretching and winding towards its mouth and eyes. At the front of the fishing line, energy condensed, forming into a vicious and curved explosive hook. This hook was not a simple single hook, but rather like a dozen or so fishing hooks fused together. Once embedded into flesh, it would inevitably tear out a large chunk. Li Hao thought of what his second uncle had once said, that even a creature from the immortal realm could be hooked and lifted by him. He had never imagined that in just a few years, he himself could now fish up beings from the 3 immortal realms. What is this thing? The giant frog was enraged, feeling its front limbs entwined by incredibly fine lines, sharper than a sword, causing it pain. And yet, it could hardly make them out with its naked eye, only seeing a very faint and transparent shadow, making it very hard to even catch the scent. But most eerie of all was how these things were now climbing and coiling onto its body like spirit snakes, and a sense of unexplainable fear arose in its heart. "Madam, come to me." As Li Hongzhuang prepared to slash at the giant frog, the peacock young master suddenly flickered in front and with a wave of his folding fan, which turned out to be a divine weapon, struck sparks against the sword blade. Li Hongzhuang's eyes flared with cold light as she charged furiously at him. The peacock young master wanted to tease her with a few words, but Li Hongzhuang's frenzied attack forced him to retreat step by step without the chance to utter a word, his face growing solemn. Meanwhile, the ground rumbled as the giant bull demon also charged over with hooves flaring. It was another unwithering realm demon, which at this moment emitted a purple demonic fog from its horns as it charged towards Li He. But it had not charged far when its front hoof seemed to kick something, nearly stumbling over it. A shallow blood mark appeared on its front hoof. The bull demon looked down at its hoof, somewhat annoyed, its gaze sweeping the surroundings, but it saw nothing that had just obstructed its path, which was extremely peculiar. Recalling the dragon master's instructions, it did not dare to be careless, and suddenly its body was enveloped in a black glow, triggering an earthquake, and earth spikes resembling mounds surged up, sweeping away. The ground cracked, and the remaining tents in the camp were also torn apart by the suddenly emerging earth spikes, extending outwards in a trail. Li Hao sensed that another fish line he had set up was broken, but he did not mind. He could not possibly fish for two immortal great demons at the same time. The force used on that fish line was not significant, and at this moment, all his attention was on the giant frog before him. He maneuvered the fishhook, climbing upwards continuously like sharp thorns, pricking blood spots on the surface of the giant frog's skin, climbing towards its eyeball. The giant frog noticed the fishhook, seeing that nearly half a meter in diameter massive spiked bent hook. It felt both shocked and enraged. What kind of attack was this? It felt some ancient memory, buried for thousands of years, rising to its heart. Back then it was just a small swamp frog, almost fished away by a youth who looked like a scholar. Bastard! The giant frog roared, haunted by the dead memory. Now that it had become immortal, it had not seen such a thing for a long time. How could someone still dare to try fishing it? It was no longer the small swamp frog of the past. The giant frog leapt forcefully, its demonic power sweeping out like skimming the surface, flinging the fishhook away. Fishhooks are not as easy to hide as fishing lines. Li Hao's expression slightly tensed. The fishhook being flung away was within his expectations, as this was equivalent to a forced fishing attempt. The prey not biting was perfectly normal, not properly baited. Li Hao instantly realized his mistake. The fishhook had been exposed too quickly. It should have been disguised as something else. With this thought, he was moved to summon many corpses of demons and flung them towards the giant frog. These demon corpses were remnants from the day before, some weighing tens of tons, but under the power of his true qi, he could easily manipulate them. When throwing, Li Hao turned the true qi modified fishhook into the shape of a flying needle, embedding it among the demon corpses, planning to root it inside their bodies first. "You lad." Feng's voice came to Li Hao's ears. Feng Boping was observing from the sidelines the whole time, and seeing Li Hao leisurely fishing in such a tense battle situation, targeting an immortal, he couldn't help but smile in astonishment. This young fellow's fishing ambitions were even greater than his. However, Li Hao's actions made him itchy to join in the fun. Li Hao heard Feng's words but smiled. His ability to do this relaxedly was mainly because Feng was there to cover for him. With a whoosh, the fishhook, shaped like a flying needle, followed the corpses of the demons and pierced into the giant frog's body. But it only penetrated a few dozen centimeters, which was just superficial given the giant frog's massive size. Even though his hook-forming technique was enhanced by the 5th stage of the fishing Dao realm, as his own strength was only at the heavenly human realm, being able to refine the fishing line to a point where it was not easily broken was quite an achievement in itself. Die. The giant frog, realizing the foreign object impaled in its skin, was shocked and infuriated, suddenly spitting out a large patch of decay, emitting a pungent stench and acidity, hitting the ground and even scorching it black, as if the gravel was melted by high heat. Li He wanted to provide assistance, but he was blocked by the earth spikes. The continuous attacks left him no room to dodge, his expression changing drastically. Meanwhile, a 4th demon made its move. It was a large mummified demon with countless maggots, black multi-legged centipede-like creatures crawling and shuttling back and forth through the rotten holes on its body. At this moment, it waved its hand, releasing waves of ghosts from its body, flying towards the center of the arena. Li He swung his sword to cut them, but the blade passed through the ghosts like slicing through air. Yet the ghosts attacked him, gnawing away, with even his armor unable to resist. Li He was horrified, knowing this was an extremely formidable divine soul attack. He quickly offered his divine soul, condensed his divine might into flames, covering his sword blade, and again he swung, managing to shred some of the ghosts. But their number seemed endless, incessantly flying out of the large mummified demon, leaving him overwhelmed. The joint attack of the two great demons quickly forced him into a dangerous situation. At that moment, 2 demons hiding in the shadows suddenly made a move. One of them pounced towards Li He like a leopard, with incredibly fast movement technique. Li He, hearing the sound of something tearing the air, his pupils shrank. He turned in alarm only to see a hideous gaping maw coming for him, attempting to swallow him in one bite. Just as he felt his blood run cold, suddenly the gaping mouth that had leapt before him seemed to smash into something, taking on a bizarre posture as it was abruptly pulled upwards. It was as though a rope had snagged its head, flinging it into the air in an instant. The giant wolf-like demon looked on in shock, gazing upwards only to see a figure faintly sitting amongst the clouds. Sitting amidst the clouds, leisurely fishing for all things. Got a bite. Feng Boping let out a light laugh, finding the feeling of fishing for demons much more satisfying than simply killing them outright. With his strength, he could easily crush the opponent to death, leaving no sense of achievement. But having buried the fishing hook behind he and moving a few steps ahead before the enemy eagerly walked into the trap was just too thrilling. Killing demons wasn't difficult. Playing with these demonic beings like puppets on strings, outwitting them in a battle of wits, was truly satisfying. This was the feeling Feng Boping loved, and it was his greatest pastime during moments of leisure. At this moment, the giant wolf demon struggled desperately as it was dragged high into the sky. But Feng Boping wasn't going to let it escape so easily. Not with that kid watching from the side. If he let it break free now, he'd never hear the end of it from that brat. Instead of pulling hard, Feng Boping gently transmitted his power to the hook, causing it to penetrate deeper into the enemy's body. The force of the divine soul extending from the hook firmly locked the enemy's divine soul within its body, making escape impossible. Rise for me. Feng Boping let out a soft command, fingers orchestrating the movement. The fishing line extending from his fingertip quickly retracted, and he pulled the massive wolf demon straight up into the clouds. The demon's internal organs were nearly ripped apart by the hook, which seemed to embed into every meridian and bone in its body, giving it the sensation of being skewered on a grill, unable to break free. It was petrified and in excruciating pain, gazing at the old man above the clouds, its heart filled with terror. Great ancestor, spare my life, it begged pitifully, its body trembling violently. Although it had suspected there might be an ambush from the human race. Otherwise, why would they dare to kill Kai Hu Jun? It never imagined the ambusher would be an old man from the Four Stands realm. I, a fisherman, never come back empty-handed. Once the hook is cast, it must catch something. Feng calmly said with a faint smile. The giant wolf couldn't understand, but that didn't stop it from shaking in utter fear. Meanwhile, the several demons engaged in fierce battle below also noticed their kin dragged up into the sky, and they looked up in horror. The small silhouette sitting there seemed like a star, its presence bearing down on them like a weight of 100,000 mountains. Four Stands realm. The demons turned pale with fear, their eyes revealing deep terror. The bull demon quickly turned to flee. The giant frog also let out a strange cry, roaring, despicable. While speaking, it too struggled desperately to escape by leaping away. But as soon as Li Hao saw Feng take action, he predicted the giant frog's moves and had already buried hook and line in its expected path of escape. In its panic, the giant frog failed to notice Li Hao's maneuvers and violently leapt only to be pierced by the hook halfway through, the tremendous impact driving the fishing hook deep into its belly. A look of surprise and delight appeared in Li Hao's eyes as he quickly made the fishing hook split within the frog's belly, rooting itself like spreading talons, and seized its flesh and organs firmly. Whoosh! The tremendous force transmitted through the fishing line involuntarily yanked Li Hao forward. He was dragged hundreds of meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his meridians bursting with energy as he activated the 7 stars illumination trait of his cultivation technique, cycling it rapidly 7 times, with the 8th surge of power dramatically increasing. He tugged fiercely on the line, determined to keep the giant frog and fish it out. It hurts, the giant frog cried out in agony, utterly terrified. The figure of the old man above seemed like the judge from the underworld, exuding an intense aura of death, and it was both furious and panic-stricken at the bizarre techniques impeding its escape. It spat corrosive venom along the fishing line in retaliation, trying to dissolve it. Li Hao, however, simultaneously shot out several more fishing lines. Thin as they were, they required a vast amount of true energy to condense, and he couldn't sustain too many or too long lengths of line. While he was pulling, suddenly from outside the camp came a deep dragon's roar. Immediately after, a whirlwind of force swept over like blades formed from chaotic winds. Feng Boping, who was reeling in the line, narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. A certain power seemed to resonate in his voice, rippling out, warding off the deadly chill. I didn't expect it to be you. In a distant place outside the campsite, a deep voice came through. Hearing this voice, Li Hongzhuang's face turned pale, that Dragon Lord had actually come as well. Merely over the death of a mount, the Dragon Lord had traveled thousands of miles to lurk in the shadows. The next moment, Li Hongzhuang realized the reason. The other party probably thought that since they dared to slay Kai Hu Jun, they must have something to rely on, which was why he came to check it out. Something to rely on. Li Hongzhuang looked up at the clouds where a figure in a gray robe sat with a simple appearance, his face indistinct. She could not recognize who it was, but she knew that the person was from the Four Stands realm. They actually had a powerful expert from the Four Stands realm secretly protecting them all this time. Li Hongzhuang had been guarding this place for many years, narrowly escaping death many times, yet no one from the Four Stands realm took action. Clearly, this elder had come following Li Hao. Was he someone sent by Seventh Brother, but hadn't Seventh Brother already sent Li He? As thoughts churned in Li Hongzhuang's mind, the demons that were before her eyes took the opportunity of the Dragon Lord's strike to hastily flee for their lives, darting out of the campsite in the blink of an eye. Only the giant frog, hooked by Li Hao's fishing line, was unable to escape for the moment. Seeing its kind running away, the panic in its eyes caused them to bloodshot as it issued roaring after roaring. "Dare you trespass? Do you wish to die?" From within the clouds, Feng Boping's voice came out icy cold. "I haven't trespassed. I've merely come to discipline a few disobedient children, you and I," the deep voice began to say. But before he could finish, it abruptly halted, as if cut off. With a bang, the ground shook violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake that shook the earth and mountains. Following that, a furious dragon's roar came from afar. "You, too, are a demon, yet you serve the human race." With a humming sound, a cerulean sword light 1,000 feet tall emerged, visible even from miles away, a sword chi soaring into the sky. The sword chi cleaved downwards as if to split the earth in half. The surrounding forest seemed to have been cut open, leaving a very long trench. Soon after, torrents of water appeared out of thin air, cascading down like waterfalls. Roar. Within the river like waterfall, a dragon roar could be heard, resonating so powerfully that Li Hao, Li Hongzhuang, and the others tens of miles away felt a slight trembling in their hearts. After this dragon roar, another earth-shattering tremor came from afar, the ground seeming to be struck again, causing the pebbles at the feet of Li Hao and the others to skip. Then, everything returned to calm, but before a few moments could pass, two agonized screams rang out in quick succession, only to be abruptly cut short as they began. In the forests outside the campsite, there was a deathly silence, an inexplicable stillness. Li Hao, Li Hongzhuang, and the others all had somber expressions as they looked towards the path leading from the outpost. It was not long before a figure gradually approached. She had a delicate build and wore a flowing dress that shone like water. Her cascade of azure blue hair seemed like a waterfall, signaling that she was not of the human race by her hair color alone. And indeed, her eyes were as clear and blue as a tranquil stream, reflecting all of living creation. Behind this elegantly slim woman were two deep blue water chains. Attached to the ends of the chains were the shadows of two massive beasts, the fleeing bull demon and the peacock. At this moment, the peacock's eyes retained only a dim and feeble vitality as it was on the brink of death. Its chest was pierced, leaving a gaping bloody cavity, its fanned tail was drooping and contracting, dragging on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Hao and the others were all dumbstruck, including Feng Boping, who also showed a look of astonishment. After seeing the face of the woman, Li Hao was stunned for a moment, followed by bewilderment. The person was none other than the foodie from the cold pond, the water Qilin, Song Chiumo. How did she come here? Li Hao remembered that she seemed to have promised the founder of the Tan Palace Academy, an ancestor of the Song family, to guard the Tan Palace and not leave lightly. But now, this place was thousands of miles away in Liangzhou. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Song Chiumo, dragging two demons behind her, each the size of a small hill, slowly approached the mountain pass. Seeing Li Hao's stunned expression inside the camp, she smiled, and the cold wind around her seemed to become warmer and brighter. "What, an old friend comes over, and you don't welcome them?" Song Chiumo said with a light laugh. The sound of her voice, like clear spring water, snapped everyone back to reality. Li Hongzhuang and Li He looked at Li Hao in shock. As members of the Li family who had grown up in Qingzhou City, how could they not recognize the great demon king of the Tan Palace Academy? Only, this Qilin demon king had actually come for Li Hao? As far as they knew, this Qilin demon king hardly ever left the mountain. Li Hao came back to his senses and immediately broke into a smile. Wait for me to deal with this one, then I'll come to greet you. He was still holding on to that giant frog demon after all. However, the arrival of Song Chiumo had blocked the giant frog's escape route as it desperately tried to crawl out of the camp. With its fat and bulky body trembling on the ground, it didn't dare to struggle anymore. With 2 4-stands realm powerhouses nearby, even if it could break free from the grip of the young child, it would not escape the attack of the 4-stands realm. The giant frog's heart was filled with despair and hatred towards Li Hao. Its only hope at the moment was that by serving the human race, it could somehow be spared. Need help? Song Chiumo glanced at the giant frog. Her casual question made the fat on the frog's body tremble, sweat oozing out like starch, and it stammered. Elder, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I am willing to be a beast of burden. You can command me to do anything, Before it could finish speaking, Li Hao had already started to reel it in, pulling its body back. His arms possessed the colossal strength of tens of thousands of pounds, enough to drag the body of the giant frog. The giant frog's feelings at this moment were complex and conflicted. To struggle or not to struggle, if it struggled, it meant it still had the will to resist. If it didn't struggle, but it felt like it would die. Ultimately, after a fierce inner conflict, its body remained prostrate and motionless, letting Li Hao drag it back, creating a long trail of friction marks on the ground. Young man, I meant no offense, it was all that old dragon's doing. I have cultivated for thousands of years, doing good deeds, and being kind and helpful, The giant frog was pulled in front of Li Hao and faintly realized that its life hung on the whims of the young man before it. It began to plead desperately. Li Hao smiled and said, do you have a cultivation technique? The giant frog was taken aback and then said, I do have one, but the cultivation techniques of us demons are only suitable for ourselves, and the techniques of each race are somewhat different. For example, I have become refined by swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon and absorbing the power from the marshlands of the earth. If you have one, let me take a look, Li Hao interrupted it. The giant frog looked at Li Hao doubtfully and hesitated a bit. I don't have the technique on me, you can accompany me to my home. Give it to me now, Li Hao said calmly. The giant frog trembled all over, sensing the killing intent of the young man. It was filled with indignation inside, but only hesitated slightly on the surface before smiling awkwardly. I just remembered, I seem to have a scroll on me. As it spoke, it opened its mouth, and its tongue rolled out a large scroll of cultivation technique covered in mucus. Li Hao waved his hand casually and, with the power of object control, stripped the mucus off and then drew the cultivation technique aside. After doing all this, he smiled briefly and then suddenly picked up the pighound sword and charged ferociously at the other party. The fishing experience had just been fully harvested, and even if he let the creature go now, fishing for the same prey again would be futile. The experience gained from repeatedly fishing for the same prey was minuscule. Seeing Li Hao suddenly burst forth with murderous intent, the giant frog's eyes also revealed ferocity and anger as it roared, it's all your fault, even if I die, I will eat you. It knew there was no hope of escape and had been harboring the thought of killing Li Hao when it was being dragged along. At that moment it opened its mouth wide, and a vast cloud of poison mist sprayed out, but the poison mist was blocked by a glimmer of water. It was Song Chiumo who made a move. Immediately after, a segment of water surged into the mouth of the giant frog, and in an instant, the frog's body suddenly swelled and started to inflate. Then, it let out a scream as arrows of blood shot out from its eyeballs, and blood spurted from other parts of its body too. Its swelling flesh rapidly deflated amidst the spray. Li Hao, not wanting to be stained and dirty his clothes, stopped in time. Before long, the body of the giant frog was completely shriveled, with its eyeballs also shrunken and wrinkled, as if it had been soaked in water for months. Li Hao turned to Song Chiumo, feeling both impressed and helpless. I could have handled it myself. Look at you blame me, Song Chiumo couldn't help but laugh. Li Hao scratched his head, realizing his words were out of line. My apologies, I owe you thanks for today. No need to apologize. Even if I hadn't come today, you would have been unharmed. Song Chiumo glanced at Feng bopping above the clouds and said, I thought you were having a hard time, but I didn't expect that others were looking after you. It seems my arrival wasn't so timely. Li Hongzhuang and Li He both secretly thought as expected, this great demon king indeed came for Li Hao. Li Hao quickly said with a smile, that's not true at all. Without you, those great demons would have escaped. Speaking of which, how did you get here? were you just in combat with that dragon lord? That old dragon was spying from the side. I wanted to launch a sneak attack but he was too vigilant, Song Chiumo said, her expression a bit regretful. Still, that old dragon is as strong as I am, and it would be difficult to capture him. If it weren't for another person here, he probably would have engaged with me properly. Feng Boping smiled lightly and said, "You're too modest." Song Chiumo gave him a look and suddenly recognized Feng Boping's identity, surprise flashing in her eyes. She glanced at Li Hao and couldn't help but smile. This guy, he really dares to make friends with anyone. I'm here to deliver a swordsmanship manual to you. Song Chiumo said. Deliver a swordsmanship manual? Li Hao was surprised. Have you forgotten? You are a titular teacher at Tan Palace Academy. According to our previous agreement, once you have completed your teaching, you can receive the peerless technique of the Tan Palace. Song Chiumo's figure floated over and landed before Li Hao. A delicate orchid fragrance filled the air, as if the scent of fresh fruits wafted all around. Li Hongzhuang and Li He felt a slight shock in their hearts and a sense of oppression that involuntarily tensed their bodies, but knowing that the other party had no ill will, they immediately relaxed. But I only taught 2 classes, Li Hao said. Before he could finish speaking, Song Chiumo flipped her palm over and pulled out a sword manual from seemingly nowhere. Li Hao glanced at the name. It was indeed the peerless technique of Tan Palace, the Taiji Chenkan sword. The palace master said to tally the remaining classes for now. When you have time, you can go back and teach, Song Chiumo said with a smile. Li Hao looked at the sword manual and fell silent for a moment. Back when he was teaching at Tan Palace, he was known throughout Qingzhou City as an unparalleled genius, yet Tan Palace set many conditions. Now that he had fallen into misfortune beyond Heaven's Gate, they had crossed thousands of miles to gift it to him. Thank you, Li Hao said and took the sword manual. Li Hongzhuang and Li He's eyes narrowed slightly. They could tell from Song Chiumo's words that she seemed to deliberately let them hear that the gift of the sword manual did not represent any personal ties between Tan Palace Academy and Li Hao, but was purely due to his status as a titular teacher. Currently, Li Hao's relationship with the Li family was extremely poor. Helping Li Hao was not something that would win the Li family's favor. Rather, it could easily backfire. Yet, despite the risk of offending the Li family, they gifted a peerless technique. Tan Palace's intentions and attitude towards Li Hao were quite clear. Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao. She had been maintaining the defense of the town at Heaven's Gate Pass for many years without strong reinforcements, yet on the second day of her nephew's arrival, 2 4-stands realm figures had appeared to protect him. She didn't recognize Feng Boping in the clouds above, guessing that he must have concealed his true identity. But for the water Qilin of Tan Palace, who wouldn't come down the mountain for trivial matters, to actually travel thousands of miles to come here was simply incredible. What magic did this child have to make these 2 figures value him so much? Was it because of the Li family? She had a feeling it wasn't. Li He stood to one side, his expression solemn, silently noting these events to report back to the Duke. Since the end of the battle in northern Yan, Li Tiangang had been promoted from a second-class marquis to a third-class duke in one sweep, raising his status even higher. In the Li family, only the older generation had managed to accumulate the status of a duke. And basically attaining a first-class duke was considered reaching the peak, with any further ennoblement being extremely rare. Advancing to the even higher rank of divine marquis was even more improbable, and aside from the national divine generals, it was practically never bestowed. Li Junya, over a decade ago, saved Kongzhou from being overrun, rescuing hundreds of cities and their people, and was only promoted from a captain to a marquis in one go, which was already considered an unprecedented cross-spanning ennoblement in history. If Li Junya had been a marquis at that time, he might have been ennobled to the rank of duke, but he started from too low a point, making a meteoric rise. Watching the 2 4-stands realm figures before him, Li He suddenly felt somewhat out of place, as if he was superfluous. Moreover, having witnessed Li Hao's combat strength, he felt that his protective role was genuinely not significant. Isn't there supposed to be a city here? Song Chiumo asked with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying the surroundings curiously. Li Hao put away the sword manual and forced a smile. The city was destroyed. While speaking, he noticed the peacock that was barely breathing and quickly condensed his true force into a fishing hook, casting it out and hooking it onto the creature's head, and violently pulling it towards him. Fishing experience plus 2820. Wow, that's quite a lot. Li Hao couldn't help admiring to himself. He had just finished pulling the giant frog ashore. which was essentially fishing it onto land, and had gained around 8,000 experience points. Now, this peacock demon that Song Chiumo had battered was very easy to fish, and still retained a third of the experience, which was already quite considerable. If he were to fish on his own for an immortal great demon, he could earn a total of roughly 10,000 experience points. His fishing experience, which had initially been over 20,000, had now reached about 35,000. If he fished another immortal great demon, he would almost level up to the 6th stage. You kid. Feng Boping saw that Li Hao was even fishing the nearly dead and couldn't help feeling somewhat speechless. Li Hao gave an awkward smile. If not for the sake of experience, as a fisherman, he himself found this act somewhat disgraceful. I'll find some paper later to make do. The corpse of this great demon must not be wasted. It needs to be drawn, Li Hao thought to himself. The conditions here were rough and not suitable for painting, but the corpse of an immortal great demon was valuable for accumulating painting experience and was too precious to be squandered. So tragic, Song Chiumo exclaimed upon hearing Li Hao's words and raised her eyebrows slightly but said nothing more. Are you hungry after traveling such a long distance? Asked Li Hao. Song Chiumo replied with a smile, there are no little pastries here. I can make some for you, Li Hao said with a smile, but then remembered something and added, however, there are no materials here, so you'll have to help gather some first. I think you want to take the opportunity to have me gather a batch for you, so you can benefit from it too. Song Chiumo had already seen the basic conditions of the place, where food and drink depended solely on the corpses of demons. Caught out, Li Hao's face reddened slightly. Share the blessings, right? And what about the hardships? I'll handle them, Li Hao said with a smile. Song Chiumo gazed at him for a moment, then burst into laughter, her chuckle as pleasant as the sound of bells. Seeing Li Hao laughing and talking so familiarly with the great demon king, both Li Hongzhuang and Li He had very complex feelings. They could tell that the great demon king was very fond of Li Hao, treating him like a close friend. Such a relationship couldn't have been brought about by the reputation of the Li family, and perhaps not even by Li Hao's own talents, which might not have such a great attraction. After all, this was a great demon king from the Four Stands realm. Even if Li Hao had a monstrous talent, his future limit would mostly be at the Four Stands realm. At most he might be able to reach the toes of that real person from the Gondao Palace. As for transcending the Four Stands realm, that was extremely difficult. In the Four Stands realm, each step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Above the clouds, Feng Boping nodded slightly to Song Chiumo and then vanished, not coming down for idle chat or polite greetings. He was used to being free and did not like to be involved in these mundane matters. He had little to say even to other Four Stands realm figures, and only a few could have a conversation that clicked. Had it not been for Li Hao being here, he would have been a carefree breeze wandering between heaven and earth. When the wind rises, the heart does not stir. When the heart stirs, the wind does not calm. How long are you planning to stay here? After meeting with Song Chiumo, Li Hao brought her to the camp. Song Chiumo surveyed her surroundings, seeing the city that was now reduced to mere dirt mounds, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she spotted the sword-wielding girl Ren Qianqin and the small white fox that was nervously watching her, and she smiled faintly. How long do you want me to stay? She asked Li Hao in a seemingly casual manner. Without a second thought, Li Hao responded, of course, the longer the better. Song Chiumo pursed her lips and smiled. I thought I would find you living in poverty and destitution, so I came to bestow a little favor, expecting you to be overwhelmed with gratitude. In the future, once you reach the Four Stands realm, you would repay this favor, but it seems my visit is just gilding the lily. The miles of dust beyond this frontier pass might just lack your beauty. Li Hao smiled. Song Chiumo clearly did not expect the young man to say such a thing. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she gave Li Hao a gentle glare before saying, I will stay here for no more than half a year. Li Hao nodded slightly, knowing she had commitments to honor, and half a year was already quite generous. During this half year, you can eat whatever you like, Li Hao said with a laugh. I want small crispy cakes. No problem. There were no flour or other ingredients in the camp, so Li Hao found paper and pen and wrote down all the ingredients he needed, with a significant number of private goods interspersed, including many foods he liked, as well as items like writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also added a chess set so he could play during his leisure time. But now, without a worthy opponent to play chess with, there was basically no chance to improve his skills. However, Li Hao didn't mind. It was best to be prepared and wait for someone destined to come. Li Hao obtained the geomantic chart of Liangzhou from Li Hongzhuang and gave it to Song Qiumo, asking her to buy supplies from the nearest city. But even the nearest city was 1,000 li away from this frontier pass. Previously, with Elder Feng by his side, they had to be wary of a 4-stands realm demon king appearing at any moment, and they couldn't afford to leave. Now, with Song Qiumo's help in running errands, the camp's supplies could finally be replenished. Li Hao used his power to gather wood and stones, building a fence around the dirt mounds to create a small courtyard. Within the courtyard, more buildings and pavilions were erected, made out of wood. Having a 15 li realm expert as a foreman was indeed finding the perfect job. Watching Li Hao slowly give this dilapidated camp a new look, Li Hongzhuang almost felt an illusion that this young man would rebuild the city that had been destroyed. However, that feeling was somewhat unreal. After all, the great demon king had said she would only stay for half a year. After half a year, she would be gone, and then only that 4-stands realm senior above the clouds would remain, and who knew how long he would stay with Li Hao. Such top-tier experts seldom get deeply involved with one person. Soon, Song Qiumo returned from her shopping trip, bringing back a wealth of supplies and provisions. Li Hao had Ren Qianqin and the little white fox help out, carrying everything into the small fenced courtyard. Although the little white fox couldn't transform into a human shape, it still held items like mats and blankets in its 2 tiny paws, standing upright on its hind legs, stumbling towards the courtyard with its load. After half a day's bustle, the place had already taken on a new look. Yet the newly built courtyard still had a fresh scent of new wood and lacked the warmth of human presence. But that's just how a courtyard is, it only comes alive when people live in it. Li Hao started a fire in the courtyard, chose some fat and tasty parts from the bodies of demons, cut them up, and roasted them over the charcoal. He asked Ren Qianqin to help watch over the fire, while he kneaded dough on the side to make pancakes for Song Qiumo. If one didn't see the river of blood and mountains of demon corpses outside the fenced courtyard, the scene inside was quite comforting. But Li Hongzhuang felt somewhat empty, as if there was no longer any need for her. With 2 4-stands realm experts sitting tight, this news would likely spread quickly. Except for some foolish small demons, the bigger ones would largely dare not approach anymore. She no longer needed to be on guard every moment, ready for battle. Her body, tensed up for over a decade, slowly relaxed at this moment. So she, too, sat in front of the fire, basking in the delightful aroma of roasting meat, watching the busy young man kneading dough next to her and suddenly feeling as if it were all a dream. Who would have imagined that one day she would have such leisurely moments at this perilous pass? Before long, the dough was ready, and with the power infused by Li Hao, the dough rose more quickly. Li Hao set up a pan to cook pancakes and started another with oil to make crispy cakes for Song Qiumo. He added some finely chopped cilantro and other spices to the mix, enhancing the fragrance. Dinner is served. Once everything was ready, Li Hao called for Feng to join them at the table. Now that Feng had revealed himself and had been noticed by Li Hongzhuang, there was no need for him to hide his presence on a daily basis, as long as his identity remained concealed. The few of them gathered around the firewood, leisurely eating and drinking. Feng busied himself with eating and drinking, savoring grilled meat and wine. Li Hao passed him a flatbread, stuffed with grilled meat. Feng found it refreshingly new, took a couple of bites, and couldn't help but praise it. As Feng was enjoying his meal, Li Hao casually took back his wine bottle and took a couple of sips himself, feeling a sense of contentment. Realizing what happened, Feng shot him a glare and snatched the wine bottle back, his wine running low. Seeing Li Hao interact so casually and intimately with this elder, Li Hongzhuang and Li, he found the young man even more enigmatic. After they finished eating and drinking, Feng Boping patted his buttocks and marched out of the courtyard, disappearing without a trace, looking utterly carefree. Watching Feng leave, Li Hao let out a quiet sigh, knowing that the old man feared staying in the courtyard for too long, afraid that his identity would be recognized by Li Hongzhuang and others, and affect him. Hence he chose to sit alone among the mountain peaks and branches, companioned by the natural wind. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Hao stood up to take care of the demon corpses. He planned to brew a good jar of wine for the old man. After sorting through, Li Hao cut several good pieces from the corpses of a few immortal great demons, then returned to the courtyard to start brewing. Song Qiumo was sleeping in a side room in the courtyard, yawning and looking utterly bored. Occasionally, her gaze would fall on the figure bustling about with daily chores in the courtyard, her lips curving up slightly, amused by the sight. She had come today to deliver swordsmanship scrolls, the peerless technique of Tan Palace, which the young man had casually tucked away into his embrace. She had observed that since he got the scrolls, Li Hao hadn't looked at them a second time. The world's supreme cultivation techniques and the splendor of divine general mansion seemed less important to the young man than the mortal world's simple joys found by the stove. Truly an intriguing lad. It wasn't until the evening that Li Hao finished setting all the wine jars properly, burying them in the cellar behind the little courtyard to ferment. Bathed in the rosy glow of the sunset, Li Hao finally found the leisure to sit down on a wooden armchair he had made himself in the fenced courtyard. Swaying gently, he took out the cultivation technique from his bosom and slowly began to read it. Taiji Chenkin sword. Yin and yang joining. Li Hao flipped through the pages. When he finished the last one, a prompt appeared before his eyes. He had grasped the basics. Immediately, Li Hao put away the scrolls and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to ponder. As the swordsmanship entered his mind, a flood of information came pouring in. The sword intent and core essence of the technique unfolded as he speculated and understood, like unraveling a silk cocoon. What is Taiji? It is greater than great by just a bit. What is great? Heaven and earth. All things under heaven follow a Tao. The states of mind and Tao I've comprehended aren't yet profound enough. These sword techniques and cultivation techniques seem to share something in common. If they could be integrated, perhaps a technique that encompasses everything could be created. Li Hao had a moment of enlightenment. Now in the heavenly human realm, by integrating into the gateway of heaven, his spirit and form had become one, placing him a half step beyond the ordinary. His thoughts were no longer confined to the techniques themselves. He could glimpse the mysteries of all worldly techniques without following their strict forms. His Grandmaster journey was about embracing all things, but now, Li Hao felt as though he was only taking initial steps on this path. If he could truly reach the end, his Grandmaster journey would be at its peak. What kind of sights would he see at that time? Li Hao's thoughts drifted for a moment, then he smiled lightly. Letting things take their natural course was best. Just like his Grandmaster's heart, achieving perfection naturally. The world's myriad things do not require deliberate pursuit, just as the sun shining over the earth isn't intentional, but a cycle of nature. To covet that bit of light and chase after the sun is like Kuafu chasing the sun, ending only in exhaustion and death. The sun's warmth is inviting, but it cannot be stared at directly. The cold moon, however, can illuminate through the ages. No need to cling to just one aspect of nature. The world is full of charm and grace. As with heaven and earth, this is true of humans and techniques. Li Hao felt his state of mind had improved a touch more, the cultivation techniques in his mind subtly changing, yet far from that ultimate Grandmaster peak. With a slight smile, he didn't dwell on it, but summoned his drawing board and brush. Then, his divine soul ascended, looking at the pile of demon corpses in the distance. He sketched casually, his strokes capturing the essence. Though these demons were dead, portraying their corpses still offered valuable painting experience. As Li Hao casually sketched one drawing after another, his painting experience points rapidly increased, getting closer to the 6th stage. 2 days flew by. In these past 2 days, the quietude outside the fenced courtyard was exceptional, and no demons appeared. The young man inside happily enjoyed the tranquility, creating over 1,000 drawings. He depicted each demon's corpse more than 10 times, nearly exhausting the available experience. His art of painting advanced smoothly to the 6th stage, earning him a skill point. The experience needed to advance from the 6th to the 7th stage was 100,000 points. He needed to accumulate 100,000 more to reach the bottleneck at the 6th stage. Only with a spiritual awakening in painting could he upgrade to the 7th stage. Spiritual awakening, when will I achieve that? Mumbled Li Hao, feeling that the clues were still elusive. He stopped drawing and continued to compile the cultivation techniques. He methodically recorded those cultivation techniques which he had extrapolated and improved. At noon, smoke curled up from the kitchen in the fenced courtyard, and a line of riders swiftly approached the camp outside. Feng Boping seemed to sense something, his eyes shifting slightly, and with a flicker, he disappeared from beside the fire where the meat was almost ready. Everyone was already accustomed to his sudden appearances and disappearances and didn't pay him much attention, focusing instead on the new arrival outside the courtyard. Li Hongzhuang took a close look, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Chu Juyue? She recognized the visitor. It was he who had come to deliver the imperial edict in person when her father had received orders during her childhood. As Chu Juyue rode into the frontier pass and saw the devastation as well as the pockmarked and cratered ground, his eyes also couldn't help but grow more solemn. The soil here was reddish-brown, as if it had been soaked with countless fresh bloodstains. He looked out and quickly spotted the chaotic encampment, with many tents torn and heaped together. On the other side, however, was a dark mass, shockingly a mound-like pile of demon corpses, some of which were already showing signs of decay. He smelled the stench of blood and decay, his expression slightly worsened, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze settling on the center of the camp, where surprise briefly flashed through his eyes. In contrast to the surrounding devastation and piles of corpses, at the center of the camp was a picturesque fenced courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, smoke curled up from cooking fires, like that of a farmhouse. But how could there be a farmhouse at the border pass? He rode forward, followed by several court guards. Arriving at the front of the fenced courtyard, Chu Juyue clearly saw the scene inside, his gaze briefly meeting Song Chiumo, who was sitting before the firewood, the latter's eyes indifferent, without much reaction. Chu Juyue noticed Li Hao and Li Hongzhuang on the other side and suddenly understood why the ambiance was so tranquil. It turned out the great demon king was in charge here. He felt somewhat surprised. Tan Palace's principle of keeping to itself seemed to have been broken this time. Dismounting from his horse, Chu Juyue entered the courtyard. The imperial edict of Emperor Yu has arrived, inviting Count Li Hao to receive the decree. Chu Juyue announced softly. Li Hao also noticed this familiar figure and immediately dusted off the flour on his hands, stepping forward with a slight bow. Chu Gonggong, it's been a long time. Is young Master Li faring well? Chu Juyue asked with a smile. Li Hao frowned slightly and nodded, everything is well. Emperor Yu is grateful for the Count's bravery in going to the frontier to guard the pass and has specially bestowed a precious sword. Please accept it, Chu Juyue said simply. There were no bystanders here, so he didn't need to speak too grandly. Li Hao, somewhat surprised by the dark golden sword presented to him, still accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Your Majesty Emperor Yu, and thank you, Chu Gonggong. There's no need to thank me, I'm just the messenger, Chu Juyue replied with a smile, then added immediately. His Majesty has instructed that should the Count wish, he may go to Deu State at any time to study at the outer palace of Gondao Palace and listen to the sage's teachings. Upon hearing this, both Li Hongzhuang and Li He stood up, looking at Li Hao with shocked faces. So the young master was held in such high esteem by Emperor Yu? To cultivate in Gondao Palace was a privilege historically reserved only for royal progeny. Moreover, even among the royal progeny, competition was fierce, and not every prince was eligible. As the young master of the divine general mansion, Li Hao was very likely to be the future true dragon. If he were to study in Gondao Palace, his relationship with the royal family could become too intimate, leading to concerns from the other 4 divine general mansions. This showed how frighteningly generous the favor he had received was. Li Hao also understood the significance of Chu Juyu's words and couldn't help but feel astonished. Had Emperor Yu really seen him before? Could it be that it was indeed the old man he had played go with under the willow tree? Besides that, there seemed no other possibility. Looking into Chu Juyu's kind and smiling eyes, Li Hao bowed. Thank you for His Majesty's kind intentions, but I am committed to my duty and hope His Majesty will forgive me. Chu Juyue was slightly surprised, sizing up Li Hao carefully. Was the boy making a wild guess, or did he genuinely want to stay and defend this place? Having heard about the fierce battle between father and son and understanding the details more clearly, it seemed from Li Hao's intentions that he really wanted to sever ties with his father? To forsake such a noble surname and wealth, and now to give up the opportunity to cultivate in Gondao Palace. Was he determined to cut all ties, regardless of the cost? Looking at Li Hao, Chu Juyue said, "You are still young, some decisions should not be made impulsively." "Thank you for relaying the message," Li Hao replied. Knowing he could not persuade him otherwise, Chu Juyue did not say more. He nodded slightly and said, "Since you are determined, I will bring back your original words." Li Hao nodded. Chu Juyue gave him one last look, without lingering, mounted his horse, and departed. When he had ridden several dozen miles out of the camp, Chu Juyue suddenly thought of something and murmured to himself, "It seems I left a bit early." The scent of the roasted meat in that courtyard was quite nice. His stomach growled softly. Shaking his head, a good horse doesn't eat the grass behind it, and he couldn't bring himself to turn back now, so he just spurred his horse and set off at full speed. Inside the courtyard, since Chu Juyu's departure, Li Hongzhuang and Li He had heard the conversation and deduced from Li Hao's responses how resolute he was. They wanted to say something but found themselves speechless, each of them sighing inwardly. To be able to give up training in Gondao Palace showed how strong the child's determination was. They knew their persuasion would be futile. Li Hao returned to the fire. Song Chiumo's gaze falling on the sword in his hand, said indifferently, "The sword is indeed fine." At these words, Li Hao gripped the hilt and gently drew the sword. With a whoosh, the sword came out of its sheath, and a dragon-like cry seemed to echo in the air, as if a streak of light flashed through the world. The sheer brilliance of the blade's edge during its unsheathing felt capable of cutting through one's vision. "It's dragon sword," Li He exclaimed softly, his eyes showing shock and gravity. Li Hongzhuang's expression also changed slightly, not expecting Emperor Yu to bestow such a precious named sword. This is none other than the foremost among the 10 great famous swords. Its reputation and status even surpass Eternal Night. After all, Eternal Night was forged for a decade but was unsheathed for only 3 years before it was sealed again. Meanwhile, the Dragon sword passed through the hands of several powerful individuals in the Deu dynasty, has been forged for hundreds of years, and was once the companion sword of a sword saint. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Li Hao tapped lightly on the blade and seemed to hear a low, dragon-like roar, an aura of murderous intent that made him feel the chilling sharpness. After examining it a moment, Li Hao sheathed the sword and handed it back to Ren Qianqin. Ren Qianqin, hanging her own sword by her waist, took it with both hands, her eyes revealing surprise and excitement. She had heard of Dragon Sword's renown, a top-tier famous sword. Her father had never even had the chance to glance at it, yet now she had touched it. "The meat is ready, let's all get ready to eat," Li Hao said with a smile. Li Hongzhuang and Li He came back to their senses, their expressions complex. At the same time, a figure appeared silently. It was Feng, who had just left. He didn't show much concern about Li Hao receiving a reward, merely glancing at Dragon's sword before pulling out a wine gourd, ready to eat and drink. That evening, Li Hao copied a total of 124 cultivation techniques that he learned at Listening Rain Tower, the sum total of the Li family's techniques he had encountered. The ones he copied were all advanced versions after his own deductions. The inferior versions he had learned once were now returned as superior ones. Li Hao believed he had returned them with ample interest. Besides, he wrote 3 peerless techniques after entering the Grandmaster realm, combining the understanding of the essence of all things that came with his self-cultivation. He packed these 3 peerless techniques along with the others, a gift to the Li family. However, learning these 3 peerless techniques wouldn't be so easy. There was a prerequisite. After finishing the writing, Li Hao handed them to Song Chiumo, entrusting her to deliver them to the nearby city of Liangzhou, to find the local Li family's stationed army, and have them send the package back to the Li family. A few days later, in Qingzhou City, in front of Divine General Mansion, several Zhao lions galloped over, these creatures being hefty enough to carry 7 or 8 people, and some had large bundles tied on their backs. The leading person jumped down from the Zhao lion, presented his identity token to the gate guard, and whispered a few words. Soon, the message was conveyed to Mountain and River Courtyard. In the study, Li Tiangang was scrutinizing interrogation results with a dark expression, his eyes flickering. Just then, a trusted aide came in and reported the situation outside the mansion. Li Tiangang was taken aback and suddenly slammed the table, exclaiming angrily, "He's returning the Li family's first favor. What does he mean? You say he sent back many cultivation techniques?" Seeing the trusted aide nod, Li Tiangang's face turned ashen as he said, "Bring everything in. I want to see how he has returned them." Soon, the large bundles from the Zhao lions' backs were delivered into the courtyard. Besides the bundles, there was also a letter. Yu Zhan handed the letter to Li Tiangang, who casually opened the bundles and saw they were all filled with books. Li Tiangang then opened the letter and saw several lines of elegantly and neatly written words. The handwriting was clearly superior to any of theirs, the warriors. After reading through it, his expression turned sour. With a wave of his hand, he fetched several books and quickly flipped through them. The cultivation techniques in the books were all written in the same handwriting, all by the same person. After finishing one book, he picked up another and continued through several. The courtyard was silent as the grave, utterly still. Zhao and Li Fu both stood to one side, their faces filled with worry. "Good, very good," After looking through several manuals, Li Tiangang's eyes were filled with anger and shock. The few cultivation techniques he casually picked up were all of superior quality, just like the letter said. Not only did the other party return the cultivation techniques, but they also returned them with interest, exceeding the amount owed. In total, 124 manuals. Moreover, there were 3 peerless techniques. Li Tiangang found it hard to believe that his son had actually learned so many cultivation techniques. Over 100. How could he have learned over 100 in just 14 short years? While practicing so many varied cultivation techniques, how could he manage to raise his cultivation level to the 15 Li realm, and even attain an epiphany to become a Tianren Grandmaster during a battle with him? At this moment, Li Tiangang's heart couldn't help but waver slightly. Such talent was unheard of. Even a demon possessing someone may not achieve this level. Could it be that he was really wrong? Was he truly too harsh on him? But soon, the memory of those cold eyes drawing a sword against him emerged in his mind, and the slight warmth in his heart quickly cooled. His talent might be peerless, but that disposition was indeed not suitable to be the Li family's true dragon. If he could draw his sword against him, what about other members of the Li family? If he entrusted the Li family to this person, he could not rest easy. Right now, the Deu dynasty was in troubled times. He must steer this ship well, for any mistake could ruin 1,000 years of glory and leave him without the face to meet his forefathers. Taking a deep breath, Li Tiangang picked up the rest of the cultivation techniques and started copying them down. These techniques had names, and he gave the superior quality cultivation techniques to Yu Zhan to review, and the peerless techniques were for him to check personally. With Yu Zhan's status and reputation, he couldn't easily access the peerless techniques. Meanwhile, Li Tiangang called several elders from Listening Rain Tower. These elders were bound to never leave the mansion for life. They were all outstanding members of the Li Musho's generation and cooperated with Li Musho on a daily basis to manage and look after Listening Rain Tower. These elders were also the living dictionaries of the Li family, their minds filled with many secrets of the family. The cultivation techniques collected in Listening Rain Tower were also reviewed by them on a regular basis. As the elders got involved, the other courtyards also received the news, and they couldn't help but feel surprised and astonished, hurrying to Mountain and River Courtyard. In a day and a night, the elders had reviewed all the techniques, confirming they were all cultivable without any defects. Upon hearing this news, Li Tiangang's feelings were incredibly complicated, filled with shock as well as a sense of pride and happiness, and an indescribable anger. And hearing what the elders said, He Jianlin, Li Xuanli, and others were stunned. To collect so many superior cultivation techniques in one go was unheard of even for a grandmaster. Besides dedicating their entire lives to deriving their own peerless techniques, deriving other techniques would take a considerable amount of time, and few would waste time doing such a thing. The last time so many superior cultivation techniques were collected in Listening Rain Tower was 1,000 years ago. Back then, various sects caused chaos and violated the imperial laws. The imperial court dispatched their divine general mansion to clean up and suppress the sects, conducting a bloody purge that resulted in the one-time collection of hundreds of cultivation techniques, of which also barely amounted to 100 superior ones. And now, all these manuals were returned by Li Hao himself? Could it be that several 4 realm-strong practitioners helped Li Hao derive them? What shocked them most was knowing that Li Hao had spent his years with his second uncle in Listening Rain Tower, where if he wanted to learn the techniques, he could. Being a direct descendant, there was no barrier to that. But Li Hao was just 14 years old, and he had already learned over 100 techniques from there, which seemed a bit too exaggerated. Where could he find so much time and energy? Tiangong, are you satisfied now? Li Musho was alerted and came rushing over. After understanding the situation, rather than showing any joy on his face, he looked at Li Tiangang with an icy expression. Hearing his words, the others also showed subtle changes in their expressions, considering the purpose of Li Hao's return of these cultivation techniques. To return so many cultivation techniques all at once shows just how resolute the child is about severing his relationship with Li Tiangang as father and son. He Jianlin glanced at Li Tiangang, whose face was the color of iron, and sighed. Tiangong, after all, you are a father. Don't be cross with Hao any longer. If our father's generation hadn't been so enlightened, you and Qingqing's marriage would have faced countless obstacles, and your child would have suffered various criticisms. Everyone says Hao is fortunate, but where is his fortune? Although born into a family of martial honor and draped in silks, you and Qingqing have never been with him, The child waited 14 years for your return, and even after you came back, you only spent a few days together before such a huge conflict arose. If this continues, the bond between you two as father and son will really be gone. Seventh brother. Li Xuanli's expression complicated, said, I have seen Hao and he's not as bad as you describe. If that child were my son, I would be too happy to contain myself. He treats people with courtesy and measure, far from reckless. Moreover, you have seen the results of the interrogation. At this point, he seemed to think of something, his eyes subtly shifting, and he couldn't help but sigh. Seventh brother, you can't blame Hao for that slap Ruming received. Li Fenghua couldn't help but speak up. As he said this, he glared fiercely at his wife Wang Shangru standing beside him. Wang Shangru returned his gaze with equal anger, showing no fear at his demeanor. Li Fenghua was so furious that he clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he let them go. Recalling his father's teachings, a man's fists are for conquering the world, not for striking his wife. For this reason, he had endured for many years. Seventh brother, even if you think Hao is dissolute and carefree, no matter how dissolute he is, his cultivation level is still beyond his peers. Since he has the talent and the leisure to be carefree, why must you press him so hard? Zhang Shener said gently. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Li Tiangang remained silent, his face somber. He was well aware of the words of advice. To say that he harbored no regret at this moment would not be true, but every time he thought of that child's cold face, he felt a burning rage. Especially with the return of these cultivation techniques, such a resolute attitude. He was, after all, his father. Bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh, even if he had misjudged, could that child really draw a sword against him? And to fall out with him over a mere demon beast. As for his own feelings as a father, how much did that child value them? Thinking of leaving? It's not that easy. Li Tiangang took a deep breath, his eyes cold and sharp. Although I don't know how he got these cultivation techniques, the things he owes the Li family are far from just these. Defending the frontier pass for 3 years is no easy task, and Liangzhou is about to fall into great chaos. At his words, everyone was startled. Concerned about the millions of people in Liangzhou, Li Xuanli couldn't help but ask, Seventh brother, what do you mean by that? Li Tiangang gave him a look. With things having gotten to this point, there was no need to keep some classified information hidden. Moreover, he had been planning to make arrangements in the recent days. Today was merely an earlier announcement. Do you know why I ordered the withdrawal from Heavenly Gate Pass and the return of Hongzhuang? That is where our third brother and sixth brother have defended for many years. Our Li family has lost countless warriors there, and poured countless amounts of blood. If we withdraw our troops, it is equivalent to abandoning it all. Li Tiangang's eyes turned cold and stern. It's not that I don't want to defend, nor that His Majesty doesn't wish to, but we simply cannot hold it. Outside Liangzhou, demons are gathering, preparing to stir up war. Heavenly Gate Pass will bear the brunt and become the first barrier. Recently, 3 Mo rivers have appeared inside Liangzhou, all of which are of ghost city level. One city affected by the Mo River vanished overnight, half submerged, with countless dead and injured. Now, the elders from the Wang family have gone there to try to temporarily defeat these Mo rivers. There is no hope of keeping the pass open. If they can destroy them all, then the 3 Mo rivers can be temporarily eradicated, preventing further spread. The demons plan to use this opportunity to break through Liangzhou and invade Deu. For years, the demons have long seen Deu as their dining table and the millions of our people as fish on the plate, ready to strike, and just the other day, the Shah family suffered a huge loss. 2 4-Stan's realm demon kings invaded our territory, and one of the Shah family's grandfathers has already fallen in battle. Hearing the series of shocking news he revealed, everyone was taken aback. The most core intelligence network of the Li family was in the hands of Li Tiangang, the true dragon, and they had not expected so much to have happened outside. Tiangong, if Liangzhou is so dangerous, then why are you still letting Hao He Jianlin, coming back to her senses, hurriedly said. Li Tiangang said with a frosty expression, I had planned to wear down his stubborn spirit. Who knew that he would be protected by 4-Stan's realm forces in secret, insisting on being contrary to me? With that, he looked at Li Musho. Li Musho angrily said, without 4-Stan's realm protection, relying on just Li He, do you really think you could keep your son safe? Don't forget that the child's talent has already been revealed. Those demons who bear a grudge against our Li family, could they just watch him grow and rise? At a critical moment when he needed protection the most, you pushed him out of Qingzhou, out of our base of operations, exposed to the harshness of the outside world. Do you really want to kill him that badly? As he released the pent-up anger in his heart, Li Tiangang said angrily. If it wasn't for your indulgence, would Hao Er have ended up where he is today, leaving home over such a trivial matter? And now, he even has the capability to sever ties with me? You, Li Musho was so angry his face turned red, and he trembled, speechless. Tiangong, Uncle Second meant well, you can't speak to him like that. He Jianlin's complexion changed slightly as she hurriedly said. The others looked at Li Musho. Although this elder had spent a great deal of time in the Divine General Mansion, because of some quirky things he had done in his youth and his conflict with their father, their opinions of him were not really favorable. Over the years, it was only He Jianlin who was relatively close to Li Musho and understood the temper and character of this elder. Others were unsure whether or not they should help persuade. Li Tiangong had also reined in his anger, realizing that his attitude just now had indeed been somewhat offensive. He took a deep breath, looked towards his fifth brother, Li Zhanli, and said in a deep voice. Fifth brother, I brought up this matter today because I plan to find you in a few days. Regarding Liangzhou, I intend to have you stationed there to explore the situation. When the demons launch a major attack, I will personally go there to lead the army. Li Zhanli nodded, responding earnestly, no problem, leave it to me. I've been recuperating from my injuries these past years, and I'm almost fully recovered now. I should have been the one to go to that battle in northern Yan. Li Tiangong shook his head. Why should we bother with such distinctions between us? Upon hearing this, Li Zhanli's eyes reddened slightly, but he restrained himself and said no more. Li Fenghua said, Seventh brother, if there's anything you need, just call on me. Eighth brother, you just need to ensure Kongzhou is safe. That place was reclaimed by Xiaoju at the cost of his life. We cannot afford to lose it, Li Tiangong said gravely. Li Fenghua nodded slightly. He understood this point well, which was why he had been diligently defending Kongzhou these past years, seldom returning to the Divine General Mansion. Because of this, he had neglected the discipline and companionship of his children, resulting in both children being spoiled without limits by his wife. Upon returning this time, he found it exceedingly difficult to discipline them. Moreover, his wife relied on her family background from the Wang family and was not afraid of him because she had people in her maternal home. Therefore, witnessing the great conflict between Li Tiangong and Li Hao, he felt a deep empathy in his heart, unconsciously siding with Li Tiangong a bit more, sensing the helplessness of a father in Li Tiangang's heart. In that case, fifth brother, get ready these next few days and set off. The sooner you go and understand the situation, the better. You don't have to worry about Heavenly Gate Pass, Li Tiangong said. Li Zhanli appeared startled. What about Hao Er? He has the protection of the Four Stands realm. If the situation turns sour, he will naturally return, unless he truly wishes to throw his life away, Li Tiangong said coldly. Li Zhanli's expression changed slightly, but he just sighed softly in his heart and remained silent. Elders, take these cultivation techniques to Listening Rain Tower, Li Tiangong said to the several elders, bowing slightly as a gesture. The elders all nodded lightly. They had no intention of meddling in the family affairs of Li Tiangong, having always kept to their duties over the years. Then these three unparalleled techniques, an elder hesitated. Li Tiangang's expression darkened slightly as he remembered the contents of that letter. What about these unparalleled techniques? Asked He Jianlin, puzzled. The elder, with a gentle demeanor, said, Madam, it seems that young Master Li Hao once mentioned that if these three unparalleled techniques are to be included, we must ensure that these cultivation techniques are not practiced by Li Changfeng before he would allow gifting the unparalleled techniques to us. The group was taken aback and looked at each other in astonishment, not expecting the child to still keep this in mind. However, considering that it was over this matter that the great father-son conflict erupted, it was normal for the other party to remember it deeply. Moreover, there is another option, which is that he may also cultivate these unparalleled techniques, but he cannot inherit the true dragon position of the Li family. Another elder spoke up. He Jianlin turned towards Li Tiangong. Is that true? Li Tiangong nodded with a stern face. The crowd could not help but exchange glances. It was fortunate that Lu Yurong was not present, or she would have burst into a rage upon hearing this. This child, he sure knows how to calculate. He Jianlin couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Li Tiangong glanced at her and scoffed. Using the three unparalleled techniques to blackmail us is simply a wild fantasy. His scheming is deep, nothing like a child. He is clearly clever and shrewd, How come in your mouth, it turns into being scheming and deep? Li Musho couldn't hold back and spoke up again. Li Tiangang's brow furrowed and he remained silent. Li Zhanli considered and said, Hao's action is not meant as a threat. The child has simply employed a tactic of open stratagem. If we let Changfeng cultivate it and he inherits the true dragon position, then with the unparalleled technique originating from him, who knows if he's hidden half a move in it. In the future, if Li Changfeng uses these unparalleled techniques to battle him, then the true dragon would crumble instantly before Hao. Even if Changfeng were to learn it, he wouldn't have the true dragon's authority. So, it seems that once Changfeng learns these techniques, he would be completely at Hao's mercy for the rest of his life. What about the others? Wang Shangru asked, unable to help herself from changing her expression. She had been thinking of letting her two children learn them as well. Li Zhanli gave her a glance and spoke softly. For others, the gap with Hao is so vast that whether they learn it or not, it makes little difference. Upon hearing this, Wang Shangru's face changed, feeling a sense of embarrassment for asking such a question. But she had to admit that she couldn't refute what had been said, at least not right now. Among the next generation, only that young lord directly taught by the Buddha holds some hope of catching up with Li Hao in the future. For the rest, facing Li Hao, even if the unparalleled techniques had no flaws, they would be no match in the face of such an enormous difference in realms. However, she couldn't help feeling a bit indignant deep down. There's a long road ahead, and being one step ahead doesn't mean you will be ahead forever. Once reaching a certain height, there will naturally be a stagnation at the bottleneck. A stagnation that could last decades. By then, the advantage of a few years that exists now would be nullified, which is hardly anything significant. Her two children might not stand out too much, but with the foundation of the Wang and Li families behind them, that was something the child couldn't compare with, and in the future, they might have the opportunity to compete with him. Thinking this, she felt slightly better, but she now viewed Li Zhanli with less favor, snorting coldly in her heart. Since that's the case, I think we should include them after all. In the end, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As for whether to practice them or not, that will be for Changfeng to decide. If he chooses to cultivate them, he's willing to accept being under Hao's foot. If not, he will have to cultivate other peerless techniques. Indeed, with many peerless techniques available in Listening Rain Tower, as long as one masters another to perfection, mastering one can defeat many. There's no significant difference, they concluded after a short discussion. Seeing this, Li Tiangong also felt this way and said nothing more. After the elders took away the cultivation techniques, Li Tiangang sent everyone out of the courtyard, then returned to his study to pick up the interrogation report he had been reading earlier. This was his second time reading it, he just wanted to check for any oversights. Soon, he finished reading it for the second time. Li Tiangang fell silent, standing in place as he gazed at a martial training ground in the courtyard. There stood a target made of dragon tendon grass, but it was tattered and covered with snow. Whiz! An arrow fiercely struck the center of the dragon tendon grass target, its tail quivering slightly. How about that? I told you I could hit it. The child jumped up and down on the spot, shouting excitedly. Haha, not bad. With more practice you might even surpass your second brother from back then, a tall, sword-wearing youth said with a smile. You've already surpassed him. Little Seventh's talent in archery is far greater than mine. Another slim-faced young man chuckled, reaching out to touzle the head of the child, who was beaming with joy. Don't flatter me, your arrow exploded the head of a great demon 30 li away, the entire army saw it. The sword-wearing youth looked on admiringly. The slim-faced young man smiled without a word, turning to the child and saying, last time you said you wanted a saber of your own, what is this? He brought out something from behind his back, holding in his palm a curved blade the length of a dagger. The child's eyes shone brightly, taking it over with excitement. Second brother, did you buy this? It's made from the fangs and scales of a giant serpent your second brother hunted. He had it forged especially for you, the sword-wearing youth said enviously. Thank you, second brother. The child was overjoyed, holding the curved blade in his hand, fondling it lovingly. In another part of the courtyard, the wail of a child suddenly rose, powerful and vigorous. Both young men turned to look, laughing. Little Ninth has wet the bed again. They walked towards that direction, and the child quickly followed, fading into the distance until their figures disappeared. The memories of the past once again fell silent before his eyes. The warm sunlight of those spring days was gone, leaving only the courtyard blanketed in falling snow. The once new dragon tendon grass target had become old and worn. The sounds of laughter were long gone, the target remained, but the one who shot at it never returned. Li Tiangang's palm clenched slightly, he took a deep breath, then turned and walked out of mountain and river courtyard with a stern face. Yu Zhan and Li Fu wanted to follow, but he raised his hand to stop them. Without a word, he walked away, his figure disappearing outside the courtyard among the falling snowflakes. Before long, Li Tiangang arrived at Shuihua courtyard. As he pushed open the door, the trusted aide at the entrance was taken aback upon seeing Li Tiangang, showing a hint of trepidation, and quickly saluted. Li Tiangang entered the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, and soon saw a young figure practicing swordsmanship amidst the whistling sound of the sword wind. He glanced over, and the youth also noticed him, stopping his sword to look over, though his gaze was cold, with a hint of anger. Without saying a word, Li Tiangang withdrew his gaze and headed directly to a pavilion nearby. There, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a green crossed-collar long dress, was leaning against the railing, gazing at the young man practicing his sword in the courtyard. Li Tiangang approached the pavilion from the side, but the expression of the beautiful woman remained largely unchanged, still looking at the young man, not turning around, though her lips tightened slightly, revealing her inner unrest. The pavilion was silent for a moment. After a while, Li Tiangang spoke first. "Second sister-in-law, the interrogation results have been delivered to my hands, and you've confirmed them with your personal seal. Do you have anything else to say?" Lu Yurong remained motionless for a bit, then slowly said, "What do you expect me to say, Li Tiangang? Should I kneel before you to apologize, or should I kneel before your son and let him kill me and my child?" As she spoke, she slowly turned around, her dark eyes fixed on Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang was silent for a moment before saying, "Since the second sister-in-law admits to the interrogation results without denial, then I must act according to the law." Such righteousness in acting according to the law. Lu Yurong's eyes suddenly filled with passionate emotion, full of resentment and bitterness. "You used the 1,000 spindle soul Gu skill to coerce a confession. If I hadn't spoken, I might have died in that prison. Li Tiangang, oh, Li Tiangang, you are truly ruthless, ruthless to your own son, and to us, a widow and orphan. How can you face your deceased elder brother?" Li Tiangang watched the anger and hatred on her face, falling silent once more. Once upon a time, when she and his second brother were always seen together, every time she saw him, she would smile gently like a well-bred lady, bringing him little treats, and when she went to the market, she never forget to bring him a gift. They were all young then, with carefree faces full of youthful exuberance, as if their hearts were unable to conceal any worries. But now, as they looked into each other's eyes, they were unable to peer into the depths of each other's hearts. Times have changed, and nothing remains the same. Second sister-in-law, according to national law, you will be stripped of your first-class ladyship and demoted to the status of a commoner. Li Tiangang took a deep breath and continued in a low voice. According to family law, since you tried to harm a legitimate heir of the family, you should be exiled or executed. But in consideration of my second brother's past merits, from now on you will stay in Shuihua courtyard indefinitely. With the Li family's support, you can still ensure a life of wealth and honor." "What wealth and honor?" Lu Yurong glared at him with eyes full of resentment. Why was Feng Ping so foolish and naive? His talent was no less than yours, Li Tiangang, and Changfeng had divine blood in his veins. When he married me, he had already reached the immortal level. Yet, he foolishly did such a stupid thing, taking a sword for you, going to war with grievous wounds, and ending up with no remains to be found. As she spoke, she clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with not just hatred but also crimson tears. The year he died, Changfeng had just been born. He was fatherless from the moment he was born. Li Tiangang's chest heaved slightly as he fell silent, stone-like. If not for you, how would he have died? If he hadn't died, after the death of Little Nine, that true dragon position would have been his. If he were still alive, how could he have allowed you to bully a widow and orphan like us? If he were still alive, why would I have had to go to such lengths, to poison your monstrous son? All of this, it's all your fault. Lu Yurong's emotions crumbled, erupting into angry tears and roars. Outside the courtyard, a youthful figure suddenly appeared, standing between Lu Yurong and Li Tiangang, his eyes filled with cold frost as he stared at the burly man before him. "I will bear the consequences for my mother's actions, you shall not punish her," Li Changfeng said coldly. Li Tiangang looked into those cold eyes and suddenly felt a sting in his heart, feeling as if he had seen these eyes somewhere recently. By seniority, the one before him was his own nephew, who ought to address him as uncle. But at this moment, the youth's eyes contained nothing but the chill of a stranger, even hostility. Lu Yurong, hearing Li Changfeng's words, was so frightened that she hurriedly pushed him away. "Don't interfere, stay back, this is none of your business, go away." Li Tiangang had seen that Lu Yurong's confession was not just due to the torture of interrogation, but because she did not want to drag her son back into this, as no one in the house believed she was innocent now. Her stubbornness was futile. "Li Tiangang, you can imprison me, but Changfeng is innocent. He is still young and knows nothing." Lu Yurong glared at Li Tiangang and asserted. Li Tiangang spoke slowly, "I will only deal justly. If Changfeng has done no wrong, I won't interfere, as long as he doesn't violate the laws or the family rules henceforth." Seeing him say this, Lu Yurong's heart settled down. Her shoulders began to shake, and she began to cry and laugh. "Feng Ping, you have a good brother." Her words were laced with sarcasm and sorrow. Li Tiangang fell silent, offering no explanations, just looking deeply at her and the young man before him. He slowly said, "Changfeng, the result of the recent struggle for the true dragon does not count, as I have already reported to our ancestors. You and Hao can still compete. I've given Hao 3 years, and you will have the same. If you can defeat Hao in 3 years, the true dragon position is yours." Li Changfeng trembled, gazing at him. "Is that true?" Li Tiangang did not repeat himself. The young man before him did not even care to call him uncle, showing the thinness of their emotional connection. He no longer held any enthusiasm. However, Lu Yurong knew Li Tiangang's temperament well and knew his words were genuine. She couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Li Tiangang, oh Li Tiangang, since father passed, you really haven't changed a bit over the years. It was your son who won, that monster. Who could beat him? You could have simply let your slight bias give him the true dragon position. Why go through all this trouble? The men of the Li family, each and every one, have heads as thick as poplar wood, incomprehensibly dull." Li Tiangang gave her a glance, his emotions already leveled. Dispassionately he said, "Perhaps, but the people of Deu need such poplar-headed leaders. The scholars of the Lu family have sharp minds, but what solid work have you done over the years, seizing opportunities for profiteering, relying on the Li family's protection for tax evasion? Do you really think I don't know about it?" Lu Yurong was taken aback, her face instantly turned pale. "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself." Li Tiangang turned and walked away, leaving Shuihua courtyard. The captain of the personal guards waiting outside approached, ready to receive orders. "Seal off the courtyard, she must not take a single step outside." Li Tiangang dropped these words and left straightaway. In Piaoshui courtyard, after returning to the courtyard, Li Xuanli had his wife Gao Qingqing prepare gifts and garments, planning to leave for Liangzhou as soon as possible. Considering the urgency of military matters and the hidden threat of demons in Liangzhou, he had no intention of staying home any longer. "Father, are you going to Liangzhou to subdue demons?" 3 figures came into the hall, and Li Wushuang, her eyes slightly shining, asked. Li Xuanli looked at the 3, his face breaking into a smile. He beckoned them closer, and once they approached, he said warmly, "While I'm away, you must listen to your mother and not be naughty, understand?" "Father, are you going to Heavenly Gate Pass, to stand guard with him?" Li Wushuang quickly asked. Li Yun and Li Jining also watched Li Xuanli intently. Heavenly Gate Pass? Li Xuanli was taken aback and realized whom his daughter was referring to. His expression shifted slightly as he sighed. "I'm headed for the Li family military camp in Liangzhou. Heavenly Gate Pass is a perilous spot at the frontier pass and has already been evacuated. I don't know when that child will return, or if he truly intends to stay there for 3 years. If the demons invade, that place could be extremely dangerous." Speaking of this, worry was plainly etched on his face. Li Wushuang and her siblings were taken aback, their expressions changing. "Father, if Liangzhou is in danger, should you not inform him?" Li Wushuang frowned and spoke. Li Xuanli nodded slightly. "After I arrive in Liangzhou, I will send a military report to caution him to be more vigilant. It would be best if he could return directly. That child is indeed stubborn. What is there between father and son that can't be reconciled?" Sigh. Gao Qingqing glanced at him. "Don't just talk the talk. Some matters are best left alone. You should take care of yourself once you're in Liangzhou. If you really want to write to that child, Then also tell him that Fifth Lady has prepared his favorite childhood snack, the tender beef and jade pastry, for him to enjoy when he gets back. Li Xuanli nodded slightly and couldn't help but gently clasp his wife's palm. Then he said to the three of them, now that the demons in the world are in turmoil, it's no longer as stable as in the past. You all need to cultivate as quickly as possible. Don't strut around outside just because you have some abilities, understand? Li Wushuang said, Dad, I want to go to Liangzhou too. I'll go as well, Li Yun hurriedly added. Li Jining didn't speak but gazed at his father with large, expectant eyes. Li Xuanli rolled his eyes, feeling that his words had fallen on deaf ears, and said irritably, I don't have the energy to look after you. Don't add to my troubles. Dad, they might not be capable, but I can go, he said. Li Wushuang decisively betrayed her younger siblings and argued, I also need to experience the mortal world after descending the mountain. Only during the contention for the true dragon did I realize how vast the gap between me and them was. I need to go and slay demons for my cultivation. Li Yun and Li Jining both looked at their eldest sister. Didn't they agree to come together and ask their father to let them travel with him? How could she betray them like this? Both siblings looked at her somewhat annoyed, feeling like they were just a foil for their elder sister. Li Xuanli smiled bitterly at his daughter's words, don't compare yourself with them. One of them is more exaggerated than your Uncle Nine, and the other is a direct disciple of the Buddha. It's a feat that you have cultivation level at your age, you already stand out among your peers, ranking within the top 30 on the Chang'an list. I'm already very proud of you, he said. It's still not enough, I only want to be number 1. Li Wushuang said determinedly, if I relax like this, sooner or later, I won't even be able to see their heels. Seeing her so stubborn, Li Xuanli thought for a moment and relented, all right, with your cultivation level, it would be good for you to go to the army to gain some experience. Dad, Li Yun and his siblings quickly interjected. Don't even think about it, Dad, you're being partial. Yes, I am being partial. If you don't behave, I'll spank you, believe it or not. Liangzhou, Heavenly Gate Pass. Inside the small fenced yard of the pass. With the firewood extinguished, Li Hao watched as Song Chiumo and Feng had eaten their fill. He chuckled, patted his buttocks, stood up, and said, the weather is nice today. Should we go out for a walk and kill some demons? Surprised, Song Chiumo said, you've just obtained the sword manual, aren't you going to practice swordsmanship first? Practicing swordsmanship. The most progress is made during real combat, Li Hao laughed. I think you just want to use my help to kill more demons. Song Chiumo exposed him without any irritation but didn't get angry. It's just to help digest the food, Li Hao said with a smile. That's true, I'm getting bored of staying here too. I'll accompany you for a walk, Song Chiumo stood up and said. Feng Boping said calmly, she's enough company for you, I won't go. Li Hao knew that the old master wanted to stay behind to guard the pass for him. He curbed his smile and nodded slightly, then took the dragon's sword from Ren Qianqin's hands. Can I go too? Ren Qianqin quickly asked. You're still too weak. Cultivate well here. When it's time to inherit the divine soul, will you take the path offered by your father's side, or will you go to the martial temple? Li Hao asked. Ren Qianqin immediately answered, the martial temple. The place my father has chosen for me is also the martial temple. All right, once you break through, I'll have Chiumo send you to the martial temple. But you have to hurry, she's only staying for half a year, Li Hao said with a smile. Hearing this, Ren Qianqin knew that her cultivation level was too low and that she couldn't even keep up with Li Hao's pace. Li Hao carried the sword and turned to leave. A white shadow sprang out, and the little white fox scurried up his trouser leg and onto his shoulder as light as a feather. Seeing its clingy demeanor, Li Hao rubbed its little head and didn't drive it away. He casually walked out of the camp, carrying the sword and releasing his divine soul. Centering on the Heavenly Gate Pass, he patrolled around. It wasn't long before Li Hao spotted some lurking demons 40 li away. With Song Chiumo close by to cover, his life was secured, so Li Hao had no worries about attacks from demons of the Four Stands realm. He directly moved forward with his sword to kill them. With a whoosh, the dragon's sword was unsheathed. Across 20 li, the flying sword shot out like a rainbow, cutting down several demons lurking in the forest. The sword light was as white as snow, like a howling silver dragon, slicing through the demons' bodies as easily as tofu, obliterating their divine souls as well. These demons didn't even have the chance to see what happened. Li Hao traveled by wind, freely flying in the sky. His senses first projected towards Dragon Pass Road. He used his power to control objects to fling the demon corpses that littered the road into the wilderness and the bushes outside the road. This main road leading to the pass had been occupied by demons before Li Hao's arrival. After he had passed by and cleared them, he noticed several demons had settled in the middle of the road, most likely accompanying others before settling down on the spot. Li Hao didn't hold back and sent out his sword light, directly killing the demons and flinging their bodies away. He wanted these demons to know that this was a road for humans, not a path for demons to tread. After dealing with those demons, Li Hao flew towards the wilderness nearby. Encountering demons of all sizes along the way, he killed them effortlessly. To him, demons of either the divine travel realm or the 15 Li realm were no match at all. As for demons of the heavenly human realm, who were considered little demon kings reigning over their territories, they stood no chance against the penetration of the dragon's treasured sword. Their rough hides and flesh were torn apart like dry weeds under the sword blade. Li Hao flew over hills and forests, leaving behind a vast expanse of demon corpses on the ground. He wanted to clear out all the nearby demons, to return this place to its state 1,000 years ago, making it a forbidden zone for demons. Song Chiumo followed Li Hao around, barely getting a chance to take action herself. She had long seen that Li Hao only wanted her to accompany him as a precaution against a surprise attack from the Great Demon King, as he could easily slay any other demons. Apart from controlling his flying sword, when Li Hao encountered demons around the 15 Li realm, he would mostly use his fishing line and hook to kill them, while incidentally accumulating fishing experience. Several days passed by. Within 100 Li of Heavenly Gate Pass, not a single demon could be seen anymore, all having been slain. Li Hao's fishing experience had also reached 20,000 points, still 80,000 short of the 100,000 threshold. Li Hao began to clear areas farther away. Meanwhile, 1,000 Li away from Heavenly Gate Pass, at the peak of a huge mountain surrounded by other peaks, there was a Taoist temple. Amid the temple, mist curled around, and morning bells chimed. The vast temple grounds were filled with numerous figures in cultivation, dressed in simple Taoist robes with hair coiled up, resembling a gathering of immortals. But upon closer inspection, one could see various types of horns on their heads or scales protruding, and their robes had holes for tails of all shapes to extend through. Their joined hands uttered chants, some slender like human hands, others gnarled and scaly like claws. This was Longshan Taoist Temple. In front of the devout crowd of demons, atop a dais, a mummified corpse in a Taoist robe, its face mottled red and blue, was preaching. Spirits swirled around it, and insects occasionally crawled out from its robe, wriggling into its ears or nostrils and back into its body. This mummified corpse was the 3 immortal great demons who had fled back from outside Heavenly Gate Pass in a sorry state several days ago. The peacock, bull demon, and the giant frog had all met their end at Heavenly Gate Pass, only it had escaped. Such a tremendous loss was not trivial for Longshan Taoist Temple. In the back mountains of the temple, an old man in worn Taoist robes quietly sat before a waterfall. Suddenly, his eyes opened, revealing a cold light at their depths as he spoke impassively. "Your Excellency has come here. What guidance do you seek?" Behind him, a figure slowly emerged out of thin air, a seductive woman in a bright red dress, but with floral patterns on half her face. Her eyes bewitching, she chuckled. "Dragon Master, I hear that several of your disciples have fallen at Heavenly Gate Pass. What a pity. Have you come here looking for a beating?" The old Taoist's eyes were icy cold. "I'm just feeling sorry for you. Why vent your anger on me?" The seductive woman put on an innocently weak facade, blinking as she said, "I came to ask, what do you think of the earlier proposal? Will you join our army? This is a rare opportunity." The old Taoist furrowed his brows, falling into silence. "What are you still worried about? The real person from Gondao Palace doesn't dare to set foot outside." The seductive woman spoke softly, otherwise, that imperial holy city would succumb in an instant, turn to ashes. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance. Those human race characters expanded recklessly in the past, driving us out of our homes, forcing us to live on the edges of the great wilderness heaven. We should have killed our way back long ago. As she spoke, a hint of murder surfaced on her seductive face. The old Taoist slowly said, "If we are to attack Liangzhou, from which direction do you plan to strike? We were hoping that you would work with us and march right through this Heavenly Gate Pass." The seductive woman's expression softened into a gentle allure. "But we received some intelligence a few days ago. The Li family of Qingzhou City has met with great trouble. That talented prodigy, once hailed as a millennium's first of Deu, has left home and been exiled here. With 4 Stan's realms secretly protecting him, I believe you have already encountered him. So, to continue attacking from Heavenly Gate Pass would mean an early confrontation with the 4 Stan's realm. The losses would be too great, somewhat pointless. We have already changed our route. Since this pass has become a tough nut to crack, let's bypass it for now. After we flatten Liangzhou, this small pass will be of no significance. Then we can turn back and enjoy the taste of those human race elders. The winter snow fluttered down, cloaking the world in a shimmering silver mantle. Gusts of cold wind howled through the mountain pass. Inside a small fenced courtyard, Ren Qianqin practiced her swordsmanship in the snow. The blade sang through the air, whipping up the falling snow around her. She moved with the agility and grace of a butterfly, her sword strokes lithe. The technique is just a facade, you need to comprehend the trajectory, the rhythm, and the true essence of the sword. Beside her, Li Hao squatted on the snowy ground, intently building a snowman. He patted and shaped it with his hands, occasionally clipping and trimming, and every now and then he glanced up at the practicing girl to give her a few pointers. Upon hearing this, Ren Qianqin paused, puzzled. The trajectory of the sword? Li Hao nodded, noticing that his snowman lacked arms made of branches. He immediately stood up, bent down, and picked up a branch from outside the woodshed. Look, like this. He shook the branch gently, and the snow clinging to it fell off. Then, with a swift motion, he flicked the branch, catching all the falling snowflakes back onto it, miraculously restoring it to its original snow-covered state. Ren Qianqin watched, stunned. Your sword should interact with the environment around you. That's how you achieve precision and sharpness, Li Hao explained. He returned to the snowman, shook off the snow from the branch again, and then inserted it as a twiggy arm on the snowman. Deep in thought, Ren Qianqin looked at the sword in her hand and, after a moment, resumed her practice. In the past few days, aside from the occasional pointers from Li Hao, Li Hongzhuang and Song Qiumo also took the time to guide her. But like Li Hao, their guidance never focused merely on sword techniques, but delved deeper, speaking from a grandmaster's perspective about their understanding of the way of the sword. Such guidance had its pros and cons. The downside was that their words were enigmatic and tough to decipher. But the upside was, if one was perceptive enough, grasping their meaning could lead to rapid advances in swordsmanship. Harnessing sword intent to control the sword was akin to getting a head start on pursuing one's own grandmaster path. Ren Qianqin continued practicing her swordsmanship, and Li Hao continued building his second snowman. Beyond the pass, suddenly, an old horse galloped in. The red blood horse sped into the pass and came to a stop outside the small courtyard. Li Hongzhuang, who was tending the stove in the kitchen, sensed something amiss and darted out of the courtyard as swift as an arrow. You're from the Zan camp of Liangzhou? Seeing the silver insignia on the veteran soldier's armor, Li Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Has fifth brother arrived in Liangzhou? Has he come to reinforce us? The old soldier dismounted quickly, bowed respectfully, and handed over a military report. The general has just reached Liangzhou and sent me to deliver this report to the commander. Li Hongzhuang reached out to take it and swiftly scanned through its contents. Soon, her expression changed subtly, her eyes gaining a sharp, frosty edge. These demons really dared to scheme against Liangzhou. Clasping the report closed, she took a deep breath and said to the old soldier, "It's a long journey. Do you want to come in and rest for a bit?" "No, the general is awaiting my return with a message. Do you have news for me to carry back, Commander?" The old man spoke respectfully, his mind also filled with wonder. He had galloped all the way from the frontier, witnessing numerous demon corpses along the way, and even Kenya City, once majestic, had been destroyed by demons as the rumors said. He had expected to find a desolate military camp, yet here he was, in a cozy, fenced courtyard. A reply. Li Hongzhuang thought about how the military report, aside from detailing intelligence on demon activity, also included a letter full of familial concern. It warned her to be wary of demons, inquired about her well-being, and urged her to take good care of Hao and to retreat at any time. The words were few, but she could feel her fifth brother's warm care. Just a moment, Li Hongzhuang turned back into the courtyard, asked Li Hao for writing materials, swiftly penned a letter, and handed it to the waiting old soldier in the snowy courtyard outside. The old soldier tucked the rolled-up letter into his sleeve, mounted his horse, bid farewell to Li Hongzhuang, and galloped away. After the soldier departed, Li Hongzhuang called for Li Hao and handed him the military report. Fifth brother says that demons on the outskirts of Liangzhou are stirring and some fortresses have already been infiltrated. These demons plan to coordinate internal and external attacks with the intention of swallowing Liangzhou. He's especially come to take command, she relayed to Li Hao. Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao. Our heavenly gate pass may face a major demon invasion soon. Li Hao picked up the report to read and, noticing the concern from his fifth uncle mixed within, his mind flashed back to the impression left during a family dinner when they exchanged pleasantries. He gathered his thoughts and responded to Li Hongzhuang, when the enemy comes, we'll block them. When floods threaten, we'll build dams. If demons come, we'll just fire up the cauldron. Li Hongzhuang gave a wry smile but then thought that with two beings from the Four Stands realm guarding them, there was no need to panic. If they really encountered trouble, a timely retreat was still manageable. However, it was uncertain when the demons would invade. After storing the military report, Li Hao invited everyone to enjoy lunch. Following the snowfall, the pass had an abundance of water resources. Li Hongzhuang's formerly greasy, coiled hair had been loosened in the absence of demon attacks over the last few days and, after being combed and washed, flowed like silk, smooth as ink, cascading down her back. Her once blood-stained armor had been cleansed and, while still donned for readiness, her flowing hair lent her a freshness, making her appear like a female general walking out of a painting. Li Hao made several large wooden tubs, boiled snow into water at night, and created a homemade hot spring. Soaking in the tub, they would eat barbecued meat, drink wine, and chat leisurely with Elder Feng. It was indeed a delightful life. The place at the pass seemed to have turned into a holiday retreat. Despite the heavy snow painting the world a bleak and cold white, they were untroubled, sheltered from the winds and snow. In the days that followed, Li Hao spent his days hunting with Song Chiumo, targeting demons, and nights resting back at the small courtyard, maintaining a regular routine. The demons he had hunted had given him a significant amount of painting experience, and he was about to level up to the 6th stage. During the hunting process, his fishing experience was also slowly increasing, gradually stretching towards the bottleneck of the 6th stage. Regrettably, the nearby 3 immortal demons seemed to have heard some news and had all evacuated from the vicinity of Heavenly Gate Pass. Li Hao found several caves, which reeked pungently with the scent of the 3 immortal demons, but from the questioning of the lesser demons captured nearby, he learned that the great demons inside had already left days ago. Li Hao casually collapsed these caves and left subtle fish marks as signs, so if any demons passed by, he could come and investigate next time. Days went by, one after another. As Li Hao hunted demons, his Grandmaster state of mind was also slowly being perfected. Initially, he was proud and ambitious, addressing all creatures in the world as Grandmaster. This was much harder than the usual path to becoming a Grandmaster. The door to the heavens he had kicked open revealed a world far broader than he had imagined. What are all things? What is the origin of all things? Li Hao kept pondering this question. Mountains and rivers, fish and insects, wild animals, and so on, they are all things. But there are too many of them. If one were to learn from each individually, even 100,000 years of life would not be enough for a regular person to learn it all. Li Hao had the insight of the 6th stage of the physical body path. He could comprehend the state of mind of all things at a glance, and mastering them one by one was not difficult, but what Li Hao wanted was not diversity, but unity. He wanted to merge the state of mind of all things into one, which was a problem he created for himself and only he could solve. In the process of hunting everywhere, Li Hao and Song Chiumo were also traveling the mountains and rivers beyond this pass. From being enlightened about oneself to glimpsing the universe, Li Hao saw the bushes and flowers, saw the bright moon and the streams. He saw the snow melting under the sunlight, and the persevering new leaves under the heavy snow. All things have a force, but what is the commonality of this force? Snow can freeze all things, yet a ray of sunlight can penetrate it. New leaves are fragile, but snow cannot kill them. Birds and beasts, though able to walk and destroy great trees, shiver in the snow and hastily return to their nests after seeking food. Therefore, what is the force of all things? A cold wind blew, brushing across his face. As Li Hao gazed at the distant mountains and the nearby woods, he seemed to touch upon something in his heart, but it slipped away in an instant. As the weather gradually turned to winter, the days with snow became more frequent. Today, having hunted 2 demons from the 15 Li realm, Li Hao returned with Song Chiumo. The number of demons in the wilderness outside this pass still far exceeded that within the region. Outside the small fenced courtyard, Li Hao had also casually built a few houses. Now that no demons were attacking, these houses could be built without worrying that they would be destroyed immediately. Li Hongzhuang asked, "Are you planning on rebuilding the original city again?" Li Hao just smiled, "If the demons keep staying away, then it's not impossible." Li Hongzhuang seemed thoughtful. In those days, she occasionally left the camp to search for traces of demons outside. But the nearby demons had all been cleared out by Li Hao, and she ventured to the outskirts of Wanshan's Demon King territory without daring to go deeper. The number of demons in that area seemed to have decreased a lot, with no signs of a large demon army assembling. This was somewhat inconsistent with the military reports passed on by her fifth brother. However, she didn't doubt her brother's intelligence. Instead, she couldn't help but think. Could it be that these demons, because of the 2-4 Stands realm powerhouses stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass, planned to take a detour? This speculation couldn't be confirmed, and she could only plan to wait and see in a while. If there's still no activity outside the Heavenly Gate Pass, she would send a letter to inform her fifth brother to be extra cautious in other areas. Every once in a while, Song Chiumo would go to nearby cities to purchase supplies, vegetables, noodles, seasonings for food and drink, as well as the painting paper Li Hao needed. On this day, upon returning, Song Chiumo brought back some extra treats for Li Hao. A set of chess strategies and 2 famous paintings. These were what Li Hao had asked Song Chiumo to help him find. Li Hao was overjoyed when he received the chess strategies and paintings, and he immediately added them to his panel. The chess strategy was New Studies of Chess. It was a guide that helped beginners to quickly learn the game. After pondering, Li Hao integrated it into his control path, and the corresponding trait immediately emerged. New Studies of Chess. Increase in control speed by 20%. Compared to other chess strategies, the trait from this one seemed ordinary, not as exaggerated as something like 7-star lighting, but like the myriad attributes, once equipped, it was always active, a passive skill. It did not require an extra expenditure of Li Hao's power, had no side effects, and offered a percentage-based permanent increase. In the future, when his control speed reaches even higher levels, this 20% increase will be even more significant. As for the 2 famous paintings, Li Hao couldn't determine what special attributes they would bring, so he could only try integrating them one by one into his physical body path and control path. One of the paintings was Shrimp in the Clear Spring. Incorporated into the physical body path, it brought the trait 20% affinity to water. Li Hao did not understand what this trait meant, but he could feel an especially warm connection when he touched snowflakes. He also felt more comfortable when soaking in hot springs. If one were to cultivate a cold ice-related cultivation technique, it seemed to have an enhancing effect. Beyond that, it was presently useless. The other painting, when embedded into the control path, was Yellow Bird Catching Insects painting, depicting a classic anecdote where the praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The trait it imparted was quite unique. When an attack remains unrevealed, there is a 1% chance for a fatal effect. This effect seemed similar to Hidden Bow, concealing the killing move, which could double the attack power when unrevealed. But Hidden Bow's effect is doubled, and the chance of activation is 100%. However, this is only 1%, pitifully small. But that phrase, fatal effect, seems to let one's imagination wander. Does it mean that, regardless of realm and defense, once hit, there is a 1% chance of instant kill? If that's the case, then the effect of this famous painting is a bit terrifying. However, after giving it some thought, Li Hao felt that something was amiss. The effect seemed somewhat unimpressive. Against those of a lower realm, they could be easily killed with a flick of the hand, without needing its fatal effect. If facing those of a higher realm, they could easily see through his attack, making it hard to conceal. Unless it was during an intense battle where they failed to notice him and he was able to launch a surprise attack. But such opportunities for a sneak attack were rare, and even if one did occur, the 1% chance was too slim, and to actually strike would consume an outrageous amount of luck, so much so that he would need to be extra careful when walking around, lest he accidentally trip and kill himself. Nevertheless, no matter what, having an additional attribute was certainly better than none. This extra power did not require his cultivation, it was as if he had picked it up for free. When Song Chiumo saw Li Hao's excited demeanor, she smiled and shared more good news. Besides these, I have also learned about the whereabouts of another famous painting. It is said to be in the hands of a grandmaster. Oh, on hearing this, Li Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Can it be purchased? What are their demands? It's just hearsay for now. I haven't made contact with that Grand Master yet. However, I've managed to track their movements. They should be heading to Dayu City in Liangzhou soon, Song Chiumo said. I heard that there was a grand event there recently. Hermit Tianji invited masters from all over the Great Yu dynasty to discuss the Tao, and that Grand Master is likely heading there for the event. Grand Masters discussing the Tao? Li Hao was slightly surprised. According to the interesting tales recorded in Listening Rain Tower, this was a grand event that occurred once every 60 years. They invited Grand Masters from all over the world to corroborate martial arts. These Grand Masters would also take their juniors along. Even if they merely listened in from outside, it greatly benefited their martial studies. Most Grand Masters would seclude themselves in the mountains, focusing solely on cultivation and studying their own grand martial arts. It was only during these grand occasions that they would descend and exchange ideas in martial arts. It is said that during the grand events of previous years, some extraordinary juniors, upon listening, would break open the heavenly gate on the spot and leap from the 15-li realm to becoming Grand Masters of the Tianren sect, their fame spreading far and wide. Each event never lacked one or two such juniors. Therefore, in addition to the Grand Masters, those genius-level talents from the 15-li realm would also rush to the event after hearing the news. Dayu City is quite a distance from here. Even if we were to rush at full speed, it would take a day to go there and back. Li Hao mused. Song Chiumo said, that Dayu City has city formations. Although I have a pass issued by the Great Yu dynasty, it only applies within Qingzhou. I can move among the cities of Qingzhou freely, but for Liangzhou, I need to register and undergo verification at the provincial office, and I'll need Song Yufeng to vouch for me. Li Hao knew that Song Chiumo couldn't handle this herself. Registration and verification were quite time-consuming processes. Especially for a 4-stands realm Great Demon King, the states were exceedingly cautious. After all, once a pass was issued and they were allowed into the city, if the Great Demon King suddenly went on a killing spree, it would swiftly destroy the city. The news of the city's destruction might not even be reported before the Great Demon King could rampage elsewhere, causing consecutive destructions, inflicting great damage on the entire province. Moreover, the nobility within the city were extremely averse to such matters. A Great Demon King was like a tiger let out of its cage. Even if you're told it won't hurt people, no one would be willing to take the risk. Li Hao looked at Li Hongzhuang and asked, Elder Hongzhuang, could you make a trip to Dayu City for me? Li Hongzhuang hadn't expected Li Hao to be so obsessed over a famous painting, but having watched him paint over the past few days, she could somewhat understand. Her nephew seemed to have put all his thoughts into these unconventional practices, and he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about cultivating. Apart from that night, she hadn't seen Li Hao cultivate since. Despite possessing a terrifyingly fast cultivation speed, he had no interest in cultivation, yet his realm was still the highest among his peers. Li Hongzhuang could only say that it was as if the heavens were spoon-feeding Li Hao, forcibly stuffing the food into his mouth. I'm too lazy to make the trip. If you want it, why don't you go yourself? Li Hongzhuang said. She had no interest in these famous paintings. During her childhood, she did enjoy them, even embroidering and copying them onto handkerchiefs. But once she took up the sword, she never touched a needle again. The only images in her eyes were the snowstorms beyond the frontier pass and the countless demons she needed to slay. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless, but after giving it some thought, he found the idea feasible. In recent days, all the demons within 300 li of the frontier pass had been annihilated by him. Even the demons further away seemed to be fleeing and hiding, with him catching only a few on each hunt. Leaving this place for a few days wouldn't make much difference. If you decide to go, I'll look after this place for a few days, Song Chiumo, lounging lazily on the plush fur-covered chair, said as she noticed Li Hao's intentions. Li Hao smiled, then I thank you in advance, Elder. Song Chiumo cast him a slight glare, seemingly dissatisfied with the term, Elder, but she didn't say anything. With Song Chiumo looking after things, Li Hao felt at ease. His effectiveness in this area was far less than hers. He reasoned that these days' lack of demons was most likely due to the news of Song Chiumo's battle with the Dragon Lord spreading among the demons outside the pass, making them all aware that, although Heavenly Gate Pass was seemingly deserted with the old army gone, it was now more formidable than if an army had been stationed. Without a demon king personally taking the risk of a warrant to breach the pass, this place would remain unshakable. Since that's the case, Qianqin, prepare yourself, and accompany me to Dayu City. It seems there's a martial temple there, and you can undergo soul succession as well, Li Hao said as he stood up. Ren Qianqin's eyes sparkled as she quickly voiced her agreement. Li Hao ruffled the little white fox's head. Now that you've also entered the soul succession realm, I wonder where you should go for soul succession. The little white fox lifted its head and licked the edge of Li Hao's palm, looking up at him with a pitiable expression. Li Hao smiled softly. The little white fox definitely could not go to the martial temple, otherwise, it would be slain as soon as it stepped inside. The path of soul succession for demons is almost the same as that for the human race. Those with a legacy continue the souls of their demonic ancestors. Those without a legacy can only seek to worship under other great demons to receive their heritage. Thus, demons also have their own forces and circles. If they were still living in the divine general mansion, Li Hao could have helped the little white fox by sending it to Qingchu Mountain, where the Fox clan resides. Qingchu Mountain is also one of the forces affiliated with the Li family. The Qingchu Mountain elder who measured bones was actually a great demon fox. However, a great war had broken out on Qingchu Mountain 1,000 years ago, where the Fox Lord perished, and for many years, no demon king of the Four Stands realm had been born, so they could only submit and affiliate with the Deu divine dynasty. Hang on a little longer. When I return, I'll look for an opportunity to see if there are any wild tombs of demon kings outside the frontier, Li Hao said as he caressed the little white fox. If it really doesn't work out, give me some time, and I'll slay a demon king for you in the future so you can succeed its soul. The soul succession realm is very crucial. He himself could fight beyond his realm largely because of the soul succession from heaven and earth, allowing him to condense the soul 360 times, far exceeding others in the same realm by 4 to 5 times, or even 10 times. With the subsequent enhancements at each realm, when taken cumulatively, they granted him this strength. The little white fox nodded obediently and flashed a fox-like smile upon hearing Li Hao's words. Li Hao borrowed a bag of silver coins from Song Chiumo and set off with Ren Qianqin. The little white fox was left behind at the camp, entrusted to Song Chiumo for care. Ren Qianqin helped Li Hao carry his sword, while Li Hao carried Ren Qianqin. However, this carrying involved using the power of object manipulation to lift her up. The two of them, one after the other, flew out of the camp. Feng's figure followed from a distance, stepping silently in the snow and wind. Li He still chose to secretly follow behind Li Hao, continuing his duty as a protector. Although he now knew that this young master's combat strength was second to none compared to his own, it was an order from the military. Deu City is located at the central northwestern part of Liangzhou. This place has thoroughfares in all directions, and outside the city, there are neither mountains nor forests, just a vast plain, serving as the northwest axis of Liangzhou. Every month, countless escort and merchant caravans come here. The winter snow blankets the land, creating a monochrome world, but the wheels of the carriages create dark streaks on the earth, like deep black tears. On the main road outside the city, carriages gallop from all directions, forming a continuous stream on the wide imperial road and entering the majestic city walls. "Miss, Deu City is ahead of us," said a plainly dressed maid in simple clothes and soft armor to the young girl beside her. The girl, with a sword at her waist and dressed in white, looks out of the carriage, taking in the sight of the towering walls, as imposing as a mountain range at the horizon. "This Deu City's momentum is not inferior to Qingzhou City," the girl murmured as she gazed intently. She was none other than Li Wushuang, who accompanied her father to Liangzhou. Having arrived at the military camp and not staying for long, she heard about the Grandmaster's gathering hosted by the hermit Tianji and immediately disguised herself. Taking the 2 female guards her father, Li Xuanli, had arranged for her from the army, she rushed over overnight. This city houses one of the 7 major families of Liangzhou and is also where the 3rd wealthiest person in Liangzhou resides, hence its grandeur, explained the maid. Li Wushuang nodded slightly, appearing unconcerned. Any family or noble house paled in comparison to the prestigious divine general mansion. Her gaze swept over the official road and the snowy plains around it, as well as the distant mountains only visible at the edge of the horizon. She muttered to herself. If this place were to engage with demons in battle, a sizable army could be gathered. It's a central area, making it difficult for the demons to hide their tracks. The maid smiled faintly upon hearing this. Indeed, she was a general's daughter, with a focus entirely different from that of the usual noble young ladies. Coming here to learn the Tao could lay a foundation for my entry into the heavenly human realm in the future, and it would also be beneficial for my breakthrough into the 15 Li realm. There's even the possibility to advance further on the Qian Dragon list. Li Wushuang's eyes sparkled. The Chang'an list is divided into two lists. Those over 18 years of age are not allowed to be recorded in the Qian Phoenix list. Those over 22 years of age are not allowed to be recorded in the Qian Dragon list. The Chang'an list is primarily for the young. Those prodigies from noble families mainly vie for a spot in the Qian Phoenix list. While those who qualify for the Qian Dragon list are mostly scions of the Divine General Mansion or top forces, such as disciples from Gondao Palace and Mount Wuliang, are direct heirs from other first-rate sects. To be listed in the Chang'an list means to be recognized as the most outstanding youth in the Dayu Divine Dynasty. The only criteria for being listed are the evaluation of one's cultivation realm and actual combat achievements. Hence, many noble offspring enter Zhonghu, showcase valor and righteousness, slay demons and monsters, and make a name for themselves, hoping to attract attention and be included in the Chang'an list. Once listed, they receive invitations from various powers and aid from numerous resources. The path of cultivation becomes smooth, and there's no longer any need to worry about the lack of cultivation techniques, resources, or weapons. One only needs to focus on cultivation. Li Wushuang is currently ranked just outside the top 30 on the Qian Dragon list. Those ahead of her, all the way up to the 28th place, are geniuses of the 15 Li realm. They come from various forces, or are the direct heirs of supreme warriors like Sword Saints or Blade Saints. Among these, Li Wushuang recognizes many by name, some she is even well acquainted with, such as the two from the Divine Travel realm among those who precede her. Ranked at 28th is Li Hao's betrothed, Bian Rushui. Both are in the Divine Travel realm, but she ranks slightly higher than Wushuang. The reason for his rise in the rankings was that 3 months ago he descended from the Sword Cottage, entered the world, destroyed a Mo River, and with a single sword slashed 2 great demons of the Divine Travel realm who had crossed their boundaries. His combat achievements were outstanding, so he was placed ahead of her. Joining the Qian Dragon list at the age of 14 was nothing short of sensational. Even with a named mentor, there would still be many forces willing to reach out and win him over. Even if it was just for a favor or acquaintance, it would be worthwhile. The Chang'an list was updated monthly, and Li Wushuang thought about the latest changes, her mood inevitably complex. When the newest rankings were announced, the young martial artists of the 19 states were all shaken. Even though the Divine General Mansion deliberately concealed the Grand Battle of Qingzhou, there were too many witnesses, and the news could not be hidden. Moreover, Tianji Tower, the establishment responsible for the Chang'an list rankings, claimed to grasp the heavenly secrets and see through all things in the world. They might even know if a certain youngster in the borderlands were to disturb a bird's nest, let alone such a significant battle. With the update of the Chang'an list, that name naturally made it onto the roster. Ranked 5th, 14 years old and 5th on the Qian Dragon list. Li Hao. Seeing this message and ranking, all the forces paying attention to the Chang'an list were shocked, especially when they saw the description of that young man's realm, having reached the heavenly human realm. A 14-year-old in the heavenly human realm shook the world to its core. No wonder he was ranked 5th on the Qian Dragon list. It should be known that historically, only those in the heavenly human realm were qualified to contend for the top 10 positions on the Qian Dragon list. For example, the disciples under the true person of Gondao Palace, the cherished successors of that Buddha figure, or the newly taken pupils by a certain wandering beggar, and other young true dragons from the Divine General Mansion. Too many exceptional talents, too few spots available. This was, after all, a selection of just 10 from the countless martial artists of the Dayu Divine Dynasty. As the ranking was released, some in the Rivers and Lakes Misty Rain Tower predicted that within 2 years, this youth would climb to the top of the Qian Dragon list and remain seated there until the age of 22 when he would leave the rankings. Suppression of the Qian Dragon list for 6 years. This prediction, though audacious, didn't seem so far-fetched in light of his record-breaking cultivation speed. Li Wushuang had come to Dayu City primarily to catch up to that silhouette. At another gate of Dayu City, a caravan approached. "Look, we're almost there." The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and out from the caravans peeked young faces, full of lively vitality. "Yu Yao, this Dayu City is quite impressive indeed." Inside the carriage, Lin Feifei, dressed in green, had sparkling eyes full of surprise, as this was her first visit to Liangzhou. Due to the geographical environment of Liangzhou, which is not suitable for agricultural farming, the state often imported food from other states. In her mind, this was a poor area. Indeed, in terms of fiscal revenues amongst the 19 states, Liangzhou was among those at the bottom. Yes. Song Yueyao, who was traveling with her, nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with a trace of longing for the upcoming grand event. Yu Yao, did you hear that Heavenly Gate Pass, where Master Li sits, is in Liangzhou? Lin Feifei suddenly thought of something and curiously asked, uncertain about her geography. Song Yueyao's gaze sharpened, the light in her eyes seemed to retract, and she grew somewhat silent. That's right. Then, should we go and see him after this event is over? Lin Feifei blurted out with her thoughts. Song Yueyao shook her head, well aware of her friend's nature, saying, Heavenly Gate Pass is unpredictable and perilous. Our presence would only cause him trouble. Grandfather said that Aunt Chiumo has gone to see him. He should be fine. Oh. Seeing this, Lin Feifei could only give up with regret, muttering a few words in defense of Li Hao softly, barely above a whisper, and did not dare to continue. These words were only murmured in secrecy, for slandering the divine general presiding over a state was no trivial matter, and even if unheard, it made her somewhat uneasy. We're here to cultivate and improve ourselves this time. We need to stay focused. After we reach the 15 Li realm, it won't be too late to look for him. Song Yueyao said. Without attaining the 15 Li realm, one couldn't even fly, and if faced with powerful demons, escape wouldn't be an option. Lin Feifei nodded slightly, understanding the profound significance of the Grand Assembly of Grandmasters for them. It could lay a foundation for their eventual stepping into the heavenly human realm. After all, overcoming the threshold to the heavenly human realm must be achieved on their own. No matter how plentiful the resources, building up to the 15 Li realm is where it ends. The carriage curtain fell, and the carriage swayed toward the massive bronze city gates. Outside Dayu City, high in the sky 100 li away, several figures rushed through the air, landing on the desolate ground, a good distance from the official road, unnoticed by anyone. Leading them was a young man dressed in a purple golden robe, with a stalwart build, handsome features, but a long, dense beard on his lower jaw, and eyes flashing a compelling purple-gold light. Young master, that's Dayu City ahead, a gray-robed elder respectfully said. He had dragon horns coiling atop his head and gray scales at his neck. His cheeks were pointed and carried a hint of chilliness. It looks to be a fine platter indeed. The purple golden-robed youth's eyes shimmered with a violet hue, and he licked his lips slightly as he focused his gaze. Once we take down this city, we can join forces with my father inside and outside the northwest, directly tearing through. Together with those people, the garrison troops of Liangzhou won't have time to react. The gray-robed elder smiled. I heard they are holding a grand event here, with masters from all states rushing here. These will be sumptuous meals for you, young master, to enjoy at your leisure. These reptiles, after cultivating for just dozens of years, can reach the heavenly human realm, and their breeding capacity is rapid. They are truly disgusting. The purple gold-robed youth spoke coldly, a trace of cruelty crossing his face. The few people beside him all wore faint smiles, not speaking. Let's go, let's have some fun in that city first. Have the army stand by, ready to act on our signal. Once we break the city's formation, we can take it down in one fell swoop and minimize casualties. The purple gold-robed youth said, walking towards the city. Young master, if you are going into the city, you need to change your clothes and your divine eyes. The gray-robed elder hastily interjected. The horns of the dragon above his head also retracted into his hair, while the gray scales around his neck also disappeared, making him look just like a normal elderly man. What a hassle! The purple gold-robed youth frowned, clearly displeased. The purple gold garb is exclusively used by the royalty of the human race, drawing too much attention. The gray-robed elder respectfully advised. HMPH, damn reptiles. The purple gold-robed youth's face was full of dissatisfaction, but the color of his clothes still changed slightly, turning into a simple yellow robe, and the purple in his eyes also disappeared, replaced with black. Let's go, young master, here is your command token. The gray-robed elder handed over a token. The token was stained with some blood. Two figures flew swiftly, landing on the official road outside Dayu City, then paced towards the city. Li Hao casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside, twirling it idly in his hand. He occasionally hopped over the uneven snow and slush that marked the rutted road, to keep his boots clean. Ren Qianqin hugged her sword, following steadily in his steps. The two occasionally stepped wide or leapt to avoid mud puddles, finally arriving at the city gate. After paying the silver for the entrance fee, they entered the cobblestone streets of the city. There sure are a lot of martial artists. Li Hao scanned his surroundings, noting many martial artists along the way, mostly of the divine travel realm with a few from the soul succession realm, probably here for the excitement. The shops and taverns in the city were bustling with crowds, extremely prosperous. As they passed by, Li Hao listened to various conversations and exchanges. Some discussed the Grandmaster's convention, some gossiped about certain Grandmasters, and in those conversations, Li Hao even heard his own name mentioned. Did you hear about the 5th ranked on the Qian Dragon list, the youngest Grandmaster in history? I heard from my father that this record was broken by a prodigy of the Li family over a decade ago, and now it has been refreshed by someone from the Li family again. The Li family should be the first among the 5 divine general mansions, right? Shish, keep your voice down. Let me tell you a secret. My friend told me that the least known of the 5 divine general mansions, the Wang family, is actually the most fearsome. The topic gradually veered off course. Li Hao was slightly surprised. He was aware of the Qian Dragon list, updated monthly by Tianji Tower. The hermit Tianji, who had issued a broad invitation for Grandmasters to seek the Tao, was one of the masterminds behind Tianji Tower. Tianji Tower was said to know everything, as Li Hao had seen in Listening Rain Tower, where the vast majority of strange and interesting stories from the Zhonghu were the work of Tianji Tower, even recounting the details of a Grandmaster taking revenge and annihilating a family as if they were present at the scene. There were even accounts of a Grandmaster keeping a beautiful young lady, included in the Chronicle of Romantic Affairs. However, Li Hao had heard from his second uncle that the reason Tianji Tower was so well informed was not due to fabrications, but rather because it was backed by the royal family. Tianji Tower had high prestige in Zhonghu, and it was one of the methods the imperial court used to infiltrate Zhonghu from the temples. This showed how terrifying the power that the Deu dynasty actually held. Was it because of that battle? Li Hao's lips twitched slightly, not expecting to end up on the Qian Dragon list because of it. As for the list itself, he didn't care much. Most people fought for a spot on the list for fame and fortune. With fame came wealth. There were also a minority who simply yearned for fame, aiming to be remembered by the world, recognized wherever they went, and mourned after their deaths. But Li Hao had little interest in either fame or fortune. He just wanted to live longer, more leisurely, to be an ordinary guest, wandering through the world. Perhaps the most precious thing in life is to live freely. Let's go, I'll take you to the soul succession in the martial temple first. Li Hao said to Ren Qianqin. Ren Qianqin's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Li Hao casually asked someone for directions, learning there were 3 martial temples in Deu City. The largest was on City God Street in the city center. Immediately, Li Hao took Ren Qianqin there. Along the streets, they encountered many martial artists from various provinces, mostly in small groups led by an elder. City God Street was extremely lively, with temples where many came to burn incense and pray. This temple was also under Mount Wulang's jurisdiction, belonging to one of Mount Wulang's subordinate forces. Li Hao glanced at it without any intention of praying, leading Ren Qianqin straight to the central martial temple of the street. At the martial temple, there were also sacrificial altars, but surprisingly fewer people burning incense than at the temple. Li Hao watched with a frown. Then he and Ren Qianqin each bought some incense with a few silvers, lit them, and paid their respects to the heroic spirits in the temple. Once done, Li Hao brought Ren Qianqin to the front of the martial temple and found the temple's keeper. The keeper, an old man, upon seeing Ren Qianqin's identity, learning her father's status, and verifying her initial entry into the soul succession realm, accepted their silver, recorded her name in the register, and granted Ren Qianqin entrance into the martial temple. The heroic spirits inside the martial temple were in a semi-somnolent state. Whether one could move them or not depended on personal skill. With nothing better to do, Li Hao strolled around the temple, noticing 2 temple keepers playing chess behind the temple. He squatted down to watch. A pair of stinking chess baskets. After watching for a moment, Li Hao could not bear to look any longer, shook his head, and left disinterestedly. The 2 young keepers just glanced at each other and smiled, treating Li Hao as a youth who didn't understand the intricacies of chess, lacking the patience to play. After all, they are just youngsters. People chase after fame and fortune, not elegant like the 2 of us. The 2 young shrine attendants chuckled and conversed in light laughter. Li Hao, who had walked far away, heard them and turned back. He grabbed a few pieces from the gold chip box and tossed them onto 5 spots on the board. Then he huffed and strode away. You brash youth, you. The young shrine attendant playing with the white pieces was furious and about to scold him when the boy had already gone far. Angrily averting his gaze, he was about to clean up the disrupted pieces but noticed his friend across the board staring blankly at the game. To his surprise, he looked down and immediately realized that the difficult situation he was facing had been reversed. The placement of the 5 pieces had opened up a new territory for him. The key was that one less and they would be isolated pieces, undetectable. After wandering around, Li Hao found himself bored and saw that Ren Qianqin's soul continuation ritual wasn't over yet. He immediately asked an old shrine attendant to tell the young girl who had just gone in to wait for him here after she comes out and not to wander off. Handing over 2 pieces of silver, the old shrine attendant happily accepted and promised to pass on the message. Li Hao then left the martial shrine with his sleeves flapping in the wind, walked confidently into the city, and found a bustling tavern to inquire about Grandmaster Bai Chunhai. The tavern was packed with guests, buzzing with activity. At a staircase inside, a candle hung suspended, its flame flickering and dancing. Below the candle, about half a meter down the rope, hung an exquisite dagger inlaid with amber gems. Downstairs, many people were egging each other on. Li Hao glanced twice and realized that the tavern was holding a promotion amid the liveliness. If someone could remove the dagger without the candle flickering, it would be given to them for free. Just from the gemstone on the dagger, one could tell that it was worth a fortune. No wonder it attracted so many people. Li Hao had no interest in the dagger. He went up another staircase and found a place by the railing to sit down. He looked around, filtering out the many noises and continuously selecting the various whispers he could overhear. His hearing was sharp, and even the talk outside the tavern, nearby teahouses, and passers-by on the streets didn't escape his ears. Even the whispers of some people were clearly heard, like a couple of women at a table below and behind him whispering, "The youth by the railing is quite handsome." Li Hao's mood was instantly uplifted. Suddenly, he heard the 3 words, "Bai Chunhai," coming from a table in front of the window. Curious, he saw 3 figures sitting there, 2 women and 1 man, whispering to one another. The master has challenged Grandmaster Bai Chunhai to a fight. After the Grandmaster's conference is over, they will exchange moves on Heavenly Sword Peak. Bai Chunhai's palm technique is said to be supernatural, able to hit a snow-laden tree and shatter the tree without the snow trembling. I wonder if it's true or false. Maybe it's just his disciple bragging. Li Hao's eyes sparkled, and he immediately got up and approached their table. "Pardon my intrusion, but do you know Grandmaster Bai Chunhai?" Their conversation abruptly ceased, and their expressions changed slightly, seemingly not expecting someone to overhear them talking behind their backs. "Are you his disciple?" The 3 looked up at Li Hao with unfriendly expressions. When they saw he wasn't much older than themselves, they let out a sigh of relief. Talking behind someone's master and actually fighting are different things. Given this youth's age, he probably wasn't a match for them. "No, I just want to meet him," Li Hao replied, shaking his head. The 3 were momentarily stunned and exchanged glances, relaxing a bit. "You're here to seek apprenticeship with him, aren't you?" The girl in a plain white dress, who looked gentle and spoke softly, asked. Li Hao looked at her in surprise and then realized that the Grandmaster's conference, aside from attracting Grandmasters from across the world, also drew many young martial artists who admired and sought apprenticeship. Such as young masters and ladies from declining noble families or newly risen families, all traveling thousands of miles to find a master and learn. After all, with so many Grandmasters around, one was bound to meet 1 or 2 if they were lucky. Li Hao smiled, not offering an explanation, and said, "Do you know where I can find him?" "What's it to you whether we know or not? Why should we tell you?" The girl in an orange dress, more delicate but with a fiercer demeanor, glared at Li Hao. She was clearly unhappy that he had just overheard their conversation. The young man in the middle didn't intervene but simply said, "If you wish to seek a master, wait outside the venue after the Grandmaster's conference, and you'll naturally get to see him." Seeing their unfriendly attitudes toward Li Hao, the girl in the white dress just glanced at him without saying anything more. Li Hao wasn't offended. He pulled out the remaining half bag of silver and said, "Please do me a favor and guide me there." "Who cares for such a small amount of money?" The girl in the orange dress glanced at it and snorted. As she turned her head, she happened to see the dagger hanging by the spiral staircase. She pointed at it casually. "If you're serious, get that dagger down for me, and I'll tell you." The young man, knowing his sister was deliberately making it tough for this youth, had tried himself and couldn't do it. Linger. The girl in the white dress softly called the younger girl by her name and apologetically said to Li Hao, "I'm sorry, we can't just disclose information about Grandmaster Bai Chunhai. If we were to be blamed." "A dagger, is it? Sure thing." Li Hao smiled and hurriedly retrieved the half bag of silver, to avoid wasting money. Although the dagger was more expensive than the money he had, in his view, money or treasures were just conveniences meant for himself. As long as they were useful, that was all that mattered. With his current strength, earning money was easy. He could kill a few demons and accumulate a considerable fortune, always able to live like a wealthy family's scion, free and happy. Seeing Li Hao turn and walk downstairs, the trio was taken aback, exchanging looks in bewilderment. Zhou Linger snapped out of it and couldn't help saying, "Is he an idiot, really thinking he can get it?" He probably didn't read the rules clearly, thinking it's enough to leap up 3 jong high. The young man shook his head and said with a slight sneer. In the midst of the conversation, the three still got up and went to the railing to watch. Li Hao reached the downstairs area, where many people were eager to try their luck. To take on the challenge, one had to first order a gold and jade full hall set meal, which served as a challenge ticket. This familiar routine made Li Hao feel somewhat nostalgic. He spent 10 silvers to buy a set and didn't wait for the food to arrive before stepping into the challenge area. The gazes of the surrounding people immediately converged on him. When they saw Li Hao's age, the jeering grew louder, thinking he was just another noble scion unable to resist showing off and wanting to give it a try. The money in these young nobles' pockets was always the easiest to earn. A middle-aged man, who seemed to be the restaurant manager, enthusiastically explained the rules to Li Hao, continuing to vigorously enhance the atmosphere. Li Hao didn't wait for the crowd to start their clamor before he lightly leapt up. Under the eyes of the whole floor, he drifted up like a breeze and gently plucked the dagger tied above the candle. According to the rules, those within the 15 Li realm were forbidden to compete. One couldn't retrieve the object by controlling it with their power. What was tested was the pure foundation of martial arts. Therefore, even if one's cultivation level had reached the divine travel realm, if their martial arts skills were average, it would be difficult to keep the candle flame steady. However, at this moment, as Li Hao landed, the candle flame was still burning quietly, its tip straight as an arrow. Li Hao gave a slight smile to the stunned restaurant manager and turned upstairs with the dagger in hand. A brief silence in the restaurant erupted into noise, and the entire place emitted sounds of shock. Countless gazes followed the young man's figure. Li Hao climbed upstairs and handed the dagger to Zhou Linger, who was standing by the railing with a stunned expression. He smiled and said, "Please show me the way." Zhou Linger and the two regained their senses. They had all seen it clearly. The candle flame had not wavered at all, and Li Hao's approach seemed not to have stirred a single breeze. "How did you do that?" Holding the dagger, Zhou Linger couldn't help but ask dazedly. The young man's eyes widened as he sized up Li Hao, himself a genius of the Chang'an list who couldn't achieve such a feat, yet this youth had managed it. Could the other party also be from the Chang'an list? Li Hao felt the attention around him growing, and once again he said, "Please show me the way." The three snapped to attention, and the young man took a deep look at Li Hao and said, "Please follow us. Grandmaster Bai Chunhai should be with our master, but I can't guarantee we will meet him." "All right," Li Hao agreed. The young man led the way, taking them out of the restaurant. The restaurant manager watched them leave and ultimately restrained the urge to come forward and plead. In recent days, it was best not to provoke the young lords visiting Dayu City, as it was easy to kick against an iron plate. Zhou Linger kept sizing up Li Hao along the way. Although she was temperamental, she had great respect and admiration for those with formidable strength, peppering him with questions one after another. "How exactly did you do that? What's your name? Where are you from?" Li Hao didn't answer, feeling as if a bee was buzzing near his ear. The young lady in the plain white dress also stealthily observed Li Hao, her eyes filled with curiosity. Among her peers, she had rarely seen someone so formidable. Before long, under the young man's lead, they arrived at the Grandmaster's debate platform in the city, where the place was bustling and already surrounded by spectators. All the inns around were fully booked. In a restaurant with a stage set up for plays, the young man found their master, a short-statured middle-aged man who looked like a grandmaster, named Zhou Haidang. The young man introduced Li Hao and whispered the events at the restaurant to him. Zhou Haidang, who was listening to the play, looked up at Li Hao and then chuckled, "May I ask, young master, whence you hail and how you are addressed?" "Ji Hao," Li Hao simply said. Zhou Haidang pondered for a moment. This name wasn't on the Chang'an list, It seemed likely he was a new member of a renowned family, which Li Hao's age seemed to suggest. You're only a surname away from that unparalleled genius on the Qian dragon list. Zhou Haitang chuckled slightly and said, do you wish to become Bai Chunhai's disciple? I too have some proficiency in martial arts. Would you be interested? Zhou Linger and the others looked at him in surprise, not expecting their master to be so opportunistic and actually wanting to take the young man under his wing right away. However, considering the martial prowess that Li Hao had displayed, if he were to join, perhaps he could even surpass them in skill more quickly. Thinking this, the three felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. I'm not here to become a disciple. Li Hao shook his head slightly. I would like to purchase a painting from him. Oh, upon hearing Li Hao's words, Zhou Haitang appeared somewhat astonished. After all, he was a grandmaster of the Tianren sect, and to have his personal invitation refused was unexpected. However, considering what his apprentice had just said, this youth's ability to approach the candle flame without disturbing it demonstrated a solid foundation in martial arts. Once he steps into the 15 Li realm, his chances of advancing to the heavenly human realm would be much greater than those so-called cultivation prodigies. Such talent, if not a prodigy, must have been nurtured by a prestigious sect. Buying a painting? What painting? Zhou Haitang asked with a slight lift of his eyebrows. Li Hao shook his head slightly and replied, the painting is in Bai Chunhai's possession. I'll need your assistance to introduce me. You seek him out not to become an apprentice, but only to ask for a painting? Yes. Zhou Haitang couldn't help but size up Li Hao, while Zhou Linger and the other two beside him also looked at Li Hao with great surprise. With the Grandmaster right before him, all Li Hao had to do was nod, and he could instantly become his disciple, an opportunity of immense value. Then you'll just have to wait. That old fellow hasn't arrived yet. He's probably on the way here. Wait for the Grandmaster event 3 days from now. He will surely appear, and you'll have the chance to meet him then. Zhou Haitang picked up a teacup from beside him, sipped lightly, and spoke indifferently. Picking up the tea also signified the act of bidding farewell. Since Li Hao had no intention of apprenticeship, he would not press the matter. A steed often finds itself, but Bull, the great horse tamer, does not come by often. Having received the information about Bai Chunhai, Li Hao had no desire to linger. He obtained the address of Zhou Haitang's inn and then left the restaurant. The three apprentices followed him out, and Zhou Linger said in frustration, my father rarely wants to take disciples. How can you be so unaware of good fortune, or do you already have a master? Li Hao looked at her puzzled. Linger. The young man hastily pulled Zhou Linger aside and apologized to Li Hao. I'm sorry, she speaks too directly. Please don't take it to heart. Li Hao couldn't be bothered with them anymore, having already cleared his debt with the gift of the dagger and their guidance. Without saying much more, Li Hao turned around and walked towards the martial temple to see if Ren Qianqin's soul succession had ended. His martial arts foundation is profound. He must come from a famous sect, the young girl in a simple white dress murmured as she watched Li Hao's departing figure. Hearing this, Zhou Linger felt some shame and annoyance, retorting, is my father not considered a prestigious sect? What do you mean by that? The girl in the white dress snapped back to reality, startled, and quickly explained, of course, that's not what I meant. HMPH. When Li Hao returned to the martial temple, he saw Ren Qianqin under the eaves outside the temple, holding her sword and looking around. Li Hao waved to her. Seeing Li Hao, the girl immediately ran over with a joyful smile. How'd it go? A predecessor from the Four Stands realm noticed my swordsmanship and said I was a worthy candidate. Ren Qianqin couldn't hide her delight. That she was chosen by the only spirit of the Four Stands realm in the temple was remarkable. Even though her father was a grandmaster, advancing the soul to the Four Stands realm was challenging. This was one of the most elite soul succession qualifications outside the royal family. She had joined Tan Palace Academy to undergo soul succession there, but doing so comes with some constraints. But in the martial temple, the conditions for soul succession are much more relaxed. The spirit's only requirement was generally one: to stand and fight when Deu divine dynasty faces danger. But over 3,000 years of the dynasty, even if there was a crisis, it usually happened at the borders and was dealt with and resolved by the divine general mansion. Thus, this condition was virtually inconsequential. Unless one voluntarily joined the army and went to establish themselves on the frontier. Four Stands realm, not bad, Li Hao said with a smile. It's thanks to the sword intent you taught me. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to catch that predecessor's eye, Ren Qianqin said. her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Hao. Li Hao responded with a smile, "It's all your own understanding. I merely pointed you in a direction, that's all." Ren Qianqing shook her head slightly. She didn't see it that way, but didn't argue with Li Hao. Instead, she silently took note of his words. "So, where do we go next?" "We'll wander around, eat, play, and wait for the Grandmaster event to begin in 3 days," Li Hao said. "By the way, we can also listen to what unfolds at the event to see how these Grandmasters perform in their martial arts. It will help you when you step into the heavenly human realm." "Great." Ren Qianqing's face lit up with joy. Li Hao immediately took her away from the martial temple, and the two strolled leisurely through the streets, casually observing and enjoying the local culture and customs of Liangzhou City. That evening, a boisterous event took place in the city. A contest for the rankings. Competitors sparred on fighting stages to achieve rankings and received rewards offered by the city's lord. With grandmasters gathering from all over and attracting talents from different provinces, it was even more grandiose than the previous Tan Palace Academy's recruitment, and the city was packed with people everywhere. The numerous prodigies had no outlet for their meeting except for idle discussions, so the local city lord launched this event as a warm-up for the upcoming Grandmaster gathering. The contest only allowed 3 realms, from the Soul Succession Realm to the 15 Li Realm. Anyone below the Soul Succession Realm need not exhibit their skill. Simply cracking seeds and watching from below the stage sufficed. Li Hao had little interest in such excitement. If he were to take the stage, those within the 15 Li realm wouldn't match a single finger of his. A mere bullying of children indeed. However, with Ren Qianqing having just completed her soul succession and brimming with enthusiasm, Li Hao couldn't bear to dampen her spirits, so he still accompanied her to the venue, arriving at the outskirts of the soul succession realm's stage. "It's you again?" By sheer coincidence, Li Hao encountered Zhou Linger from earlier in the day. With her was the white-dressed girl, Shu Wanner. Both were of the soul succession realm. After hearing the news, they hurriedly finished dinner and came here, both eager to test their skills. Their senior brother headed for the Divine Soul Realm's stage, intending to compete and exchange insights with the talents from various provinces. "Young master, do you know them?" Ren Qianqing stood on her tiptoes to look ahead, only turning towards the noise with a bit of surprise. "Just met," Li Hao said. "Why are you here? Are you also in the soul succession realm?" Zhou Linger, seeing the indifference in Li Hao's expression, raised her eyebrows slightly, saying mockingly. Shu Wanner, however, was curiously sizing up Li Hao. Hearing the address of young master, and combining Li Hao's actions during the day, casually giving away a valuable dagger and mentioning buying paintings from a grandmaster. He indeed seemed like a wayward and carefree rich young master. Ren Qianqing, detecting the tone of disrespect, took a step forward and said coldly, "You shall not be impolite." Zhou Linger was taken aback and sensing her momentum, which was also from the soul succession realm, she couldn't help but say with a solemn face, "And who are you, her maid?" Ren Qianqing just stared at her coldly without answering. Zhou Linger, irritated by her gaze but also realizing Li Hao's identity wasn't simple, otherwise, why would he casually gift her a renowned dagger just for guiding him to buy Chunhai? Restrained her temper with only a cold snort. At this moment, cheers erupted from the platform as the audience cheered for a match that had just ended, with one contestant admitting defeat. "Let's go, we should head over as well," Zhou Linger immediately said to Shu Wanner, and after finishing her remark, she glared at Li Hao and said, "That skill you showed earlier with the dagger, do you want to get on the stage and spar with me? If you win, I'll admit defeat." Li Hao glanced at her with some boredom. This little girl really hadn't been roughed up before, she had been utterly spoiled. "Is someone like you even qualified to challenge my young master?" Ren Qianqing frowned and responded coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linger's nose flared with anger. If your young master is so formidable, why doesn't he go to the 15 Li Realms platform instead of coming here? If you've got the skill, get up there and let's see the truth through combat. If you want to fight, I'm enough to keep you company." Ren Qianqing said, You've only just reached soul succession, haven't you? Don't say I'm bullying you." Zhou Linger laughed with anger and leapt onto the stage. "Young master, I will go and deal with her," Ren Qianqing said to Li Hao. "Then be careful," Li Hao told her. "She's at the 4th layer of the soul succession realm. You've just entered soul succession and are not yet fully accustomed to it. Be careful, and don't hurt her." Shu Wanner, who was nearby, was stunned at Li Hao's words, wondering if she had heard wrong. This young man could obviously see Linger's realm, yet he instructed someone who had just reached soul succession not to injure Linger. "I'll be careful," Ren Qianqin said. She then leapt onto the platform as well. The previous victor had already left the stage to rest, and with Zhou Linger and Ren Qianqin stepping up, cheers immediately burst out from below. "Aren't you worried?" Xu Wan'er, seeing the nonchalant expression on Li Hao's face, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "I am a little worried," Li Hao responded with a smile to the girl in the plain white dress, his impression of her not bad. "I just hope she doesn't strike too hard and cry when she chops up your little treasure." Xu Wan'er was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the competition on the stage had begun. Zhou Linger showcased her martial display, impressively having reached the Four Stands realm as her cultivation foundation for the soul succession, her presence filled with formidable momentum. Ren Qianqin also brought forth her martial display to defend against her opponent's intimidation, then unsheathed her own sword and dashed forward. The one she wielded was her own. Dragon Sword, however, had been returned to Li Hao before ascending the stage. The sword light flickered, with countless sword movements swirling, pouncing forward like beads of rain. Zhou Linger, startled, drew her knife quickly, and a clanging sound of metal against metal ensued. But swiftly, a sword streak slipped through the knife's shadow, resting at Zhou Linger's throat. The battle was over. Below, Xu Wan'er watched in astonishment. She had truly won. Wasn't that girl just at the beginning of Soul Succession Realm? And what was that swordsmanship? It was so complicated. On the stage, Zhou Linger still gazed at the sword blade in front of her, her face reflected on its snowy white edge, filled with confusion. Ren Qianqin glanced at her, then pulled her sword back into its sheath with a swoosh, turned around, and said to the crowd below, "Please grace me with your advice." Clearly, she wished to continue the challenge, inviting other talents to the stage. The exchange with Zhou Linger had been merely a warm-up for her. Despite a discrepancy of 4 layers within the same realm, and having just stepped into the soul succession realm without time to practice and consolidate, her swordsmanship was far superior to that of her opponent. The clash of sword and knife seemed fierce, yet she never truly opposed with direct force, instead using finesse to deflect strength before securing victory with a single strike. Hearing Ren Qianqin's words, Zhou Linger snapped out of her daze. She blushed with shame and frustration, her eyes moistened, biting her lip as she rushed off the platform. Linger. Xu Wan'er, seeing this and forgetting her desire to compete, hastily followed after her. On the stage, with Ren Qianqin's call to battle, someone quickly joined her on the platform. Before long, another fierce battle commenced. Ren Qianqin defeated 4 opponents in succession but was finally bested by a woman at the 8th layer of the soul succession realm. Seeing Ren Qianqin stepping off the platform with a slightly disheartened expression, Li Hao chuckled and said, "When your cultivation level is more solid and you grasp the true essence of your Thousand Feathers sword skill, you could have won just now." "The true essence? It's too difficult," Ren Qianqin sighed. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless as well. After all, she was defeated only after crossing 8 layers within the same realm against another prodigy. Why did she still feel aggrieved? "Young master, if you fought using only the power of the 1st layer of the soul succession realm, how many moves would you need to win?" Ren Qianqin suddenly looked at Li Hao, her eyes filled with hope and curiosity. She knew that Li Hao was a prodigy, terrifyingly quick in his cultivation. She understood that catching up to him in realm was impossible, but she wanted to chase the shadow of Li Hao's past. "Me, 1 move." Li Hao thought for a moment, and said with a fairly reasonable tone. Ren Qianqin's eyes sparkled, and she did not doubt Li Hao's words, since Li Hao's swordsmanship was far beyond hers. She had barely managed to exchange a few blows with him. "What about the 10th layer of soul succession realm?" She pressed further. "1 move. And what about someone just stepping into the divine travel realm?" "1 move." Seeing the stunned look on Ren Qianqin's face, Li Hao smiled, turned around, and said, "Let's go. It's time to return and rest after enough fun." Ren Qianqin snapped out of her daze and hastily followed in Li Hao's footsteps, asking, "Young master, are you serious? By swordsmanship?" Li Hao knocked on her head, "Don't compare yourself to me." His Zhou realm had opened up great meridians and he possessed a top-notch qi circulation skill. This power was sufficient to support him in combat across realms. Adding to that, the soul condensing skill from the soul succession heaven and earth was very difficult to replicate. Even just the 1st layer of the soul succession realm, the frequency of condensing soul figures, could match a person from the 5th layer of the realm. Combined with the yin and yang dual pulse, he could defeat a martial artist who had just entered the divine travel realm in one move. If he were to use swordsmanship, the calculation would become much more complicated. Ren Qianqin held her sword with one hand and covered her head with the other, feeling somewhat aggrieved. But she also knew that Li Hao was right. Comparing herself to him could easily shatter her own martial heart. You should follow your own sword path without making comparisons to others, Li Hao said. Ren Qianqin was struck by this thought. Follow her own sword path, without comparisons. She looked at the silhouette of the young man ahead and silently wondered to herself, was he doing the same? As the two left, another scene unfolded at the Divine Travel Realm arena. A group of figures gathered, and suddenly, one of the women paused in her step. What's wrong, Yu Yao? Lin Feifei asked curiously. I thought I saw Li just now. Song Yueyao stopped and looked toward another direction. Isn't that the Soul Succession Realm arena there? Lin Feifei looked in the direction of her gaze, puzzled. Song Yueyao saw the shifting figures there, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, before she gently shook her head and withdrew her gaze. Indeed, I must have seen wrong. With someone of his realm, why would he be at the Soul Succession Realm arena? She redirected her thoughts and said, let's take this opportunity to witness the prowess of the Divine Travel Realm warriors from various states. Yes. Lin Feifei's eyes were keen as she focused on the Divine Travel Realm arena, eager with anticipation. For martial artists, it is rare to be without a competitive spirit. Time passed quickly. Li Hao and Ren Qianqin found an inn to stay in the city. They ate, drank, and roamed about, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Ren Qianqin went to the Soul Succession Realm arena for challenges and exchanges, achieving good rankings but not making it into the top 10. After all, her own realm was too low. She had just stepped into Soul Succession and hadn't had the opportunity to practice and refine her soul condensing skill, making her hold on the realm superficial, hardly possessing any of the power of the Soul Succession realm. Those who chased the top 10 rankings were mostly those who had achieved perfection in the Soul Succession realm, and they were either talented disciples from famous sects or fortunate ones who received opportunities from the old man beneath the cliff. Li Hao did not continue to accompany her afterwards, but wandered around the city in search of famous paintings and chess manuals. The results were somewhat surprising for Li Hao. Although he did not find any chess manuals, in searching, he stumbled upon 2 famous paintings in a wealthy family's home. Regrettably, one of the paintings was a forged imitation and could not be collected, while the other was an authentic work of a great master in the art of painting, titled, 1,000 Sails Passing the River. This wealthy family was not short of money, collecting calligraphy and paintings purely out of personal liking. Li Hao's silver became useless, and to take something someone loved, he had to exchange it for something else. He thought of secretly incorporating the painting before leaving, but once a painting was added to the collection, it would rot away quickly and no longer exist in the world. The wealthy man was warm and generous, so Li Hao dismissed this idea. Luckily, the wealthy man's son was a martial arts fanatic who enjoyed practicing martial arts. Li Hao displayed his skills with ease, suppressing the martial instructors in the man's courtyard, impressing them and the man's son. He then agreed to find a famous master for the son, in exchange for the painting, should the agreement succeed. Therefore, when the Grand Master Conference began on this day, beside Ren Qianqin, Li Hao was also accompanied by this wealthy family's young son, who was of a similar age to Li Hao, named Han Wu. That over there is the Grand Master Path Arena, but we don't have invitations and can't enter the inner area, Han Wu explained. He seemed quite familiar with the rules of the Grand Master Conference, having studied them thoroughly. His eyes sparkled with life and admiration as he looked at the figures of the Grand Masters inside with great reverence. Don't worry, we can get in, Li Hao said. Li Hao had already started walking towards the inner area. He didn't have an invitation, but being in the Celestial Master realm, he could enter directly. At the entrance, 2 identical young men from Tianji Tower stopped the trio, their attitude polite, asking Li Hao to show his invitation, treating the 3 as if they were young disciples accompanying their master or scions seeking to study under a master. Li Hao had no invitation, but he simply lifted his hand and flicked the dragon-patterned drum beside him. This drum, wrapped in demon hide and dragon scales, could not be vibrated by anyone below the Grand Master realm. With a mechanism inside that required a precise touch, even someone at the pinnacle of the 15-Li realm would have a hard time creating even a small sound with brute force, to say nothing of Li Hao's seemingly effortless flick. As the drum boomed with a hum, the twin young men were immediately startled and then astonished, their eyes widening as they looked at Li Hao. Han Wu, who had followed behind Li Hao, jumped in shock as well, gaping in amazement. He had seen Li Hao in action, suppressing the martial instructors, but had only thought that Li Hao was in the divine travel realm, since being of such an age and in the divine travel realm was already considered extraordinary. But to think he was actually in the celestial master realm? You couldn't be. The twin young men snapped back to their senses, their pupils suddenly constricting in shock as they stared at Li Hao.